Oops, I entered in the wrong intro. I entered in the wrong intro. My bad. Oops. It's not supposed to be the Ukraine war intro. It's supposed to be the open mic intro. Yeah, which is just a 3 second, 3 second. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Okay. Okay. So hello everyone. Welcome to the DPA Open Mic, the Defense Politics Asia Open Mic, and this is episode 14, the 14th edition. With every one of them on this kind of Zoom, except for episode 2, which is actually a Discord chat. Yeah, kind of regretted doing that. Yeah, not very consistent. So just want to say hi to everybody. Is the audio okay? Is everybody here hearing me well? I just want to say hi to. Let me scroll up. Hi Do. Hi Nicholas. Hi Random and Casual. Thank you to Random and Casual for this. You it's better to be in the DPA IRL channel. Because if you want to if you want to make sure that you have uninterrupted watching experience, do be on the DPA IRL channel, because the main channel one will stop around maybe 1 to 2 hours time. Yeah, because ultimately the main channel is still bigger, so yeah. And thank you to no, not thank you. Hello Mary, Mary Ginger. Hello Dream Adventure. Hello Stu Glenn. Hello Patrick Jackerson. Hello Emmanuel Gamer X. Marcom. Kione. Who else? Oni Martin Jitson. Machin Ikea. Hi Ramalua L Diwanchi. Hello Shinji. Hello Chief Puff. Chief Puff is actually cooking. He needed another 20 minutes, which is like by now is like another 10 minutes. So yeah, I don't think he will miss much. Hello Boris. Hello, who else? Bluter, Michael, Elvis, uh, NX S6 Music, Brandon, Little Cycle, Drunk Bear, Aki, Robert, Acting Sane, HB, 79, Terra Firma. Oh, what a name. Okay, and who else? Troll, J. Thomas, Gardener, Earth Guy, Kappa, Claus, JKL 1998. So not 1998, 998, Bella, Brandon, I like apples, Chedimir Putin, Subs, Rinuka, Upasane, who else? Max, Elvis, Luke, Freedom for Goldfish. From Canada, no. Yeah, goldfish need some freedom. Guilty, I have one goldfish in my aquarium. The Nascent Light, I can't read this name. Kitoko, I don't know. Troll, Horn, Sender. Wow, there's a lot. World Crisis, World War III, Intel, Hi Lin, Hi Craig, Hi Zukavach, Goran, Dawn, Charles, Kim Jones, Nicholas, Bryony. Yeah, I think I hided everybody. So, okay. So now, first thing first, those are the main channel. If you want to join, the invite link will be on the DPA IRL channel's pin chat, and I haven't pinned it up yet. I gotta pin it up now. Yeah, so let's not waste time. Where is the invite link? Okay, to join open mic, the invite link. So I'm gonna drop this. Where is the channel? Here. Okay, pinned. And then I'm gonna share this. Okay, so the just some housekeeping. You need to have a webcam. You need to show your face. You need a earpiece. You need a microphone, and also there will be 12 spots. There will be 10 on the screen, 2 in the back room waiting in queue. So I'm gonna put on my earpiece first. So people are joining already. Hello, hi Christian.
Hello.
And hi Aki. Give me a word. Let me put on my earphone. Oh, everybody is so fast today. Hi. I need to change. Now your phone is not connecting. Connect.
What's going on,
Disconnect.
everybody? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, it will be a bit of echo because my earphone is still not connected just yet. You guys can talk.
All right, well.
I actually also drinking.
Did you guys hear about the south of Klishchiivka, like the stronghold falling?
I actually didn't read about that. What's going on there?
I don't know. I watched Weeb Union's video, and he reported that there's like two parts where there are trenches. There's east and west, and one of them fell apparently to Russians. Like
Are they like falling back, or is it just kind of like a break in the line there?
break in the line there?
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about today, though. Everything from like what we got. We got Soledar, we got Bachmut, we've got weapon shipments to Ukraine, we've got stuff in Brazil. Do you guys hear about what's going on in Brazil?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got stuff in Brazil going on.
Wyatt, your audio is not working.
I forgot to unmute myself. Hello, acting sane say, hello, Wyatt, do Ukraine Russia release casualty figures for individual battles? Oh, no, they don't. Yeah, they don't. They do release the casualty numbers for the opposite side. So if you want to believe what they say, I don't believe what they say. So
Well, if you want examples of that, look at what the DPR said about casualties in Soledar. The DPR said that there were 25,000 casualties on the Ukrainian side in the DPR alone, in Soledar alone.
the Russians say only not much, right? The number of deaths. I forgot what the number I reported.
I don't think there's any way you're gonna know until a long time in the future, realistically.
Yeah, and it really depends on how they die. If they die with a big explosion, then they just disintegrate. Then you can never count the corpse, right? Yeah. So, just sorry, Alan. Just now you were saying halfway, like a lot of things happened, and about Brazil, I actually not sure what happened. Actually, it's kind of like just appear out of the blue.
Right. It is actually very, very similar to what happened in the United States on January 6th. It was weirdly similar to what happened there. In Brazil, they had that storming of their government centers. Like I said, Soledar. Like, we got drama in the United States government with changing of their speakers of the House and all that. Like McCarthy, all that, and all the drama with them.
That is so fascinating to me. I love it, actually. Yeah.
Because it's not going to change anything, right?
Do you guys hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Christian.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan.
What about when I have headphones on?
I didn't hear you earlier.
It's much better.
Oh,
I didn't hear him earlier.
I will be without headphones.
Okay.
Because when he had them on, I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
What's up, Dan?
Dan is like, hang. Russian internet is terrible. So I heard for the US the speaker election, they did
guys? Hello.
They did make some deals, right? Hi.
Yeah.
Dan. Yes. Any idea what kind of deals that they make? No, it's not because the action seems to be taken after the speaker was elected was like quite groundbreaking, I guess. Trying to investigate things that I thought would never get investigated.
Well, okay. Here's the question: will it, even if it does get investigated, will it affect anything? Will it actually have begin effectual change in the United States?
Yeah.
Christian.
I saw that apparently these guys requested term limits. They requested a bunch of stuff like that. Through, I guess, or not average Republican. I guess most of us in this anti-war movement would agree on something like term limits and stuff like that. I guess populist wing of Republican Party. Um, so that's what they wanted, but I'm not exactly sure what they got. And even if they got some agreement, I'm not sure if it will be implemented. I think that they also requested to lead some committees and oversee certain budgets. So I think they got some stuff and some power within the Republican Party. But it's still just 20.
Because I think they're going to cut the budget they're planning to cut the budget for Ukraine, right? I think one of the things that I saw
Yeah,
the headline.
They would never allow that to happen.
But
Hi, Vaughn.
it's questionable how much is the cut gonna be. Is it gonna be 50 billion for Ukraine, and no, it's gonna be 49, or something like that. I don't know. Who knows?
That's possible. That's possible.
Yeah.
I think if anything, there'll probably be a cash cutback, but they'll probably still try to feed equipment in or whatever they can. I don't know. This last round of equipment and then the bullshit about the Apaches is it's mind numbing. All that shit would have been great like a year ago.
I actually heard someone say the Apaches were fake news.
Stopping.
You want to share a bit what about the Apache? Because I think I only just heard it,
Yeah, I've heard it's possibly fake. It's just extra.
Yeah, it was on something this morning, and I posted it, and then like within an hour or two, there was another story about how it completely disappeared off the Guardian's channel, and they denied it. So I'd say it's bullshit, but still, that someone obviously thought it and floated it out there.
Well, they're sending they are sending challengers though, Challenger 2s of everything that they could send, man. It goes back to my statement from last mic. It goes back to the last statement. They're pissing on them and they're calling it rain, right? This is not what they need right now.
I mean, I set up like a imaginary unit out of the list of equipment, but the first problem is that entire list is not going to come in one piece. So my fantasy unit's already been shot to shit, and you could scale it down. But the ideal deployment for those would have been somewhere on the 23rd of February, not now in January 15th, a year later. I mean, yeah, you can send them in, but everyone's going to know where they're at. They're going to be the prime target. Whereas, before you could have had them sitting in. I mean, look at all the woods up around there, all the roads back in there, all the little trails. Them guys could have been sitting up in there with those 105 Frenchies. The Bradleys popped off a few shots, killed some shit, took off down the road to the next tree line, popped some shit, took off. All you got to do is stop the front of the column and you stop them.
Yep.
Now they'll try to do the same thing now, but on a way smaller scale. And the whole time, everything that comes in is going to be probably repeatedly sighted by spies on the ground. So they'll know where it's at.
Well, okay. What if we ask the question of who's going to operate them?
I mean, honestly, with my idea, the only way it works is if you have crews trained to the NATO standard, which means you'd have to use mercenaries because there's no Ukrainians trained to standard right now to pull it off. You'd have to have guys that were already used to operating them systems, probably guys that maybe even deployed in them, so that you could have guys that could basically think on the fly, adapt on the fly. They're used to the systems, whereas these guys are just, here's a new tank, here's how it works. They'll kind of have some ideas about like I said, it's just the wrong equipment at the wrong time with the wrong dudes. I mean, if you wanted to work it now, you definitely have to have mercenaries in it because they're the only ones that could just drop in and use it the way it was meant to be for the few minutes they could before they got calibrated. But I mean, like I said, it's just a waste of time at this point. I mean, yeah, they might pop a few Russian tanks here and there, but then everyone's going to, there's the Leopard, let's go get it. And yeah, I mean, you think Wagner won't offer a trophy prize for the first guy that bags the Leopard?
I heard that Ukraine really lacks tanks. No, I'm not a military person, but as far as I know, tanks are meant for offensive operations mostly, right? So I guess, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you could use them in the defense, but the problem, like I said, now at the point, it's like everything they do is a reaction. So it's not like they're sitting in the defense somewhere with a platoon of leopards in the woods, and here comes the Russians down the road or through the field, and all of a sudden they start getting lit up, and then those guys drop back and take off because obviously 4 tanks isn't going to outgun a battalion of tanks or something. But the time for that's gone. I mean, they could probably still do it here and there, but like I said, once those things show up, they're going to be the prime target. I mean, if a Bradley or a Leopard popped up in my sector, that would be the only thing I would focus on the rest of the day, unless there was something else that came up that I had to. But it would be like, it's over there somewhere. Let's go find it. Let's go get it, because that's going to be a problem. Because it's going to have better sights, so they could use it. It might even have a decent radio if they have somebody on the other end talking to them. But my opinion is it's all equipment that's too late. It's not going to change anything other than some guys will get to operate some cool shit for a little while before it gets destroyed or breaks down.
No, that's actually something really big. It's probably going to break down before it gets destroyed.
I'm not sure what's the plan of Ukraine. Like, what is their plan? Because you want to have some kind of plan. How are you gonna win? What is a victory for you? But I mean, it's pretty obvious they are not gonna win. And what is the end goal? You have to have some kind of goal. You can't just continue going for the sake of going. Because I mean, what's the point? Just more Ukrainians die and you lose more territory. You get in a worse negotiating position. NATO is not gonna get involved. I'm not sure what's the plan.
What do you guys think? Like, what do the Ukrainians need to win?
What do the Ukrainians need to win? They would need to have had NATO equipment on February 24th and used it to its full extent within the first week of the fighting to destroy the Russian incoming forces.
No, like currently, like currently they're in a bad state.
No,
like,
there is
what can
none.
the West do?
Nothing.
Like, does the West have any options to like?
I have a thought. So the Ukrainian military, what would be best for them is, as soon as the conflict started, like Alan said, they needed more weapons, better trained men, and they needed to be more offensive. Being on the defense is a bad thing, okay? Especially when you're going up against an enemy like the Russians. If you just play the defensive, you're gonna keep being put in this situation. And what you're going to see is the Ukrainians ending up on the defense on the next line and the next line. And it's just going to be crumbling line after line. So they can't win anymore. They could have been more offensive, but they didn't have the right equipment. So they're not going anywhere with this.
Yeah, I mean,
they also have ammunition problems.
I think the only place I could see, like, let's say they got that equipment in and it was able to form out, those brigades like I talked about. Let's just say it's one brigade of equipment. The only place one of those type of units would still be useful in Ukraine at this point would be somewhere along the northern border where Russia hasn't crossed yet, and they might have a chance to use them there. But then again, you got all this prime equipment sitting on the northern border that could be using somewhere else, even if it is piecemeal. So, I mean, it's kind of fucked up because they're probably here and they're getting all this shit. And then in reality, they're not going to get, I wouldn't be surprised if they get enough stuff to scrape together a battalion. And then when I say a battalion, I mean like 40 or 50 vehicles combined. So the people in Ukraine are getting sold a line of bullshit. The troops probably getting fed a line of bullshit. The media here is feeding everybody a line of bullshit. I mean, literally, the only way that would work maybe is if every single piece of equipment was dropped in with a train crew right now, and they could put it together and go put it up north or maybe somewhere around Kharkiv to deter the Russians. But that's not going to happen. They're going to get, 3 Leopards of Bradley and a partridge in a pear tree and then go send it off on some fucking offensive. And then they'll send the next batch and the next batch.
My thought is that it's a bit worrisome because, like, every time they try to gather a force together in the same place, usually you need to put a battalion together, right?
Yeah.
You get bombarded because you are so obvious, especially you're near the front. And if you are in the rear, it's pointless because you're still hundreds of kilometers away. So by the time you roll over, you will still get spotted. If you gather at a train station, you get bombarded, you get missile strike. If there is spies or maybe just nice the Russian satellite was overhead, I'm not sure how effective is the Russians are in detecting all these battalions. No, because if you cannot gather them together, you cannot do a push. It's not going to be able to. You'll be like just scattered. Then your push will be like half-hearted. Like what we're seeing. We 2 tanks, maybe 3 infantry fighting vehicles, and that's an attack. And which is why you saw on the Russian Defense Ministry's report, they never report Ukrainian offensive. They only report Ukrainian DRGs. But then when you look at the equipment they destroyed, they talk about tanks, they talk about maybe armored vehicles. It's like 3 armored vehicles. Then what kind of DRG is a 3 with operates with armored vehicles? So I think those are attacks, but they just cannot gather enough heavy equipment at one spot to make a push. But that's my opinion. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean they really need that to be a fist that they can deploy, and it's just. I mean, even if everything was to magically show up in one place in Poland and then they could get it all together and drive in, they still got to drive there. It should have been there before the war started if they were serious about defending Ukraine, but they obviously weren't. They thought they could get it on the cheap too, probably.
I have a question regarding the training of NATO troops, because people talk about they need to train them for the Leopard tanks, for example, right? But they're training Ukrainian troops on German soil. Wouldn't it be possible that they already train them for the Leopard tanks, prepare the propaganda like months in advance, and then when they send the Leopard tanks, they send the trained Ukrainian troops with them? You get the point. Also with the Marder. I mean, for me, it would make sense, like, right?
Yeah,
Same with the Challenger.
It would make sense. And if they did that, what would 15 tanks do?
Yeah, I mean, this is the quantity is not the problem. I mean, the training. Everyone's talking about the training. I don't think.
Other than that, like they also have more problems, like ammunition.
Well, it's not just ammunition; it's logistics. It's everything. It's gas.
Yeah, that day
food,
I read this article. Did you guys read that interview by The Economist? The Zaluzny interview. Like basically, he asked the British Defense Ministry for the shells they need to outperform Russia's artillery superiority, and they were like, "We will lose Europe if you fire that many shells." Like it's that bad. Like I can send you the article right now. I'm reading it right now.
You can drop it in the chat.
English is not
also help to share to both sides. You can drop it in the private chat, and then I help you share to both sides.
I have been thinking about one thing, and I've mentioned it a few times, is that I believe that Russia is, and if you see it as a chess match, it's looking for the end game. I believe that 3 to 4 major battles will dictate the rest of the war. Battles where Ukraine commits a lot of men and loses from 10 to 15,000 men. It's insane. It's truly an end game for me. I can see the Ukrainians giving up by the end of 2024 with 3 to 4 major battles, because it's costing them a lot of lives, and their civilians are going to suffer. They're going to start seeing more casualties. They're going to break at home. So I think.
And can I go off of that actually? If we're talking about significant battles, would you guys want to cover Soledar just real quick? Just do a quick cover of what we've all learned. I mean, it is a full chat, full room of 10 people. I mean, if you guys just want to go around, kind of. I know Wyatt did this last time.
So yeah, raise of hand. Who thinks Soledar is considered captured by the Russian?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So no bad. No 6 versus 3.
Effectively captured. It's not going to be recaptured by the Ukrainians. Let's put it like that.
I mean, basically what Ukrainians are doing is like hold down 1 street, 2 street, and they're like, yeah, we're still here, we're still fighting. I don't think that counts.
Well, no, they held mine 7. Mine number 7, and this morning it was.
The latest rumor is mine 7 has been captured.
Yeah, and then this morning it was claimed that it was it's taken.
Even in my SIRAP, I also reported that the western mines is cleared. The tunnels is cleared, but they didn't exactly say it's mine 7. They just said on the western side. But
the railway station is still under Ukrainian control.
Yeah, but I consider a position is taken when if you're the superior unit in that location. So if you're the B side, a train station doesn't mean anything. Holding a position means you are the superior force within what you consider Soledar. So
Well, the
a train
operational
station,
area.
yeah, operation area. So to me, a train station means nothing. They could rot in there if they want.
They're not going to get supplies in that train station because there's no chance.
My understanding is the Wagners or whatever forces there. Somebody has possession of like they called it the wagon yard of the train station, which I assume is where all the cars are parked, or the vehicle, or the train trucks are, cars are parked. So I mean, they're obviously on the property, and they're obviously on the tracks. So the guys are obviously, I guess, held up in the train station or whatever administrative buildings there, and which means they know where they're at, so they'll just surround them and kill them, or they'll surrender or leave.
I have a question about the Wagner troop status. There was like drama recently that the Wagners were mentioned by the Russian defense ministry. I don't get the drama. Like, for me, it's like Russian troops is Russian troops. I mean, if it's mercenaries, it's mercenaries, right? So
Russian operations, right? When they send the Wagner group, it's like the Americans send the Delta Force. They will never admit that it exists. They will never admit that they operated there until something screws up. So on this, but this one is a bit on the opposite side. The Wagner has put out so much footages, videos, and Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner, he himself is in the mine and take photos, and it becomes so obvious to the point where the Russian people cannot understand why Wagner private military contractors is not mentioned in the report. They only mention the airborne troops operating on the north and the south flank, and this creates a lot of anger, because for the Russians now are very, very, very nationalistic now. They just love anyone who is fighting very well in Ukraine, and this is something that I think the Russian government is not reading correctly. So they try not to talk about them, but then the footage is everywhere. So and then they got questioned by the media, and basically every single Russian source that I read is pissed off, and they also read the article. They also read the report by the Russian Defense Ministry a bit wrongly, because the Russian Defense Ministry was very tactical. They very tactful. They say that it's Russian forces. They especially put a bracket around the forces. It's a plural word. To emphasize that there's actually a lot of forces, in this operation, but somehow they are unable to keep them quiet, keep the population quiet, and I think this also shows to how much popular support there is for this war in Russia. Because if not, people would not have noticed. People would not have make so much noise to the point where the media will actually ask the government. And supposedly this government is supposed to be dictatorship, authoritarian, right? How can there be free media? I don't understand. But free media.
That brings on a question that I wanted to ask Toby and a few others, but maybe someone here could answer it. And this is exactly what Wyatt mentioned here. Arbitration. What abilities do Putin have to actually arbitrate? You can make an executive order like a president, but that doesn't make you a dictator. So where is Putin in all this? Like how much power does he actually has? Anyone know? How much of a dictator can he be if he wanted to? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well,
Dan who can answer, right? Dan.
It just depends on who goes along with him. I mean, if he has the military and the intelligence, or whatever you want to call it, the bureaucratic wing, then he could probably do whatever he wants. I mean, it just, right. I guess.
I was thinking more like according to Russian law, because a dictator would kind of be going by being the law himself, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it was like, what are the limitations? Like you can be a leader and break the law, but that still doesn't necessarily make you a dictator,
yeah,
right? Well, right, because our leaders do break the law quite frequently. We have issues here on the European Commission as well, which
I think at this point, our leaders break the law more than they actually legislate.
I think.
Well, maybe Dan could tell us, because Dan's there.
Yeah,
I don't know. From what I've seen, like I said, I was in Russia since April 2022, and small things like Putin in my part of the country, he said the gas stations aren't allowed to raise the prices. And when he said that nothing could rise or go down, up, and it had to be very stable. He made rules for gas. He made rules for pensioners, like people who needed money. So like he was just pumping out legislation to make it easier on the public or civilians in Russia. So
Right.
I
So,
saw kind of like a fluidity.
so would that be kind of the equivalent of an executive order? Is that what he
Yeah,
did
I
with the
think
price?
so.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. But I myself, as an American, I didn't view it as a dictatorship. I saw, you know what, I saw it as a good leader, kind of facilitating things for his people. I don't know. Some people might see it differently, but being an American, I wish our president would be like,
Putin-
"Hey, it's hard times."
But that actually then brings on, because what if Putin is replaced? Let's say it is Kadyrov and so forth. Like, how far can that person go with the Russian version of executive orders and so forth?
Like
It will be so
Wyatt said,
fast.
though, like Wyatt said, the conflict is very popular. If and I feel that if Putin was not president and someone else was president and they try to change things very radically, the Russian people would fucking step up really fast.
Well,
Very
they have
fast.
before, haven't they?
Yeah,
Earlier in
during
this
the Soviet
conflict.
Union, there's
Yeah.
a coup,
Yeah.
right? There's a attempted coup, and then some of these generals that is now in the top rank was one of those officers that is at Moscow, stopping it.
Surovikin was part of it, was he not?
Yes, he there's rumors saying that he actually wanted to shoot some of these protesters or something. But then he was stopped. But there was some rumors, I don't know.
They
So,
stopped
he's
him
being
and they
known as the
promoted him.
hardcore. Yeah. So that's a very cool thing also, right? Because he got he able to control himself. So he's like, wow, this guy is good. He can control himself.
And Putin
Yeah.
does have huge amount of support from Russian population, so he probably could do a lot of things, right? Not anything, but
Dude, he's got support from the Belarusian population. People
Yeah.
in Belarus love him.
I mean, fuck. There's dudes in Haiti waving Russian flags
Yeah.
because they know who's going to help them. I mean, they
Okay,
know
let me
who's
throw-
fucked them
let me
over
throw
for
out
the
the
last
wild card
200
here.
years, and they know who hasn't fucked them over. It might not be like they think they're going to help them, but that, like people have said before, Russia doesn't have a colonial history, so a lot of people are a little bit more open-minded
And-
to a Russian
And
presence.
adding to that, not only do they not have a colonial history, they don't have any modern incentives to operate like the Western world does, because they mostly have all the resources.
Yeah.
So
They
of
just
China
need- they
and
just
the
need to
West,
utilize
actually
it.
the natural ally for the global South is, generally speaking, Russia, because they have no incentives to actually screw them over so much.
So
Yeah,
why
I mean,
would
it
Russia
was
want
in-
to fight any war? Like if you have everything, you have all the resources. So why would you go to war at all? Like, what is the incentive to do it? Like, and America is
That's
a
a
bit
good
different.
question.
So it's like you have the resources, but you guys don't want to use it. You don't want to leash other people's resources.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem with us. I mean, we got just as much, if not more, resources, but for some reason we're averse to using ours. But we're more than happy to go around the world and use somebody else's and deal with whatever problems that causes, which is stupid. We should be helping Africa develop their resources so we don't have to keep fucking sending food over there. You should
No,
help
we
us,
should
like,
be setting up maternity sections here in the United States so families don't have to worry about not being able to raise kids here and being homeless.
Well, see, the other thing too, like you hear about
We
this,
have a lot
like,
of problems, guys. Okay, we don't have to get into American problems, please.
I don't want to either.
Oh, then I'll
Yeah,
take the
endless
opportunity to bring us
discussion.
back to Soledar and a more general question here, because the Russians have a general strategy where they are more or less surrounding, but not entirely encircling. And for those of you who haven't watched the close stream that erupted with among other Vaughn, I think Alan was there too, right? You wanted to close stream with Mehdi, and so Mehdi kind of illustrated, and Mason later on. I'm not gonna take the whole of it, but in short, like Mehdi explained how the Russians seem to be halfway.
You're right.
Your microphone. Yeah, you need to buy a new microphone.
Again, this one's brand new. Is it the background noise that it's,
Yeah, it's died
Yeah,
now.
it's like your cable did not connect properly. So I'm gonna come out to let let more
Is
tea
it better?
in.
No, it's worse. It's still bad.
Yo.
Stop pissing off the FSB or SBU. God.
But is it so bad? Like it's still background now?
It's bad, yeah.
It's better. Okay.
It's
Okay,
like
so I'm just gonna finish
static
quick
sound.
before it. Okay, I'm just gonna try to be quick here. So like Mehdi was explaining how Russian is going to be halfway. Oh, okay.
Just
I'll
type
show
it
my.
in. Just type it in.
Yeah,
if you're okay with it.
I'll show myself out. I'll leave some space for someone else who is in the back studio or something. So I'll see you later, folks.
See you, man.
Oh,
I will say this because there's people in the comments saying stuff. We're a very rich country. We could take care of a lot of our own problems if we decided to stay out of other people's business. That's not communism. That's not socialism. That's just being decent and spending your money that you have on shit you need to. So I don't want to talk about American crap anymore. And there's lots of stuff we could do if we didn't spend money on Afghanistan and stuff, obviously.
I want to ask what kind of significance do you guys think capture of Soledar has on general situation on, I guess, Bakhmut front?
It was a major logistics line to Bachmut, so I think
More than that.
it has a significant impact.
It was more than that. It was a massive defensive line protecting the northern flank of
Yeah,
Bakhmut.
that's also my point.
Yeah, I mean,
As
I
well
don't
as
know. I was
Like the
I was
Russians
wa-
are slowly like trying to encircle like Bachmut in some way, from what I can see.
I saw somebody, I think it was Scott Ritter or somebody was referencing him, and he was saying, because everyone's like, oh, Bakhmut's not that important, Solidar's not that important. And he was like, well, if it's not that important, then why did they invest 8 years in building defenses around that area if it wasn't important? I mean, he's like, the investment in defensive building around that area doesn't jive with what they're saying now. But then that's the way it always is. Lizzie Chanks was no big deal. Piskey's no big deal.
Mariupol.
Half of Kherson is a big deal, but the other half isn't. Whatever.
Apparently, there is 90,000 Ukrainian soldiers in Bakhmut, so
that's
it's
good.
not important.
You need.
It might be too, where they partially encircle them to make to give the appearance of this threat to draw more Ukrainians in to save their buddies, kind of thing too.
Well, what history legend said, and he was quoting Sun Tzu, is basically what the method they used, that instead of encircling them completely, they try to leave one side open so that Ukrainians try to retreat, and when they retreat, they bomb the shit out of them, and then they have high casualties, and it's not a clean retreat.
Yeah.
So that's
a Mongolian tactic.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't want your enemy fighting to the death, because then you take more casualties.
What is the idea behind having such a large force inside a relatively small city like Bakhmut? Because I'm not sure if it's 90,000, maybe it's 60, maybe it's 50, but anyways, it's huge amount of people, right? So that's high concentration.
It's the worst.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me because artillery is not gonna.
I want to answer your question. I want to answer that. Yeah. From a military point, in the position that Ukraine is in, you don't want to amass troops. You don't want to defend industrial areas, because you're just sending men to prolong something and die. This is the biggest mistake Ukraine has been doing the whole war. Putting like Mariupol, that's the first major battle of the war, and it's been the only major battle, in my opinion. Looking at it militarily, if Bakhmut is defended, it will be the second loss Ukraine takes, and it will be a major battle. So forget what the media says. It doesn't matter if you think it's good or bad. If it's not an important city, what it's going to turn into is a major battle where Ukraine loses. If it loses more than 10,000 men, to me, it's a major battle, and it's just going downhill. It's a domino effect. Ukraine keeps stuffing people into cities and defending with large amount of numbers, and they're going to end up losing the war faster. So I think they're just doing the work for Russia. Russia has to keep attacking where Ukraine is and at its biggest numbers.
But then again, what is the solution anyways? Because if you don't have, I guess, that large concentration of troops is to prevent storming of the city, right? Probably, I don't know. But then if you don't decide to have as much people there, probably the place gets captured faster. And anyways, there is no solution because then territory is captured, you know. So I can't see how at the end of the day Ukraine wins, you know, basically.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Ukraine. They keep doing this. What ended up happening in the beginning of the war, Russia pushed in and they regretted it and they came back. So that was my plan. In the beginning of the war, they should have left Russia come in as far as Kyiv. Let them fight in the middle of the city. Bring them in, okay? But they decided to fight a conventional war and it totally messed everything up. That was their only chance of prolonging the war and making a victory out of it. But now they're just making it faster for the Russians.
So you
I
were
just wanted to
saying,
say,
you were saying that. Let me just say something. Maybe you are saying that they should retreat to bigger cities and try to defend them. Maybe the best possibility to win.
No, let them take land in between major cities. Like even in Russia, there's a major city and so much land. Ukraine is, I think, the same. So you should be fighting in those areas unconventionally. With the amount of troops that you have, 90,000, unconventional war benefits you if you have a defensive position rather than putting them in an industrial area.
But Dan, the issue with that that would be that Russians can just outflank, out encircle the whole city and just shell the shit out of it.
Well,
from
that's
the
what we're
outside.
seeing.
Exactly.
That's what we're saying not to do. Yeah, exactly. You don't want
This
that.
is why they're asking for offensive equipment to push out, because the only way Ukraine can stop the onslaught is to push out and have some sort of
Exactly.
stopping the Russians from attacking. If you get to this point,
It's too late now.
it's too late now. Yes, but
I was just going to answer some questions in the chat. The T-62s and the old tanks that are being pulled out of storage are being given to the militias, basically for mobile firepower. They're not being used by regular Russian forces or Wagner. Those are tanks being given to militias so that they have the firepower they need to defend the rear areas or their territory.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
direct
there's
fire
another
support.
reason. Like, it's easier to maintain, and the militia can easily like do the maintenance of the tanks. Like if they give them much advanced tanks, it would be much harder to maintain.
And you look at the militias are made up of older guys that probably operated most of that equipment, so it makes sense to give it to them.
Yeah,
didn't they dig up like big defensive lines in Melitopol direction? They can just put the tanks there and just be a defensive
Positional
force.
gun
So
emplacement.
instead of World War II, they have these guns, right? Those anti-tank guns that they put on the ground. So instead of you have the guns, you now have a tank which can just drive away and not be a sitting duck. So so it's perfect for using as a just a direct support gun. So don't underestimate. A pen knife can still kill you. You know.
Yep.
You can still be killed by a small little knife. So
Look,
don't underestimate the tank.
A high explosive shell from a T-64 is going to kill you, or T-62, I'm sorry, is going to kill you just as hard as a T-90M. It's
World
still
War
dead.
II tank will still kill you.
T-34 is going to kill you the same as a T-90 is going to kill you.
It's still a tank, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they did it. I think in Kherson they did it too. They used tanks like artillery.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they used them like mortars to stop the Ukrainian advance.
Yeah, there was a video, I think a week or two ago, of some Russian guys. I think they had T-90s, and they were sitting somewhere in the fog. They couldn't see, but they knew where to shoot, so they were just lobbing shells in the direction, and they were glad it was foggy because it was hiding their muzzle flashes, so they didn't have to worry about counter battery fire. And that's all they were doing. They said they could lob them 7 to 12 kilometers away, and they had some They didn't have drones up, but they kind of knew that they're just lobbing them into a ridge line or a city or a village where they know they're at. They're not trying to score a hit. They're just keeping them suppressed.
I saw a video.
It's perfectly good to use them for that versus when there ain't no tanks around or vehicles to shoot.
The same they're doing with helicopters, right? So they use attack helicopters like artillery. They fly like upwards, and then they fire the rockets, and then they turn down for not being shot at, because it's very dangerous.
Direct fire, right?
Yeah, they pitch the nose up, fire the rockets. I believe they have something on their site that tells them like a window to aim and fire. Then they fire. Then they know those rockets will go out. Let's say 3 kilometers and land in this area where they're trying to get to. And then they bank off. You see how they bank off hard, dump a bunch of flares, and drop back low because they can't get close enough to just rocket them. But then I've seen other videos where there's no air defense left, and the Su-25s are rolling right in on them and just firing rockets straight at them like they normally would do if they could, not doing the pitch up and fire. But I didn't think that was very effective, and I saw a thermal image of that from another wood line, and it was crazy because you see this launch and you're like, oh, that didn't look like a whole much shit. But then all of a sudden you see all these little hot pinpoints in the thermal. There must have been 30
that
or
purple
40
video?
of them.
It's got that purple.
It just
I've
peppered
seen
the
that one.
whole area. It's like, Jesus. It doesn't look like much, but when you can actually see what's coming down, it seems like it might be pretty effective for the area.
It's a good way to tell the entrenched troops there that it's probably time to go. Right? Because you go ahead.
What is the advantage of using helicopters as long-range artillery over regular artillery?
Just another weapon.
Yeah,
it's just putting ordnance on a target. You're just dropping shit on them nonstop. I mean, think about it. They get mortared, then they get a break. Then they get artillery, then they get a break. Then they get MRLS, then they get a break. Now they got helicopters shooting rock. I mean, it's just constant pressure. You're never going to get a break. Something's always going to be dropping something on you as soon as you
Indirect fire is one of the biggest mental things in a when you're on the ground. Indirect fire is just the worst. So if you could add another weapon to that, Jesus, it's really good.
I mean, the whole war is just a giant siege, right? It's
realistically,
it's just only artillery,
most of this war
planes,
is shooting over the horizon and dying. That's all this war has been so far.
and drones, small drones,
yes, and small
also
drones.
very nasty shit. This war is so deadly, man. Like, I won't subscribe to this. I don't want to go to the Bundeswehr.
Artillery,
thank you.
Sorry for interrupting, but Wyatt went out to let me check if, how is it with, now I'm using a laptop mic. Is it okay? Or you have feedback, or is that cool? Okay, cool. Okay, right. Sorry, I've been out of the mic, so I didn't mean to interrupt. Just
you had a question about Soledar, right?
Oh, right. Okay. Because with the Russians having their semi-encirclement, but not full encirclement, and I would just refer to the close discussion because there it was elucidated well why you shouldn't. What the fuck are you laughing about, man?
I'm not laughing at you. I was laughing at a comment.
Oh, okay.
About Aki being the only Asian?
So anyways, and then I think it was Aki or Christian who, while I was out of stream, he what are you going to do? If you are the Ukrainian, how are you going to respond? And I remember I was in a discussion with, I think it was Craig I was in a discussion with, and we didn't finish the discussion. Anyways, the point was that the Ukrainians could have remote detonated ordinances, no? They're simple, you can have some simple way of surveilling, whether it be by motion triggering or whatever. And so if the enemy is moving in, you can at least cover your back, or you can inflict psychological terror. And what that was, if I was Ukrainian, I would at least try to employ that because it would not require high-tech equipment or and so forth. So what do you guys think about that response, and why haven't we, if it is a good idea, why haven't we seen the Ukrainians do it more?
They can't? I mean, if you guys have anything else to add on to it.
Well, I mean, you can use dynamites and stuff like that. I mean, homemade IEDs like the Iraqis use and so forth. I don't...
That's what I mentioned. Unconventionally, they could have started earlier. And if they start now, it benefits them. But, Alan, I'm sure everybody here can agree, hopefully, is that reacting to something now this late is just not a good idea, man. The water's up to here to the Ukrainians right now.
Sure, but if you are Ukrainian commander, you are still obliged to persecute the war to the best of your abilities, even if you lose.
I would ask for more artillery. I would say stop sending tanks. Send me all your artillery pieces and all your ammunition.
But that would
because
still take time. But sure, but that would still take time and training. And like as an immediate response to, for example, they're losing Soledar, might be losing Bakhmut.
there's no
How are
solution.
you going to deter the Russian advance most effectively? And when it comes to remotely detonated ordinances, which can be quite simple, I don't understand why it's not used. Because when you are like at this point, you lack equipment, you're against a superior enemy, and you are clearly losing. The only thing you can do is resist, right? Like,
well,
and
let me try to understand then, because you're saying to use like IEDs and these kind of ordnance like planted on roads and
so
bridges.
historical context, Minsk, for example, when the Germans took over Minsk, the Russians had left, or the Soviets, I should say, had left behind a whole lot of booby traps where they had predicted that the Germans would host their high command or their troops or storage of weapons and so forth. But here, the Ukrainians don't even have to do that because they can, the Soviets use time detonated devices. Here, the Ukrainians can simply okay, we know they have occupied this building, let it go. Or no, here we checked some of their sappers have discovered our bomb and opened it, at least let it go. So because at least it will take something, right? And this will necessarily force the attacker, in this case the Russians, to slow down. Like they will have to be extra apprehensive. What?
Because I understand Russian, they always, if there's interview soldiers and stuff, the soldiers always tell the reporters that the Ukrainians have led a lot of presence for us. For example, you mentioned the booby trap. They did it in Soledar, they did it in Severodonetsk, Mariupol, they demined the whole area and stuff. It is always all around the place. I mean, I hear it all the time. They do it, but the Russians are aware of it and they have countermeasures for it because they had like bombs, like grenades that looks like leaves and stuff like this, and they need to be very careful to not go into the traps. It's a common tactic, and it's widely used by the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, but you're talking about that they're employing, and this was my MOS. I worked as an EOD technician, a combat engineer sapper. You're talking in cities. They've employed these things in cities. So they first chose conventional warfare. They fought over certain territories, defensive positions. They basically lost the ability to employ these things because they're very, very effective if you employ them from the beginning in an unconventional way. But since they did it in a conventional way, I don't know how to express myself, but first they chose to make battle, like in Soledar, they got beat and they left things behind. That's not the same as laying IEDs everywhere and going away and not committing to a fight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because my impression from blood is that it's more like a close range cluster bombing is what they have been doing. They haven't really been rigging entire buildings to be leveled as soon as they notice that here's the Russians, or you can take a road as well. If it's already blasted, you fill it in with explosives and cover over. The enemy may think this was just a temporary repair measure. It sure is. But when the enemy is crossing over, you have a simple camera or something to notice it, and you blow a tank at least. I understand it may not be the silver bullet here, but since I haven't heard much about it, I guess because of my own ignorance. But is it different?
But it's not an option anymore.
So they cannot
not.
I think the opportunity for them to practice that on a effective scale has passed too. I mean, now everything they do now is they leave presence instead of leaving presence and then leaving before they ever got there.
Exactly.
Like the other day, I told you the story about the Russians that walked into the empty village. They probably checked for shit anyways, but still, I mean, you can't find everything. You only got to be right once, And Dan probably knows. I mean, you've probably seen all kinds of ways people can rig up stuff, blow up and trick you, and you think you cut the fuse, but really that's the trick fuse. Here's the real one. I mean, I would imagine
so many ways.
They should have been doing that from the beginning too, hit and run tactics, but they're not. And now it's just reacting, not actually doing anything.
So are there any suggestions that you would have given a Ukrainian commander? Sure, you may not win the war, but you still are, again, obliged to persecute the war. What would your Ukrainian commander do?
Negotiate. Give up as soon as possible.
Negotiate.
End it.
What?
Try to
Figure
get a
out
good peace
peace.
deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Refuse
Yeah,
to
but
send your soldiers to die.
but you are
That's
as
the
a
best
commander
option
not the
right
one
now.
calling those shots, are you? It's the politicians who make that. So unless are you what would you say then to the Ukrainian commander? Go pressure your leaders.
3 to 4 more big battles, and the troops will decide for them. Because you can kill a man outside of combat, and I'm gonna tell you now. I know a Ukrainian military-aged man who's hiding, so he doesn't go fight in the war. That's a dead man. Okay, you can kill men outside of the conflict. So in 3 to 4 more battles, the Ukrainian people and the military will just stop. It will stop because it's not a worth dying for war for them, and you're just gonna see that unroll. You will see it's gonna happen.
Right, I don't doubt that necessarily being the case, but I'm just thinking like if you're looking at it from the Ukrainian perspective, you know you're going to lose, but it was alluded to earlier. You also want to win at the best terms, and that means that you as a commander, you set the best terms for the politicians by inflicting as much casualties as possible upon the enemy. And so this is why I was kind of like a little bit surprised that I hadn't seen a widespread booby trapping being effective, for example. There are reasons for that again, but
High casualties against the Russians is not a victory. Okay, history will tell you it is not a victory. Inflicting high casualties on the Russians is not a victory. It's only a loss to you because at the cost. Okay, so there's just we're hitting a dead end with this.
The whole theory about inflicting high casualties on Russians, it is all based on an assumption that okay, if we inflict high enough casualties on Russians, they're eventually going to pull back. But if anything has told us, it's as important for Russians as maybe it is to Ukrainians that they win this war. I know for Ukraine it's about existence, but Russia, at
I'm
this
not
point,
disagreeing with anyone here, but that's sort of like at the same time you cannot say that the Russians are immutable and adamant. Like they will be influenced. Like okay, we actually these were actually so tough to beat down. Maybe we can settle for a compromise here. Like this is more that's more the line I'm going for here.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you but that's what I'm saying. It's not related to casualties. It's related to the battle losses. If Russians keep losing, let's say they lost Donetsk city, I'm gonna tell you they're gonna face a bunch of backlash back home. That's very, very different. But when it comes to casualties, I think Russians can go on for much longer if they wish to, because they're not really releasing casualties. They could be 100,000 down right now, but what we are assuming,
exactly.
yeah.
We don't really know the KIA numbers, so it's hard to discuss tactics.
Well, I don't think KIAs are as much as many of you may think. Like, of course, they are certainly matter. But when you have a guy who has his arm blown off or his leg blown off or something like that, first of all, he is a casualty taken out of battle that will not come back. Moreover, this is a constant reminder for the people back home. Like if the Russians invaded Norway, I would definitely be in for having tactics that do not kill the enemy, but do bring them back home. So they are reminded, hey, maybe you are invited over to drink with us, but don't come in uniform. Like this. So I don't think necessarily KIAs are as much as value as merely being taken out by fairly. It doesn't have to be grotesque. They just have to be obvious. It's unfortunate for the person who is it's debilitated, but maybe dead.
The thing about casualties is that also has a lot of discrepancies, because let's say my leg got hurt, not blown off, but my leg got hurt. I go away from the battlefield for a while, then I come back, then maybe I get hurt again, I go away, then I come back. So when you talk about casualties, it includes wounded, and what does a wound really include? It could include,
well, I'm talking about permanent casualties, like you can like a KIA, but without actually killing.
Yeah, for sure. No, that does count, but yeah.
Oh, but speaking of, I can't help it but ask this question, because I was referring to Putin's arbitration powers. Well, there's also this other geopolitical factor that Russia is so strong that they can, in many ways, what they say goes, as long as it is within limits, right? They can do the things they're doing now because they are as powerful. Now, do you think Russia will become very popular if they, for example, said, we know that this is against the law of chemical warfare, but we'd rather not kill our enemies, so we are going to be using tear gas. Or for even taking a step further, like we know this is a breach against chemical warfare and drug conventions, but we still don't want to kill our enemies. So instead of lobbying hundreds of tons of high explosives, we're going to have vaporized cannabis like they have in the shops and the coffee shops in the US. And in such large amounts, they, by the time they're done with their artillery barrage, they probably don't even need a rifle, just come with a donut and a bottle of water. Like, how do you think the reaction, if the Russians did something like that, how do you think that would actually be?
NATO,
No, what's cheaper?
NATO does that. NATO does that. Coping. NATO does that. Building a golden cage, which nobody wants to get out of. Make a nice, cozy place for everyone, and do that as a warfare, actually a tactic, creating the golden cage.
Sure, but why wouldn't the Russians do that? Like, for example, dumping a bunch of money. Each bomb costs a whole ton of money. Well, why don't you just, like, if you can't use the dollar, you can just, like, okay, fuck it, Americans, here, we'll just lob it over at Ukraine and cause hyperinflation or something. Why wouldn't
because they are not false bitches. Because they are not false bitches.
Nah, they just take the money and fight
taking
on.
this from a practical perspective. It wasn't really like a moral one. I was thinking of.
They are not good at that. The Russians aren't good at being false bitches. NATO and the West, they are best at these strategies, being false, creating false images, creating the golden cage. The Russians, the Russians are not good at being false, evil bitches. That's why they don't do it.
Hold on, are you saying they would be false if they started stoning their enemies with cannabis? Like, instead of stones, they just actually stone them.
But Putin told from the very beginning, we have nothing against the Ukrainian people. Actually, I think he was very careful in his approach. But eventually,
for using cannabis,
it was very clear. Cannabis.
Okay, coping. I don't think that's an actual weapon. Like, how would you weaponize vaporized cannabis, bro? Like,
can you just drop dope there?
Yo, it's cheaper
to make joints.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper to just make an explosive bomb and drop it.
What Bjorn is saying.
Example. You get chemical warfare laws. Oh, I think you breach chemical warfare laws in order to use non-lethal methods. That was really cannabis was just as a joke. Really, the point is that
just drop dope there, man.
Someone in chat said, "Don't waste good weed."
Yeah, but
have you seen that?
Don't answer your question.
Have you seen that video? Have you seen that English video where they give the soldiers acid and they just stand in the woods laughing it out? Yeah. But then they gave acid. They gave them acid, not marijuana, but they gave them acid, and they were just going around with their weapons and laughing in the woods. That could work.
Cannot overdose on psilocybin, so it will be an effective way to actually incapacitate your enemy without killing him. I
think considered chemical warfare.
I think what you need to do is have Wagner guys dress up like Orthodox priests, and they go in the lines with the incense burners and get them all high, and then sneak away.
I want to say this. What Bjorn said is really important. The culture in Russia, as an American, when I got there, I noticed that people were very honest. They would tell you living in Russia has taught me that Americans are very sarcastic, and we like to lie a lot. And we get that from the top down because, I mean, our society is built on joking around and trying to fuck each other. In Russia, they're honest. If you're doing something bad, they will tell you, hey, you did this and I don't like it. And now you're going to suffer from what I'm going to do with you. And this translates into the war and the whole conflict. And the reason why Russia's not so good with the informational war on social media, we've talked about that in the chat a lot, why they're not so good at pushing out all these fake narratives. Why are the Russians not talking about this? They would gain more respect from the West. They're not looking for respect from the West because it's not in their culture to lie. I know that hackers and all these cyber groups, troll farms are famous in Russia, but the common Russian, from what I've learned living in Russia now for almost a year, is that they're very honest people, and if you mess with them, you're going to get the same reaction from them. So I like that Bjorn mentioned that, because it's an observation I had while living in Russia.
Hey, Dan, may I ask you this? When you get to Russia and you come, have you been back to the United States since you've been with Russia?
I'm scared to go back. I haven't been back, no.
Well, nobody in the United States that I have met hates Russians at all. As a matter of fact, most of them are cheering them on in their own way.
I'm from California. I'm from Southern California.
Hey,
so.
bro.
Well, maybe not there,
Nah,
but you know,
over here, no. They hate the Russians over here.
over where?
The East Coast.
I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Maine. I
Weird.
just never.
Well, I guess
heard
it's
it.
dependent.
Not at the rampant level that it seems to be said.
There's pockets.
I live in a college
okay.
town, so.
Oh
Yeah.
well, yeah. Okay, Alan, I have to give you that. That is, you know, and I guess that's the part of the problem is it all depends on where you are, the level of. I hate to say it, but propaganda that's led people to believe that the Russians are all freaking these idiot freaking mongoloids that are just attacking for no reason whatsoever. And if they ever got an idea of what really happened from 2008 to now, they would understand a little bit more about why Russia did what it did.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that we're dealing with pockets of people who are informed, and then pockets of people who are not informed, and pockets of people who just go by whatever they're told.
Informed differently, but everybody is informed because we live in this mass media world. But I wanted to say one more thing, and hopefully you guys can talk about this point. Like Alan was mentioning, where he's from, they don't think well about the Russians. I want to hear what all you guys where you live, what they think about the Russian, like the common Russian, not the war, what the idea of a Russian is. I want to like start from the top, please. Living in Russia has really opened my
that's
view
a
on
good
these
idea.
things.
Christian, you want to start? We can kind of just go across like the whole thing.
Yeah,
Christian,
I
you
like
want to go?
that.
Okay, so I live in Slovenia. It's a Slavic country in Balkans, and from like if you would look at the media, you would think okay, everybody is against Russia, but realistically, when I speak to people, I'd say that majority is pro-Russian actually, and they support the cause, or even just understand their cause. Even our president, I saw in one interview, said in this part of the world people are divided in support and opposition. So I mean, I'd say that majority of people are either in support or neutral about it. I'd say it maybe 55-60%, and then you do have people that are totally, totally believe the, I guess, propaganda.
Nice. We're moving to Aki. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was the second one. Okay. Well, I'm from Canada, and it's the same as Alan's college campus here. Imagine Alan's.
Hey! I'm not
campus.
on the college campus, bro.
Okay, university. It's like California, but much bigger. It's I think 85% of people here just think that Putin just woke up and he decided to invade Ukraine, and most of Russian soldiers are just drunkards. Like they all they know is drinking vodka and just going out and killing people. That's the narrative here, and as you guys may know, my wife is Russian, so I'll tell you this: that they're one of the most intellectual people I've ever met. I've lived in Russia for 4 months, and one of the most intelligent people and straightforward people, as Dan was saying. They will tell you a spade, they will call spade a spade. That's it. They'll tell you right on your face, and that's about it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I'm here. I live near a very, very large college campus, and I would say it's probably split maybe 70-30, 65-35 here. Everyone of my generation and the younger generations is full afterburner, fully against Russia. Putin is absolutely a reincarnation of Hitler. The Russian soldiers are just doing the most heinous war crimes imaginable. And I'm speaking from experience because I went to that college campus. I had to attend multiple classes there, and it's day in, day out. There's signs, there's posters up, there's kids on the street corners with their signs, saying like support Ukraine and all that. But when I get to work and I start speaking to the older generations, and then it's really when it starts to split into a 50-50 kind of split, because you get the older conservative, like American exceptionalist kind of crowd where it's America has always been the good guy. What do you mean? I've always watched the news and I've never been lied to, and that's a very large portion of the population, I would argue. And then there's the portion of the population that's looking into it, and they're like, hey, these things don't add up. Why are we sending all this money to a country that we all know is corrupt? The surface level stuff without having to really dig into it really deep. Then that's how I would probably say it. The youngest generation is super majority locked in against Russia because that's just what's popular. That's what the news been saying. That's what everyone else is kind of talking to each other about. It's popular to do that. And then as you get into higher generations, the older people, it starts to stratify into different groups.
Awesome.
Well, I live in Kentucky, and I'd say, I mean, it's a blue state, or it's a red state, but I live in a blue city. I mean, there's a certain park here in town that has a Ukrainian flag that will have to be dealt with at some point. But
I'm in Virginia, by the way, so
if someone knows where I can get if someone can send me a Z flag autographed by Pronojevic or something, that'd be cool. I'd hang that up in the park for you. But no, I'd say
random stuff.
I'd say overall the state is probably anti-war, and most of that would do with the financial stuff, the money and the weapons, and the lack of any kind of progress as far as anyone could say, oh, Ukraine's about to win it. But in the circles in the blue parts of the city, like this blue city, Louisville, it's Democrat, so you can guarantee it's probably 70% in favor of the thing. And then, like I said, I would think most people here, they're tired of it. They're tired of endless wars. They're tired of the money going out of the country. There's no benefit here for us. There's an aluminum factory that was, I think, funded by the Russians a few years back, and I think they're having problems now. And I think they just pink slipped 600 people, so that might have something to do with sanctions and all the other stuff. Like, God forbid a Russian ever stepped foot on this property, you're fucking shut down. Whatever. I don't know what happened there, but it was a big deal when it happened. It was like, hey, Russia's invested in Kentucky, and and that's when they were talking about maybe putting a nuclear power plant in Kentucky, and we were talking about doing a big deal with India on coal, and then Fukushima happened, and that was the end of all that shit. But yeah, I'd say overall the state is probably anti-war, pro-Ukraine, maybe 50-50. But like I said, I think here it's the financial stuff and just the lack of progress, and people are just tired of it. Plus, it's a red state. We hate Biden. He's a piece of shit. He's an idiot. So anything he's involved in is probably bad. So people here just look at it. If the Democrats support it, it's wrong. If McCarthy supports it, McConnell supports it, it's wrong. I mean, I just made a plaque yesterday for fucking McConnell. So, whatever. He's a piece of shit, but we still take his money.
All right, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you guys know Bangladesh? The country of Bangladesh. Do you know the country?
Like Barbados?
Yeah, Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Neighbor
In
of
Bangladesh.
Yeah. I'm from that country. Basically, the media is like kind of neutral, but most of the people either have no clue about what's going on in Ukraine, or they're just neutral. If you are talking about the people who actually like care about the war, like most of them support Russia, minority supports Ukraine, but most people have no clue about what's going on. Basically, that day I was here. That day, someone said that the prices are going up because of the war in Turkey. Do you think a war is going on in
That's
Turkey?
pretty crazy. So they are having conflict though, but yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay, yeah. So basically, that's a situation, and also a week ago, I went to Saudi Arabia, basically to do Umrah because I'm a Muslim, and there I made friends with two Muslim Russians from Dagestan. Like, here's a picture of them if you can see them. Is it possible to see them?
Not really.
Like here.
No. Oh yes,
Can
I
you see
see.
them? Yeah,
Kind of. Yeah, you see
it's
there.
him and it's his kid, but I don't.
So you
Let me
made
just
two
read.
Muslim Russians.
Yeah, like we made friends with them. They also gifted us a headscarf. Like, do you know those Arabic headscarves those Arabs
Yes, yeah.
wear on their head like this?
Mhm.
Yeah, the one with the
Yeah.
spray.
The
Yeah,
like
yeah.
me and my friend met like two Muslim Russians there, and they're super friendly. We got their numbers, and they gifted us this headscarf. Like, basically, my friend told me that he had a lot of stereotypes about Russians, like them having no emotions and stuff. Like, yeah, but after meeting those two like friendly Russians from Dagestan, like his all stereotypes got like what destroyed. Like, he absolutely loves Russians now.
That's a great story, by the way. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll ask him for like his number. I really want to talk to him. Like, I of course want to talk to him about Ukraine because my friend talked to him about Ukraine. He said that like he doesn't care. Basically, he basically said that most of the people in Russia really doesn't care. Like, that's what he said. Like Dan, right? Is that's true, right? Most of the people here in
No,
Russia like
they have
they really don't
opinions.
care.
They have
Yeah, but
opinions, but they're not so open to share them. So when they say they don't care,
yeah.
it means we're not. Let's just not talk about that. So yeah.
Yeah, that was the same with that guy. Like, he was like saying that we don't know what's going
Hello.
on. We don't want to like talk about it. Overall, like I met with a few Russians like RL, and I talk with a lot of them like online, and I generally have a really positive view about them. And I already told you about the situation in Bangladesh here, like about the war in Russia and Ukraine. Like, most of the politicians blame the war in Ukraine for the inflation and stuff. Like, whenever the topic of inflation comes or and whatever the issue is, the first problem is the war in Ukraine. That's it. That's the first thing they need to say. Like, I read the newspaper every day, and I like at least here man see the Ukraine war twice. Like all the politicians like blame the war. Like, basically our country is neutral, but they all blame the war for this, but they don't blame any sides. They just say the war is responsible and there needs to be peace, but no one blames any sides because our country is neutral. And that's what I
Awesome.
like. It's better to not take any sides for a country like ours.
Well,
And that
what's interesting about Bangladesh is also that Bangladesh freedom movement was very similar to what's happening in Ukraine right now. What happened with East Pakistan and West Pakistan is very similar. What's happening between Donbass and the rest of Ukraine.
yeah, I know that.
But Bangladesh and Pakistan are Muslim. I think that's the main reason why they're not part of India, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the
Yeah.
main reason here is because of like what language and like culture difference. Like, we are both Pakistan and Bangladesh are Muslim, but our culture and language is completely different. Like, so the country got separated. But let's not get into that
Yeah.
because
We're still
that's
working on the
completely
other
different.
question.
I'm gonna hop
Yeah.
off so somebody else can get on for just a sec.
That's
Later on.
completely different. Like, basically, also one thing that Bangladesh and Russia has like really good relationship. Like, the relationship is really good because
great.
and they're like what very friendly. Like, I think Russia also helped us in the 1971 liberation war. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. I'm not sure about that, but I think
Yeah.
they helped us in some way.
So I can tell everybody what basically happened was East Pakistan declared. Oh, sorry, West Pakistan. East Pakistan declared independence, and which is now Bangladesh, and Russia, USSR supported India and Bangladesh in that war, and UK and America supported Pakistan. And so why the relationship between India and Bangladesh with Russia starts from 1971 from then.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's
Martin?
crazy. I never knew about that conflict.
Yeah.
Like I am seeing some comments and like saying that Bangladesh is extremely depressing. Like it's not everywhere. Like for me, thankfully I live in a good place, a good house. Like I don't live in those depressing places. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, it's not that bad as the media shows. It's pretty good. Okay, it's just that the media over reports those the bad stuff about Bangladesh. That's it. Okay, I'll let Martin talk if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Hello, I'm from the Netherlands. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Here people are really tense about the whole Ukraine-Russian situation because they see from 2014 that Russia annexed Crimea, and people here are very tense because many people live here that know family members that died with the Malaysian Airlines on May 17. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry.
So basically, the Netherlands is very heavily on a pro-Ukrainian stance, basically.
Yeah, very much.
Okay.
And I don't hear a lot of talk on this channel about NATO's perspective. It's a lot about Ukraine and Russia. But isn't this conflict an investment by the West? And isn't it an investment that's paying off pretty well by depleting the Russian armed forces?
You'd have to. We can talk about that afterward.
Yeah, here, I'll write that
That's
down.
a great topic. Yeah,
that's a
write it
really
down.
good topic. I'll write that down so we can cover it next.
We're
I
almost done,
think
anyways.
now it works the other way around. Russia depletes the NATO stock.
Wait, save that,
But if you-
Georges.
Yeah, save that. Not yet. Not yet. We got to finish the other question first.
That's a really good one.
But if you look at Poland increasing its military size and it's buying the tanks from South Korea, isn't this just giving away technology and buying and upgrading it? So you're not really losing anything.
Well, you can bring that point up on when we cover that question.
Yeah, I got it written down, so we're good.
Cool.
Awesome. All right, you can pass it off to Bjorn if you want, Martin.
Bjorn has faded into the ether.
Well, the question is, Georges, if what is the perspective on the Russian people in your country or wherever you're from in your area? What is the main idea of what people have about Russian people? They don't know how to speak English.
Well, because I am from Greece, we were traditionally pro-Russian, but because of the propaganda, there are some people that do not understand and they just support Ukraine. But these people are just those that do not actually have, a based opinion based upon, some arguments. They just say I support Ukraine. But those that are, how to say, like let's say the people in the military, the officers, etc. They of course support Russia, even though I don't think that they can express it right now because the country took a very strong position with Ukraine. But overall, we were a pro-Russian country.
From the perspective of like the people, right? The population.
Yes. But politics is another thing, and maybe the government right now makes the good decision because we also have the problems with Turkey, and we definitely need the US to support us and not Turkey, because Turkey is now much stronger, and there is also what's the word? armaments race. So we try to buy
Greece needs allies.
more. Well, it's not to have allies, just allies. It's to have allies that will help you when the time comes.
Yeah.
Because on paper we are in NATO, we are in the EU, but what will happen when something, we will have an actual conflict, like it happened with Cyprus like 40 years ago, when the European countries and the US remained silent, and they just left the Turkeys to occupy half of the island. So I think we need something more solid, and that was achieved between our bilateral alliance with France. So Greece right now has very good relations with France. We are buying weapons from France, and because of this situation with Russia, Ukraine, and Turkey, Turkey also bought this anti-air system, the S-400. We are trying to push the lobbies in the US to block selling of weapons to Turkey. That's why the Turkey haven't received already the F-35s. Well, that was for the S-400, but they will also not receive the upgraded F-16s. They will not get the latest upgrade, which is called Viper. So we are trying to balance it like this.
All right, you're up, Mehdi. You just have to re-say what you said.
Thank you. So I have a different perspective from you guys because I'm probably older than most of you. So you got to remember, I grew up when it was the Soviet Union, and then the collapse of the wall, and then we're at the point where we are now. So at the beginning of my life, those commie bastards is all you heard, and that was all you really understood or cared to understand about Russia. I joined the service, and it sparked my interest. I mean, if you're going to be out there, possibly fighting somebody, you would probably, want to know your enemy more than what you're told. You want to have a realistic idea, I would think. And it's kind of funny because once the Soviet Union fell, then the media was all, it wasn't all Russians. Russians are great. They're great people and stuff. Meanwhile, our own oligarchs are in there, raiding Russia. And as soon as we got what we wanted and Russia decided to stand up to us for messing around in their sphere of influence, now all of a sudden we're back to hate Russia again. And I want to read you something. This was a tweet today that I came across. Can you see me still? I got my screens covered.
Yeah, we see you.
All right, I want to read this to you. And this is how stupid this has gotten. Okay? This is the tweet. It's absolutely fair for me to wish all Russians and Russia to be wiped off the face of the earth. It's not hate speech. It's not horrible of me. It's just fair.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Yeah, I saw that tweet today. It's literally nonsense. Like, dude. What?
Well, it's not that it's nonsense. It's hypocritical. Yeah, and what it is the propaganda that we've been fed is now we're trying to hate Russians again, and that's the full-on propaganda press. And this is where you got people like this saying this in Twitter and posting it, thinking it's all right, thinking this is just normal to hate Russians. But around me where I live,
that's
nobody
what we're asking.
thinks that way. And I think what it is it's a generational thing.
No,
I think it's kind of a point of it.
Okay. Let me tell you guys about the post. Like, it's about like the Russian city hitting an apartment block in Dnieper. Like, basically, do you know Arestovich, Zelensky's advisor?
I know the story you guys are talking about.
Yeah. He literally said that an air defense missile shot down the missile, and the debris fell down and it exploded in front of the apartment, and the apartment like basically collapsed because of the
All right.
explosion. Basically, like Soviet apartments basically have like gas pipes in them, so there was a gas explosion, of course.
Well,
So that's what
I-
happened. Basically,
I-
literally, the Ukrainians themselves admitted that it was their own air defense. So
I'd like
this
to finish
it's
my
just
point
horrible.
before we move on into that, though. And my point is that you have different generations that look at Russia in different ways. And the generation I am was taught to hate Russia. Then Russia was okay, and now they're back to telling us to hate Russia again. And
It's
it's
repeating.
and
It's repeating.
I just right, but there's more to it than that, because you got attitudes that have been changed multiple times now, where people are just literally confused about Russia is, and unless they go read about Russia, its history, and if you're into military stuff, you start paying attention to deep battle doctrine and their operations, and learn from people like Andrei Martinov, and
That guy's smart. I got to finish the books.
yeah, I have all three. I love him. I mean, he's a cocky Russian living in the United States who served as a Russian cadre officer. He knows what operations are. He was the one that taught me that I didn't know shit about operations in reality to what I believed I knew. Because sometimes when you serve, you think you get this false idea how everything works, but you only see things from your tactical strategic level. You don't see all the work and calculations that went into the point of getting you there. But getting back to the anti-Russia, I don't see it in the general population around me. It does show up, though, the closer I get to the local college I work at, which is kind of ironic, because if you do live in a highly a college town, you're going to see it more prevalent, that all this anti-Russia stuff and Ukrainian flags flying around. But for the most part, in most of my area, we don't hate Russians, and the people that pay attention, which are the older folks, are starting to wake up and say, "Oh, this is bullshit. Why are we sending my granddaughter and grandson why are we going to get to the possibility where my granddaughter and grandson have to go fight in a war that grandpa trained for?" So you got to understand, us older guys have been able to see it for the scope it is. And you have to understand, it's a different view of it because we train for it. And that's why I think we look at it a little differently, and why we're the ones saying, wait a second, Russia is not as weak as you think it is. Because we had to spend time when, NATO was at its top, and we were training to kill Soviets and stuff, and they're doing the same to us. And we were fed a lot of bullshit, like the 5-to-1, the armor would take out and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure, all right. What if it's 5-to-1 at once? You cannot discount any situation in war. Anything can happen. People die both sides. It's just the way it is. It's all about risk and reward. Is what risk that you put yourself in for the reward you're trying to get. But I'm going on about that. But just understand, it's really complicated in the United States because we've been told to think multiple things about Russia to the point where it's very confused, and nobody's went and just actually read Russian history for themselves, because they would understand the animal they think they're dealing with is not the animal that's in front of them. It's far more dangerous than they give it credit for. And I'll stop there.
Maybe it was a plan to confuse all along,
All right, so I'm gonna wrap it up for the Americans, and then Cope can go, and then Drew can go, because I'll just wrap it up for us Americans.
Okay,
In America, we have 50 states in America. We have a lot of generations. We have a lot of different views, and I think that's why Americans are mostly confused, because your culture can have changed your view. Like for me, I'm Mexican American, so we're more conservative, and so my people would kind of look into things and say, you know what, they're trying to F with us because they're always trying to F with us. And so like thoughts change in America. My family has kind of sus views on Russia. They don't know know really much about the Russian culture, but they don't hate it. A lot of people in my Southern California community before I came to Russia said, "Don't go. They're going to get you. You're a military veteran. They're just going to capture you. They're going to put you in a cell, and we're never going to hear from you again." That didn't happen. I'm all right. And now that I write back to my family, their perspective has changed, and my friends' perspectives have changed. They stopped calling my Russian. When I tell Russian stories, they stop saying the Soviets. So I'm really happy about that. And I'll pass it over to Drew. What is the
thank you.
view on Russians where you're from? That's the question.
Well, I'm from Singapore, so we're very, very far away from all the action. So the view here is a little bit muted because we're so far. Most people don't care. But Singapore is very aligned with the West. So if you read English language mainstream media in Singapore, it always has one or two very high-level articles about the war that kind of just goes through a few the Western mainstream media talking points, like Russia invaded. It never goes down into why. It never goes down into who's at fault. It just states the facts. But of course, the facts they choose to state are very high level. So there isn't really any big discussion about it. I mean, I just had a gathering a couple of weeks ago with some of my friends, and most of them don't care. Most of them don't even bother about it. There was one lady who was from Taiwan who was at the gathering, and her main concern is whether China is going to invade Taiwan, because she is thinking of moving back from Taiwan, from the States to either Singapore or Taiwan. And I said, it's not going to happen. You can feel free to go back to Taiwan, because now they elected someone that's not going to declare independence, or rather, they not yet, but it's heading in that direction. So yeah, Singapore. But the other thing about Singapore is 75% Chinese ethnicity. So 75% of the country looks like me, basically. Yeah. So and that means 75% of the country is able to read Chinese. So if you look at Mandarin media, it's a little bit more biased towards the Russian perspective. So it's like we kind of have a little bit of balance of both, depending on what kind of media you look at. Yeah, but
That's
in terms of
fascinating.
overall sentiment, nobody really cares.
That's cool. Being neutral is better than hating.
Yeah, we're mostly neutral.
Awesome. Yeah, you're the last one, Cope.
Yeah. So I'm from northern Norway, which is one of the more sparsely populated places of the country. So perspective is to be taken from there, not necessarily the rest of the country. Because we have Björn on, and I suspect he was from the southern part and may have a different opinion. That disclaimer out of the way, it's sort of kind of opposite to what Mehdi said regarding the elderly population are more adamantly pro-Ukrainian, and not only to the point that they support Ukraine, they support their objectives. Like, no, the Ukraine should not give up before they take down Crimea. That is and they, these are people who one could say should know better, but they haven't been directly involved. I guess I don't know what to say. It's actually very perplexing. The older population is generally very staunchly pro-NATO. My generation will be slightly more apathetic, not necessarily pro-NATO or pro-Russian from my perspective. It seems to be more like more people in my generation are noticing that they're using this war as an excuse or a distraction. But it's kind of complicated, so of course a little bit varied view. Ultimately the answer will be what it was from the outset of the war. They're generally pro-NATO. Or at least this is our team. So, but of course you can present to them like, okay, that's NATO, but what does Ukraine have to do with NATO, or for that matter, us, who are the neighbors of Russia? You can have a more nuanced discussion with my generation usually. The younger generation, they tend to be more similar to what Alan mentioned. It's the bad guy really, and but of course the younger people are also somewhat more malleable, because so it's you can talk to them. And you can show them like, okay, but that's what the media says. But haven't they also said this, which you also know was a lie? because they lie so often. You can pick out other lies, and suddenly the illusion is broken, or at least breached a bit. So yeah, that is my general perception of it from northern Norway. How it works. I think that answered the question.
Yeah, that was my question for all you guys, and I really want to say thank you for giving all your input. Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
And now we have another question right after that, because Martin, you asked this question. It was on the NATO's perspective on the investments into Ukraine, and what I wrote down is invested weapons and weaponization of Ukraine. Does that sound similar to what you asked, or? Yeah, it does. So I guess we'll start with you, Martin. I guess you brought up the question. So what specifically kind of comes up to mind when you think about that?
Well, if you look at the chessboard and you want to weaken your adversaries, it's much easier if you use a proxy than actually engage yourself, because you don't have to deal with people coming home that have lost their legs. I mean, Vaughn, as an American, probably knows all about this. PTSD from Iraq. And so I think NATO is just sending all its weapons it can send and replace it with upgraded technology.
I can see why. I can see why someone would say that.
I'm going to answer Martin right away. I'm going to answer you, Martin, right away. As a war veteran myself from Afghanistan, I would hate to fight the Russian army now, even if we sent all our bad stuff and have been inflicting casualties on the Russians. Right now, the in my military opinion, as a war veteran, right now the strongest military in the world is Russia, because they have more active soldiers who are efficient in the most effective way of war, the most conventional war. I am a war veteran of Afghanistan. I can't get in the trenches right now against the Russians at all. Even if they gave me the most technologically advanced weapon, I have no idea how to fight. I'm obsolete. And I fought 3 tours in Afghanistan, and I'm a sergeant of Marines, and I feel incompetent to fight even a militia unit in Russia. And that's just my perspective.
I think that
obsolete now.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think from NATO's perspective, it's not interesting, because it's not NATO's people losing their lives. It's Ukrainians, it's Slavic people, it's brothers killing each other. That's the truth.
So it's more. You think they have more of a cynical outlook on it, right?
You mean NATO's involvement with this conflict?
I actually use that as a pro-war, as an overtly pro-war argument, because I stopped trying to kind of sense in with people and there's more nuance to it. And but when I noticed when I take an explicitly pro-war stance, and people ask me do you support Ukraine or something, I say no, I support the war, because the war is very good for our oil and gas industry, and it's particularly beneficial for our arms industry. And then I mentioned the corporations that are benefiting, and then it's also good for our retail industry, because they had to increase prices because of inflation, and now they can mask that and increase the prices even more, despite it actually helping us. But that's it's good for our oligarchs, so it's good for I support the war. And then people get quiet, and then it's they start actually recognizing that there are some moral inconsistencies just having your own self-interest. And but how are they going to square that with being on the side of the team, right? They have to suddenly be nuancing this a little bit more. And before I know it, I end up having a lot of arguments that I try to convince others, you're sure you can blame Putin, right? And so forth. But I actually end up getting that back. So I just thought it was worthwhile throwing in here, because I found that to be effective, at least for somewhat effective around here. So for those of you who want to try to convince people to kind of, not to take a side, just nuance it, then you should go unabashedly pro-war and just support the war and support it for who it is beneficial for. Point out who it is beneficial for, and you say that is good, and you can finish off with it's good for the economy, right? And quite a lot of people would just be like, wait, and then at least you get your thoughts thinking, and the results can of course vary. Sorry for that rant.
What do you mean? Are you saying that there is not a simple black and white good guy bad guy scenario in war? No, not possible.
when they turn nuance at first, I will insist on it until at some point, of course, the absurdity becomes so sick laden that okay, now we actually have to be a little bit more down to earth of what we're talking about. Yeah, but so I don't hog it up. Martin, you were talking about investments, like NATO investments. I think I just explained that, regarding Norway. Norway has absolutely no reason to want to pull out of this war, and they have no reason to want to see anyone win. The more of the Russians and Ukrainians that bleed and die, Russian people may think something, but the Norwegian people, I mean. But that's actually a secondary interest. It's actually not of no interest because, as I already mentioned, our oligarchs can artificially increase prices and get net an extra profit, like an absurd extra profit, and they just use Putin as an excuse.
Yeah.
The NATO investment, you will have it's not just militarily with the arms industry. You have our oil and gas industry, which is quite closely of course, with the government, especially since it is to a large extent nationalized. And then we have a large private sector within the oil and gas industry, our retail industry. So you see all of these who actually do benefit are generally at the top. This is no different from the United States to Norway to, why are the like German leaders making like, sometimes you might think they're trying to kill themselves or trying to get killed by their own people, but they just have noticed that the technocracy have gone to a point where they're so detached that even if they do care, they kind of cannot respond, or they just say, fuck it, I still need to, if I'm going to maintain my position and be able to do something. And I would say that actually our leaders seem to a large extent be also hooked into a mentality and a system much more than the ideal itself, because the ideal is kind of shattered a long time ago, like it must have shattered for those on the top, and so it is mostly virtue signaling one way to hell, and how to get out of that. And they have, of course, actual methods they can take, but if you take into consideration institutional mentality, and especially on things like this where you have an institutional mentality replicating itself across the entire state apparatus, then it's how are the leaders going to change? Actually, it is the people who will need to change them. They have to force to say, like, the only reason you're sitting there is because we allow you to, and from there on the discussion can perhaps go on, or we can Mehdi, please. Or Vaughn, whoever is not muted.
Vaughn and Mehdi, you're both muted.
Yeah, you guys are both.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I kind of understand the question. Can you repeat it? I want to make sure I'm answering the right question. No? Okay.
He's muted.
Martin, can you
Anybody? Anybody
The
there?
question was,
Okay,
sorry.
I'll go ahead. I was just going to say, you could look at, is it too cynical to say that NATO's investment is, they're the armed wing of the Western homogeny. That's their investment, the status quo. So in that sense, how hard is willing? We know Russia's not wanting to lose, doesn't want to lose, won't lose. But what about the Western powers that have invested this confrontation? I mean, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds about it, but I mean, in some ways, and it's fucked up to say, Russia's fighting a proxy war for my interests. And the longer it goes on, the more it hurts the West.
You can
the more I
define
can
that.
see it helping my interests.
You can
But
define
that's not
that.
to say I want my country to collapse. I just need change, and there's certain ways I'm kind of at the point now where if an extended war in Europe between Russia and the West weakens the West and forces the people to do the change that needs to be done, then that's a win for me. So I look at it as NATO's investing in its homogeny in a unipolar world, and they're doing everything they can to stop BRICS, the multipolar world, and other countries having spheres of influence in the world.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So what I would like to say about that is that, the investment by NATO has been, it's a negative investment. The only thing it's done is very much hurt them. And the fact that NATO is trying to merge with the EU just shows you that their purpose is gone. All they're trying to do is exist as an organization to collect paychecks for the people involved. and to act as some like this conglomerate of security, which NATO was. But look what happened. Everybody relied on NATO itself and the U.S. to supply certain things, and all their active combat arms for their own protection dwindled. So when Russia went to war, or the SMO, sorry, you think about all the assets that NATO had around at the time, that if they wanted to try to stop Russia, when they should have at the very beginning, without having an 11-month lead time like they did in Iraq, you can see the problems NATO has. They just don't have enough equipment, men, and bodies. They should have never got involved in this. And it was Dan, you got it exactly right. As an American, as somebody that I'll just go, I was reserve tanker, whatever. But if I was put into the type of warfare you had to fight, my MOS doesn't train me to do what you did.
Yeah,
and there's a reason why. There's a reason why. No, it's not obsolete. What it is there's a reason why these huge tank divisions and armies exist, and we haven't seen ever their need up until this point, where the possibility of these huge divisions of tanks and armor in a big conflict are going to be used for the first time. That's what I mean by, the people like Ritter, McGregor, the ones that agree with, I guess what I agree with and what some of you agree with, is that they've seen it from the Cold War perspective, where the training was to try to fight this type of war, where the training that happened after the 90s, when we went to, what was it, Sync or Coin or whatever it is, it doesn't match up physically, equipment wise, with the war that's happening now. I don't doubt yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to cut you off
anyway,
real
but
quick,
please.
because I have to say something that Mitty's talking about. I'm still in contact with my Marine Corps officers. I have a gunnery sergeant who was under me in the Marine Corps now, so I have a lot of ties with the military still. It would take the Marine Corps 10 years to change their war-fighting doctrine to compete with Russia. This is 10 years we don't have. Mehdi was in a time when America was building tanks. We didn't use tanks in Afghanistan. Why? Because of IEDs. Yep. If we tried now to enter Russian the conflict, I think Martin is saying that we're winning because we're not losing men. We're doing it indirectly through Ukraine. But what we're doing is, Martin, is we're training Russia to be better and more effective. And by the time we get there, they can fight us how they learned. And now we have to learn what the Ukrainians learned. They're dead. They can't teach us. The dead people can't teach us. We're not going to learn, because by the time you learn, you're going to be dead yourself. So I think what NATO is doing is shooting itself in the foot. If it wanted to win this hypothetical war, it would be I think we would have to reverse the roles, send Russia into another Afghanistan and make them lose. Does that make sense? Make Russia lose at a NATO proxy war far away from Ukraine. That's their neighbor. They're not going to lose anything. So we're doing it the wrong way.
But wasn't the training of the Mujahideen a counter to the Soviet influence in North Vietnam?
And aren't they now also the US trained ones are actually in Russia, in Ukraine? So I was gonna. Thank you, Martin, for mentioning
our point.
That. Yeah, right. Well, so what would happen to you? US trained Ukrainians?
Time,
they could just be
long ago. The things have changed, and the thing is that how I see it, from now on, the countries will fight in proxy wars using companies like the Wagner. And right now, what Russia managed to make, like the magnitude, the massiveness of the Wagner army, so big, so trained, that US has not something equivalent.
We had, but it's not to that power anymore.
I think Wagner has like more than 50,000 personnel, and they are trained enough. And what I mean enough is that they can utilize the technology that Russia as a state has. I mean, the communications, the information from the satellites, things like that. More conventional trained armies like the Mujahideen wasn't able to do. Of course, it was a long time ago. But even now, if you try to train these people, I don't think that you can create something equivalent. So I can imagine like Russia fighting in long distances and US trying to send something to counter the Wagner, but right now they don't have this. So
I was just going
Can
to
I
say,
make a point?
like Dan was saying, right now the Russians, I mean, think of all the low-level tactical air support time they have. All the time they've got dialing in coordinates to shoot artillery all the time. Every tank guy knows what a tank looks like in his thermal imager because he's been looking at enemy tanks for a year. They know the quirks of their systems. They're basic. I mean, that's something NATO can't. There's no way that you can compete because I mean, they're everything they're doing from the guy on the ground in the rear is a real-time mission. So they're getting the experience. They're turning those aircraft around. They're loading things up. I mean, like Dan said, the amount of experience they have and the techniques they've developed from that experience, it's like you 10 years of nonstop training, maybe, yeah, but you probably just have to go ahead and get into a war to get that. But I mean, can see, I mean, everything you see them do is, I mean, you telling me a guy that started out as a private 10 months ago running a one of those D30s, he's probably like running he'd probably dial that thing in and real quick now.
Well, yeah, that kind of goes off of Mehdi's point. Mehdi, I remember in a previous open mic, you made a comment about how the experience trumps everything, right? You mentioned how, like, you could, if something was wrong with one of the vehicles you were operating, the new guys would have no opportunity to figure out what was going on. You would know the moment it happened, right? This goes off of Vaughn and Mehdi's kind of thing. These guys have had a year of shit breaking, being shot at, and then having to fix it at the same time, right? Vaughn, if I'm understanding correctly, right? Not the American,
well,
but the
I mean,
NATO
I'm just saying overall. I mean, the mission, every mission they fly is a real mission. They have to fly low level. It's not training. They have to defeat real SAM sites, not simulated SAM sites. They don't, they don't have the bullshit like you see in Top Gun. I'm sure some of it's true. Like the deck limit's 5,000. Well, you fly at 5,000 feet over Ukraine, you're probably fucking dead. So, I mean, look at the videos of the helicopters. Those guys are flying nap of the earth to the target, firing their target up, turning back. Same with the fighters. Everything they're doing, like they're not using their tanks and stuff in these big battles, but they're using the tanks in the way they can and the way it works. I mean, you can't beat that real-time live experience. I mean, you can set up training and it can be good, but it's never going to beat learning how to reload your Cornet missile launcher while some guy 1,000 meters away is busting 30 millimeter shells off at your position trying to take you out. And you can reload it now. Maybe in training the standard was 10 seconds. Maybe you're doing it in 5. I mean, you can't. That's the kind of things. All that stuff is going to add up. The regular infantry guy, the prisoner from Wagner. Yeah, when he started out, maybe his reload time was 10 seconds. Now that dude looks like a fucking Spence Nas motherfucker, knocking it out, slapping it in, and I mean, all that shit adds up.
Yeah, because he's been doing this shit for a year.
Yeah, and he's doing it for real. If he doesn't reload fast, he's dead. If he doesn't get that target dialed in fast enough, he's dead. If he doesn't jink at the right time and drop a flare, he's dead. It's not, oh, you're dead from training, Maverick, go home. You're fucking dead. And the same with the guys on the ground. What do you think is going to happen if you're a technician on the ground, you fuck up and load a bomb wrong and it doesn't drop and the guy gets shot down or it malfunctions because you didn't pull a fucking safety cover off
on the runway.
Yeah, but
I mean, they're doing that shit. I mean, they're doing nonstop operations. That adds up to experience. It's just like U.S. Navy carrier operations. We can run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in pretty much any weather for months on end. You can't beat that experience. Someday the Chinese might have it, but like right now they don't, and that would be a very bad disadvantage for them.
That's called blue water. You have a blue water navy, and having a blue water navy, it's something different from them.
But not to get off track, but I'm just saying all that experience that they're getting in combat is way better than anything that you could ever got in training.
I want
can
to,
I?
Vaughn, that's a great point. The one thing I do want to mention, I'm sorry, Drew, I'll let you go. It's going to be quick. When we talk about, Wagner Group, and we all act in the West like, oh my God, it's this rabble of murderers and rapists. Well, first of all, the people of Wagner that came from the prisoner were screened. They weren't just anybody throw your hand up and go. There was limits to the crimes they committed that they would be able to join. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it makes me laugh so much because we poo-poo the Wagner Group, but the French Foreign Legion is the exact same thing. Period. End of story. So when we poo-poo, Russia for using Wagner, well, wherever the French Foreign Legion's been used, point the finger back at you. And the point about experience, what happens is that every iteration of rotation that they have, you're going to send men to the front who will gain experience, and then they'll come back, they'll work themselves into the training cadre, and they'll pass that information on for the next cycle to go in and use to protect themselves in light. I want you to understand what Russian operational pauses sometimes are. They are designed to stop, to be able to recalculate all the information and from experience they are learning, plug it into their system to make sure that it matches up and gives them a more realistic idea of things going forward, of what their needs are, what tank capability needs to be changed because either it was better than it was predicted to be or it was less. You need to change that calculation because you need to know when you go to war, you can't have propaganda running on your own propaganda and believing your own bullshit going in there. You have to have a realistic picture of what's happening. Part of the problem with NATO is that we've convinced ourselves that we're so much better than the Russians that we totally just ignore their entire history, military history of coming up to this point and what they've created. And now you add, like Vaughn said, you add a year of experience on top of that. The guys and the reason why I think this matters most, and I brought this up the other night in Spaces, was that these soldiers went through the initial shock of combat. They have proven that when shit was flying at them, they had the courage to stand their ground and face the enemy, learn the lessons, and come back. You gotta understand that Rubicon is a huge thing, because I can tell you I'm the greatest tanker ever, and I will go out in Ukraine and shoot every freaking tank down. And I get in there and the first shot's fired at me and I shit my pants and I freeze and I can't give commands to my crewmen. Right? There is a point where that's gonna happen. You gotta either you overcome it or you freeze and you die. And that's kind of the thing. And I'm done. I gotta pee. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I bring
I think now I want to go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit too much into the weeds. I want to bring the discussion back to answer Martin's original question about the NATO's investment into the war and how it's turning out. To do that, I think you need to break down the question, because NATO isn't one entity with one brain. It's a coalition of nations, and the leader being the US. So the primary party, at least the US, as we have covered in the previous open mic, is the corporate class. So what do the corporate class want in their investment? They want more contracts, more money, more revenue, and they have already got their return on investment, because all those announcements from the US to send weapons to the Ukraine, they're just sending all stuff that they have in stock, and then the money from all of those bills are going to the MIC to order more stuff. So they've already got their return on investment. Now the secondary party there are the politicians. And as we have seen with the what's that crypto thing that failed, the FTX? Yeah, we have seen how that money flowed back to the politicians. The amount of a lot of the money that went into Ukraine. So that's what's left over after that's what's been sent to the MIC. Ukraine took that money invested it in FTX, and then FTX donated that money back into the Democratic Party. So the return investment on both the primary, the corporate class, and the secondary leaders in the US, the politicians, is already done. They've already got their return on investment, and so so they this investment by the US into Ukraine, it's already squared itself from their perspective.
But I don't.
The longer this goes, the more they can get.
But I don't just mean financials. I mean on the geopolitical stage as a chessboard. Because when America lost in Vietnam because of the Soviet training and instructors, munitions, America took revenge on the Soviet Union by supporting the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. And Russia kept Assad in power in Syria. Thanks to Russia, Assad is still in power. So this is kind of another counter to what happened in history. I don't just mean financials, I mean on the geopolitical stage.
But you're asking about this. You're asking. I wanted to say that NATO has won, like Drew was talking about. What I was going to say is, we all said NATO has lost militarily, in my opinion, because I'm a military man. But thinking about it economically, I think NATO has won because after this is over, they will have time to think about how their investments paid off. So they will have time to rethink about their next investment. Economically, I think NATO has won. Militarily, I think it's failed miserably. And you have to think about it in different ways.
The thing is, it doesn't care if it fails miserably because the people that are dying are not NATO people.
Exactly.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Sorry, but it's not the US that won economically. It was the military-industrial complex because they will sell.
Yeah, exactly.
Weapons. And these new weapons, just to have an idea, Germany introduced their new tank called Panther or KF-51, and it will cost around 20 million euros for a single tank. Do you understand that now tanks almost catch up the price of a jet fighter?
But to do what? What is the purpose of a tank?
Sorry?
I was just going to say, I just think it comes down to there's a Western agenda and an Eastern agenda, if you want to make it simplified, and you just got to figure what side's willing to go the distance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I want to cut in a bit because I want to close the main channel stream. So, people on the main channel, go to the pin in the chat, go over to the DPA IRL channel stream. So
and everyone like the video.
Yeah, and press the
like
like
and
button.
subscribe.
Subscribe on the main on the DPA IRL channel especially. So bye bye to the main channel. Bye.
Yeah. To answer Martin's I guess question, comment. So when you're talking about geopolitics, you need to think about who are the leaders and what are the things that they're looking for. So the MIC isn't going to care if their soldiers are going to get any experience or lack thereof. This is just something. It doesn't factor into your calculations. They also don't care whether the US is going to have greater or worse standing in the world after this. It's not something that it is. In their calculation, it's just profit driven. That's it. Yeah.
But we know that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
It's not a secret. So, just because they don't care doesn't mean it doesn't affect them. Do you understand that?
No, it's not that. It doesn't matter if we know that. The thing is, there's nobody guiding the ship. It's just going to follow the profit motive. Full stop. It doesn't matter whether it's advantageous, whether we think it's advantageous, or if anybody thinks it's advantageous. It's just going to follow the profit motive because there's no other way it can function. Whereas in Europe, the story is quite different. In Europe, you have politicians running the show, right? You have two layers of politicians. One layer is the layer they can't get rid of. That's the European Commission. Another layer is the layer that is sitting above each state, which is all the elected governments. And those guys there, I think they're just caught between a rock and a hard place because they want to maintain their alliance with NATO, and their populace has been basically subjected to so much Western propaganda because they all read English. Most of them don't really read Russian or Chinese or Hindi or any other regional language, right? So they've all been subjected to Western propaganda, and most of the populace would believe in the idealism, the all this talk about freedom and we are richer, we are the garden, outside is the swamp, and we need to go and garden them. That kind of bullshit. The whole idea that
Drew, that's the weakness of Russia, because they invested on state-funded media like Russia Today and I don't know Sputnik, but they didn't invest in individuals that have some kind of influence. So when the European Union banned Russia Today, it's like completely muting them.
Yeah. Russia is horrible at public image crafting. They have lost totally. I think they've just totally given up. They're not even trying. They're just going to win on the ground, win on the economic front, win on the diplomatic front, and win on the political front. So they're going to win to such an extent that there's no amount of spin they can put on it that will make anything look real. Yeah, they don't care about the narrative anymore. It's the West that keeps pushing a narrative, and that's how the West fights. You see, they're all each doing the thing they're good at. The West is very good at pushing a narrative that they're better than everybody else, and everybody else for the longest time believed that. Even the Russians, if you listen to a lot of interviews, if you listen to people in Asia and Russia, people, they would all say, "Oh yeah, the West is really good and they are very well run and whatnot." But
stronger.
Sorry?
Now that you say that, Drew, which side to you is stronger? The one that's the media, or the one that's doing the work in the ground? Which do you think will win?
At the end of the day, between the fight between idealism and pragmatism being the one on the ground and idealism being the one that is like basically the wish list, pragmatism will always win because it's grounded in reality. What you want.
Okay, that was the question by Martin.
The most ideal state is idealism that is backed up by pragmatism. So right now Russia is moving toward that because they kind of got their message, at least internally, very well crafted. So they have got 90% approval for this war, right? But the West has got their idealism narrative crafted, but it doesn't have the pragmatism part. And it's never going to get that because the people that the leader of NATO, which is the US, doesn't care if it gets that part. All it cares is that money gets sent to the MIC. That's it. So they're going to just keep sending whatever is in the warehouse, whatever token weapons that they don't need, so that they can justify getting more contracts from the. I mean, if they wanted to win this, they could have just sent.
I'm gonna disagree. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Drew, I think that was a very, 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 very good comment. But my point is, after the global state, if NATO goes in and be the security organ for the new global state, which I suspect it's their original plan, then it doesn't matter if we figure it out. We have to figure it out now, the truth. Because if we figure out after the establishment of the global state, it doesn't help because then there's no way back.
I don't think there will be a global state. It's going into a multipolar world, the direction.
Hopefully,
regional powers. Huh?
Yeah. So we need to figure this out now before we let them establish this global state. Because after the global state, if these guys are demons, we can't do anything.
No,
it's happening now, Bjorn.
Drew, I'd like
they're fighting for it now.
Drew, I'd like to rebut you on one thing, though. That the Americans just don't care. Their government And part of the problem is that this war is being driven by trying to cover up their corruption is one. The second of all is that there's also a weapons sales war kind of going on in the background about who's proven whose equipment is right. And NATO is getting spanked in that. That means the MIC is possibly losing money. So that's the point I disagree with. But the point I do agree with is that you're right about the money, because if NATO, the US, the EU had really cared about ending the war and getting it going, they would have told you what the operational goals were and what success would be, other than Putin's dead and there's a change of government. I mean, it's like you said, it's a wish list. It's not gonna happen. It's not a reality-based assumption to use to be able to form your foreign policy or your military doctrine. It's stupid.
Okay,
and you know what I mean? That's what I mean, Drew.
Yeah, I know exactly
right.
what you mean. But I think there's I think you misunderstood me when I said they don't care. They, I mean MIC. The politicians care because politicians have to deal with policy making, and part of that is the diplomatic front, and of course that's affected. But the politicians are subservient to the MIC in the US, to the corporate class, and that's my point. So that's why I say overall the primary thing is the MIC doesn't care. Even the politicians care. He still needs to let the MIC make money first before he can do whatever else he wants to do.
Okay. Well, I've got maybe a naive question, right? Can anything be done to affect, right? Like, by the average person, can anything be done to effectively change the status quo about that then?
Not
if power the long term.
Are you talking as an individual?
To change the status quo in what kind of
like the MIC kind of holding a death grip on.
I had a suggestion, if you remember. I had a suggestion to solve the problem in the US. Yes, basically you need to get rid of your jealousy, and start to ask your politicians to pay themselves a lot more, because once your politicians are able to pay themselves more, they are not bound to the MIC anymore. They are not bound to the pharmaceuticals. They're not bound to all the other companies trying to make money. And once that happens, then they can put in policy to stop the lobbying. You see, the only problem here, there's no insidious thing going on. There's nothing, there's no evil mastermind in the background. What's happened is, okay, when you have a private company, you have a owner, an owner operator, and he has jurisdiction over his entire business. But once he moves into a public company, what's happened is that the shareholders are the one that own the company, and the shareholders don't care. They leave the running of the day-to-day to the CEO and the executive management team, right? So the executive management team only get one instruction. They need to keep the shareholder value up. Everything else is secondary. So everybody else that's below that chain is basically guys like you and me. We go to work in a company. It might be a public listed company. I mean, none of us are evil. We go and work. We do our job scope. We assume somebody else has the overall idea and target in mind. It's basically, and this goes all the way up the chain. And the buck is supposed to stop at the CEO, which used to be the owner. But now, since he isn't the owner, he gets his instruction. I just want the more shareholder value, and I just want to increase more revenue, more profits. That's it. So the CEO doesn't have any agency anymore in terms of, just like the politicians in the US, they don't have any more agency because they have to meet this profit motive. So what happens in the US, and why doesn't this happen in Europe and China and India, is that the US allows lobbying by private companies. So by definition, the public companies will do the lobbying, because if they don't, then they will lose out to the other companies in the same sector that do. You see? So by definition, they have to do it. It's a structural problem.
I would like to just
what you're talking about is
on one thing.
Let me just explain something, Drew.
About lobbying
you're
and
talking
how
about the back. You're talking about the back of what you're saying right now. The back of war is what you're saying, okay? You're describing what is war, but in the back. All these things that you're explaining, a lot of us, especially in America, know. A lot of economic things like what
I think Drew was
saying
explaining the
lead to war. In
mechanisms of
history, a lot
power
of
in the U.S. How power in
yes,
the U.S.
power leads to war. Yeah,
Right. But
all
this is
it
what I
leads to
want to
war, though. It's
explain
just the
about
background.
lobbying. And Drew, your point about paying politicians more, that is just not going to happen because there's not enough money your government can pay them that they can justify to the U.S. population that would match what they
No,
get from the lobbying firms.
I strongly disagree there because you need to understand how corruption works.
I want you to understand. I want you to understand. I have people that worked in the system. I understand how this shit works. And the problem
Yeah, me
with
too.
lobbying is that the politicians are not just taking money, they're also putting positions for their families to be in these companies. It's also about feeding their all internal family. And Drew knows what I'm talking about. We're coming at it from different angles, maybe getting to the same place. But
well, let me explain. Let me explain how corruption works.
Well, yeah, I know how it
works. Okay, so practically how it works is for we all kind of know. So a politician say he wants to make $20 million, right? So he will go to a company and say, hey, I want $20 million. The company can't just pay him directly. So the company will go, okay, I want this and this policy put in place, right? So they'll make up the policy, and then after they retire, then they get paid $1 million for a talking gig somewhere, and they do that 20 times. And so when the politician wants to get paid, book deals and all of that bullshit, right? But so when the politician wants to get paid 20 million, he needs to write policy that gets the MIC paid 20 billion. You see how it works?
Sorry, but
yeah, I know how
that. Everybody knows that.
It can be.
Yeah, but let me finish.
Innocent.
Let me finish. If you, the taxpayer, pays the politicians 20 million, you save 20 billion. That's the part that most people don't understand. Corruption
no, but
is
what
very
you don't
expensive.
understand, Drew, is that a U.S. politician is there to serve the people. You shouldn't have to pay him not to be corrupted. That's the point.
But
You'll never get this point. Drew, listen to me. You will never get anything like that ever to pass in the legislation of the United States because we all know what it is. So why even attempt to, you know what I mean? Why attempt to pay them $20 million when they shouldn't be in a position? You know, their oath of office tells them they're not supposed to be doing that in the first place.
Again, why ask Russia? Why doesn't Russia just leave Ukraine? It's idealism. It's not going to happen. What's the pragmatic solution to your problem? If you're unwilling to have a pragmatic solution to your problem, then your problem is just going to continue. You can continue to think politicians should be honest. Politicians should be for the people. But if you don't pay them, you're not going to be.
But your solution has to be based in reality.
It's based in reality.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mean this. Understand,
Let Vaughn go.
I just was gonna say. I think the problem in the United States, especially, is that, especially in younger generations, we're being trained, indoctrinated, or encouraged to reject pragmatism, common sense, tradition, anything. It's all, oh, that's bad, that's old, that's white, that's oppressive, so that's probably part of the problem right there. That's why the idealistic side is so dangerous and out of control. It's because our side is encouraging, a complete lack of responsibility, basically, and that might be a real simplification of it, but a lack of responsibility, and then you can go out and name 1,000 categories. I'm not gonna. You guys are the economy guys. I'm just saying, our schools don't teach young people pragmatism. They teach them that they can be unicorns and cats and use litter boxes.
That's right.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, that's literally right.
Drew, I would like to kind of push back on your solution here. This paying the politicians. I mean, didn't you allude to the problem in the first place? Why not just remove lobbying first and then see what to do with pace.
How?
Like,
Why would the politicians want to
They'll
remove
always
lobbying?
find a way.
They have no
They'll
incentive
always
to
find a
remove
way.
it. They're being paid through lobbying.
But
Fair
the question was by Martin was this is way off the question. I think we're all agreeing on the same thing. We're just seeing it in a different view. So what I want to say is that we all know that the world is jacked up and how it works, and we know the end game. So the question was, how is NATO? What was the question again, Martin?
NATO's
investment.
perspective and investment in Ukraine.
Yeah. So its investment economically is good because it makes money. Militarily bad. That's the end for me.
But may I comment?
Yeah, well, I was answering Alan's question on whether there's a solution, and
yeah, that was another
presented
question. My bad, Dave. Right.
Yeah,
that's true.
Walker, you can just cut in. If not, you'll never get to talk.
Okay, I'm an old guy. Yes, I've been following you, and somehow I've done a paper which will be published regarding the future of the war. The important thing to note is, I think, 2 or 3 key points. One is the post-truth era where we are living, especially the youth. I am an old guy. Maybe you young guys can understand it. The post-truth has actually affected this war so badly, and the way narratives were run by especially the West. I am from Pakistan, so I see it from a neutral perspective. It has actually not only affected the war effort by NATO and Ukraine, and especially when they were trying to demean Russians. And Russians have been very, very patient, I tell you. So they went with a strategy. They were very clear there's going to be a multi-year war, not going to finish in 6 months. And so first phase is over, and it's becoming a meat grinder. So they are leaning, east of the Dnieper River and letting the Ukrainians lose their forces, despite that lot of tanks and NATO is sending, but it's very difficult to train, on those tanks, the Ukrainian forces. So there is a dilemma. And now the second year has started. There were a lot of commands and change of command within Russian military. Now they're probably coming up with 3 fronts. And I tell you, it's going to be a gigantic pincer, as per my understanding, which is definitely going to absorb area east of the Dnieper River. So that's a very major threat to integrity of Ukraine. What the post-truth thing has done to Ukrainians, especially President Zelensky's, bravado and the way he was projected, that everything is going all right. It's going to be in Afghanistan for the Russians, the second Afghanistan, and ultimately partisan warfare would defeat them. Not realizing that in terms of, I think, military power, there was no comparison. And the Russians were very, very patient. So I would bring in the debate about the post-truth, how it has affected, especially the false narrative on the media. You are playing with, 40 million people. I think Ukraine is almost the second largest population, or maybe third largest in Europe. A lot of people have migrated. So it has affected. Knowing fully well the Russian military power was too much, there was an asymmetry and it was unwinnable war. And had NATO agreed to Putin's sensitivities of not allowing its expansion towards east, things I tell you could have been settled on table. Still, they'll have to go on table this time probably at Kyiv with the Russian forces marching in. So it's very, very unfortunate. So let's debate, how post-truth environment has affected the war effort and how Ukrainians have been led into this meat grinder. This is a very frank opinion from Pakistan. Thank you.
I'm really curious about what Elon Musk and the new Twitter, how that will affect this war, because after this war we have had a big change in the information system by Twitter and Elon Musk. It could actually propel a new direction on the war, where the media will lose its grip on in particular, the women and the children, which seems to be their major audience.
Well, you see how it's being vilified already. He's already being turned into a villain simply because of the actions he's taking. So there's clearly steps that have been put into place in case this ever happened.
I don't think Twitter will have that much effect globally. Twitter is very much used in the US, very much used in Western Europe, but not much elsewhere uses Twitter. China has all their own apps. They have their own Twitter. They have their own Facebook. They have their own. So China is never going to be affected. Russia is never going to be affected by it. You know, the rest of the world doesn't really use Twitter.
Yeah, I think Twitter, I don't use it, but I think Twitter in the United States would be more of like a way to get out the information that would change people's minds here one way or the other, just because if it's not censored like it was before under Musk, you know, if it's more open and people can report stories like about Soledar or whatever's going on that day and not get blocked or banned, then over time it would work. But yeah, I mean, beyond the United States, I don't really see Twitter changing people's mind. I think it would be good though if they used it for that, just to show people the truth of what's going on and turn the tide, because right now the most you're going to get out of the United States is a cut in funding, and that's probably not even going to be guaranteed yet.
There were demonstrations in USA today. You saw that. There were demonstrations against NATO and the war.
There was one also in Germany.
And there was a couple days ago, there was a demonstration in Kiev. It was called the Widows' March.
When was the last time a demonstration worked to change policy?
Never.
That's not the point though. The point is a mind. Like if say I'm a son of a mother who's crying for her husband who died, that is a son who's not going to fight in that war. So it's a butterfly effect, Drew. Like we all know how it works.
Nobody in Western Europe and the US is dying
about it.
Nobody in Western Europe and US is dying.
What are you talking about, man? I have Marines who like went to Ukraine and have buddies who are Americans who died in Ukraine. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man.
They went there on their own accord.
That's
so,
not and if you have to change things.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry?
What I'm saying is countering what you're saying, Drew, is that those kind of things do affect the mind.
Sorry?
Well, one person is a
I think what
difference
Drew's
in
trying to
humanity.
say is the foreign volunteers who are going to Ukraine are a very small amount of people who, you know, in the grand scheme of things of the American public image, they don't really matter in changing public perception. I think that's what Drew's trying to say.
The unfortunate part is even the mainstream media, you know, like Washington Post and New York Times, and somebody mentioned Twitter. I tell you, it's going to make an effect. Like in Pakistan, India, it's becoming very, very popular, even in political discourse. And I don't know how the Russians and the Chinese are viewing it, but definitely in establishing the international opinion, Twitter is growing and it's going to have an impact. My point is that, you know, responsible media, like, you know, those big channels, like big newspapers, they've been lying. Now, there were some volunteers in US, you know, I just saw a program yesterday. If I find the link, I'll give you. They're talking of tuberculosis spreading in the Ukrainian forces, especially the youngsters who have been sent to the war because it's very cold. You can imagine, you know, minus 20 degrees centigrade. I'm a war veteran myself. You know, I've seen Afghanistan and I've served 35 years in armor. And I understand that when you're fighting in freezing cold for 2 months, you know, and the moment you try to get into a bunk or a building, you know, it's either taken out by a drone or, you know, those heavy guard weapon systems or missile. And so there's no place to hide. So you are literally, you know, exposed to the cold, and your jacket can be all right, but, you know, your shoes and your lower parts, the garments start, you know, getting diseased. So there's a serious crisis of tuberculosis as reported by some of the American channels. You know, some private channels, veterans are running it. This coming up. And even they were mentioning that probably Zelensky's special forces, the police is behind the army and they don't allow any withdrawals. So these are some of the things which I think are going to come up. It's very, very tragic that Ukrainians have been shoved into this meat grinder. Now, as far as US, and the West is concerned, for them, I would say it was like, you know, the redux of Afghanistan, probably what happened to them, but that was a 20 years war and we've seen it very closely. So maybe they were thinking that they will pay Russians in the same coin. I feel still diplomacy has to come up, and maybe some sane, you know, minds have to think about it. Unfortunately, you know, when it started, the Maidan in 2014, my son landed up in Vinnytsia University, went to Ukraine to study, and then we had to pull him back because the war had started in Crimea and we didn't know where it's going. That was the time that I think they should have sat down and solved it. And Ukraine could have been a buffer zone between NATO and the custom union.
Well,
whatever.
well,
But
who should have
unfortunately,
sat down and solved it after Crimea? Who are you
Yeah.
saying should? Are you saying Ukraine should have, or the West should have?
Yeah, these are, I think, important questions. But my thing is that expansion of NATO toward the east, they could have avoided it. And now I'll just refer you to John Mearsheimer. I think he's the top strategist in international relations. Look at his offensive structure realism. Just read his lectures. I think 3 weeks back, he has been advising that in case you're looking at either you go into a triangular mechanism where Russia, China, and US could steer the world, or even if they have to confront, let's say, the Chinese as a threat, they had to befriend the Russians. So that was the advice. You can't have two, one superpower and one superpower, at least military superpower, and then emerging superpower as your rivals. It never happens. So at least the US could have listened to John Mearsheimer, and he works on, actual realism. He calculated military power, the nuclear power of, let's say, Russia, and with Putin as his head, very, very strong-minded man, a bull-headed man, and a Putin factor has to be brought in every time to discuss strategy, what is happening. So I think that advice was lost. Even people got, I think, against John Mearsheimer, that no, you are doing bullshit and all that, and you are trying to demoralize. But he could read the writing on the wall. So I would say that still there is time for diplomacy and to avoid the tragedy. But I don't know who's going to listen to our advice. But it has to be solved on the. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very tragic. I think millions of people are going to lose life.
Probably about the Twitter and the new Twitter, it's the population in Eastern Europe and the Ukrainian themselves that they start to realize this scam of NATO, because they are the ones that go into this fucking meat grinder. So that will probably be the most dramatic effect. If Twitter gives an effect, it will probably go directly into the skulls of the Ukrainian potential soldiers. And
it works, Bjorn. It works because I have, like I said, I've mentioned before, I'm in contact with a military-aged man from Ukraine who's hiding, and he has Telegram and he communicates his fears. And I think Drew doesn't believe that it works, but I'm gonna come at you again, Drew, that I think media, if you take away one soldier, it could be the difference in a battle. It could be the difference in a firefight. So if one man is in fear of going to the front, it has a butterfly effect. If Twitter is more open, it can change how these Western countries view the war, and it could change $1 from supporting the cause sending money to Ukraine. So I mean, like, the freeing of Twitter, I think that was your initial comment. Yes, Bjorn? Like Twitter, yeah. So I think it does affect the war in that even if it's a little thing, even if it's showing protests, small protests, if it changes one mind, it can have changed the world. What if Putin wasn't born? What if this person wasn't evil? Like, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. And we can't just say it's just because it's a small difference, it means nothing. We can be sarcastic about it, but you could also be real about it and say that it can make a difference, even if it's a small difference. That's all I have to say.
Well, no. If it's a small difference, I agree with you. It can make a big difference. My point is, protests don't work that way. You see, violence or protests only serve to segregate people. They make the people that disagree with you even more. It doesn't work to change minds. The only protests that ever work are the ones that the minds of the majority have already been changed, and then they do the civil action. When you have small protests, all you do is galvanize the party that disagree with you. Violence never works to bring people together.
Well,
communication works to bring people together.
I've got a different take on protests that work and protests that don't work. I actually think that a protest really only actually works if it's backed up by a strong elite.
Yeah, because then they have the money to push the narrative, I guess.
It's backed by people. Okay, are you saying a strong elite in where it's being performed, the protest, or just a strong elite somewhere?
A strong elite from the country where the protest is coming from.
It does create pressure. Yeah, it does create pressure. Actually, yeah, I just highlight the.
It could be an international. It could be an international group of people who's backing it up, or somebody from
that's
the
probably
country
the
itself.
most likely way. a protest would work, or an overthrow would work that way.
Like a color revolution or something.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, going off the point of kind of perspective, right? It's, I mean, I saw it in the chat anyway as well. It was a super chat. Literally everyone in the West that you hear talking about this, I mean, people in the West believe that Russia's going to lose this war and believe that NATO has already achieved its goals, right? There is a separate universe that already exists, forming, and it's acting as its own echo chamber. And some people will say we're acting as an echo chamber for one side and then the other. I would disagree, but the echo chambers exist, and it's an echo chamber of entire, not just nations, it's entire echo chambers of conglomerations of nations, entire continents. And when you see this, right, it's how do you change that? What does it take to change that? You can't
Actually,
just
you have to see reality. Yeah.
Hey,
Let's do the brass tacks. Yeah, I did a brass tacks of what Ukraine has lost, and now compare it with Afghanistan. Like the US and 46 countries took, I think, 20 years, and then they left. So let's compare. Ukraine has lost today the real estate, which is, I think, more than 20% of their area. They have lost 90% of their coastline, which is the seaboard and the ports. It's a big loss. And if you look at the granary, the wheat producing area, it's a big loss. Even the Donbass was the main industrial hub of Ukraine. And now see how much. Yeah, no. I mean, the point is when they say the NATO is succeeding, I told you that the Russian generals are very clear. It's going to be a multi-year war, something like mini world war. Going to take 2 to 3 years. So they did plan their operations. Yes, there was an urgency that okay, they're going to come and capture Kyiv and all that. They were very clear it's not going to happen. It's a very large country, Ukraine. To even if you were overrunning without opposition, it would take 1 year. The kind
Anybody
of
who thought that was going to happen.
Yeah.
However,
So now we have to see that what is the
Ukrainian
position. Yeah. What are the limitations of
Ukrainian
NATO?
army
Yeah.
The Ukrainian army lose in the eastern part of Ukraine, east of Dnieper. I think that the rest of the Ukraine will be, a very easy task.
Yeah, actually the countries become
task.
redundant, So you actually don't have to capture the entire territory. You make the country redundant by capturing the coastlines. And first, now they're hitting their power lines, and winter is very, very freezing. So you gradually start demoralizing the other side, the general public and the military, and then they have to train on whatever. Let's say 12, Leopard 2 tanks are coming from Norway, and 15 are coming from Germany and Poland. Who's going to train
What's
them?
that
They're trained on,
that's
So these are like companies, and you're talking of mechanized divisions and motorized rifle divisions and airborne divisions coming from the Russian side. So I would say that this should have been calculated. There's going to be a multi-year war. And now we are actually the second phase of the war. Almost 1 year will be completed in February. And then you're looking at spring offensive coming from 3 sides. And if I think Belarus has already agreed, and Putin was there I think before Christmas, so probably there's going to be a strong front coming from the north. And maybe the Belarusians would join it. So what do you do with that? Ukrainians don't have forces to even defend the current line of defense. So it will be a multi-pronged thing and just one push. So I would say that by mid-June things will be.
If they launch three-side offense, because
it doesn't matter though, right? Because no matter what happens, there will be this alternate universe. That's kind of my original question. How do you face hundreds of millions of people, right, who have just accepted a reality that does not exist? What do you do with that? Right?
I think it's part-time. Just last point.
Is your question about what the West will tell in its citizens when Russia will accept have a complete victory or something?
That's basically it.
Oh yeah, they will find an excuse, and because this war in Ukraine doesn't affect the people in the West, they will just bite it like they bite everything about Vietnam, about all kinds of wars, like what happened in Iraq twice.
We won't be phased, Alan. You know, we're programmed as Americans. Oh, yeah. We thought we're not gonna be phased. Me personally, if I was still living in America and Russia won tomorrow, I would be like, oh yeah, naturally this was gonna be to happen because we're so accustomed to knowing that the reality is the opposite of what they tell us. We know that we're programmed, and it's kind of like a
You know what's
meme.
gonna
We're a
happen,
fucking
Alan?
meme.
You know what's gonna happen, Alan?
What's up?
Kim Kardashian is gonna get another butt lift, and everybody will just focus on that.
That's the
Oh, it's
scenario.
gonna be
Basically,
much nicer
I
if
mean,
say
I guess I'm
a
looking at
new
it from
Marvel movie would
this
pop up, but
perspective,
then you
right?
have to bring up Kim Kardashian's butt. So
We
Alan,
see we're spending all
I
this
don't
money.
know. I don't know if that was an international joke, but in Greece, we said that Putin found the cure for the COVID.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Because when the when the war started, nobody talked about
yeah,
the COVID
it
and
is an
the
international
measures
joke.
oh,
slacked.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
actually, I have something to say on that because you guys may be aware of all these COVID lockdowns China had, which were totally unreasonable. They're very hard lockdowns going on. Well, now they have recently lifted those lockdowns and increased their oil purchases from Russia. And this was oil that might have gone to Europe if an agreement were reached. But as far as I've understood it, this is Arctic crude oil to such an extent that now that the deal is made, Europe, even if they come to an agreement with Russia, they're still going to be pretty screwed as it pertains to oil. Anyone here familiar with that or have any opinion in that regard?
sorry,
What I know is
coping.
that
Yeah, can you say that one more time?
Drew, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
I don't think I caught the question.
so the question was regarding oh fuck, no, I forgot.
Something about oil in China.
Yeah, the oil and gas in China, and now they have because of the COVID lockdowns. You say, oh yeah, now I recall, because Putin solved COVID. That was Captain Georgia saying it, and it was because of the war. But this is also kind of goes further because if you go to China, then it's sort of inverted. Here, China kind of continued the lockdowns, slowing down their economy, maybe as a measurement against inflation. Who knows? But clearly, it wasn't COVID. And now they have opened up, and they have come with an agreement with Russia that, or at least ostensibly opened up or started to do so. That's what I came across. They're, in any case, buying up a lot more oil from the Russians and from the oil from the Arctic, as far as I understood it. And this was oil that would otherwise have gone to the European continent if, there were no sanctions and so forth. So it's kind of interesting. Do you guys think we will see perhaps COVID or similar being used in the same fashion? Because this is only functioning because we're in an alternate universe, like Alan was alluding to.
The thing you guys need to understand about China is that China doesn't care about any of us. China doesn't care about anything outside China. The fact that you think that they would open up their country because they want to screw with you is giving yourself too much credit. China doesn't care whether Europe needs or doesn't need gas.
But they can be more cynical because they may know that, this is how the oil and gas industry is operating. Let's say we just slow down our consumption, that will allow the prices to rise up to a certain point, and now we see they're doing price caps and so forth. And now, I should have mentioned this, because they're buying the oil on a 40% discount. Now, if the COVID is how much that actually matters, I cannot tell. I know, of course, COVID doesn't really have anything to there are measures.
They started. Okay, how China operates? It has a 5-year plan. Every 5 years, they get together, they elect a new bunch of guys, or the same guys get elected again, and then they establish a plan, and then they take the next 5 years to implement it. After the recent 5-year plan meeting, this big meeting, they said they would open up, and then they opened up. It's got nothing to do with anything else that's happening in the world. They're gonna have their own timetable. It just so happens that it is happening when Europe or NATO decide to start a war in Ukraine. China doesn't care.
China's in another league. China's in its own league.
They have always been like that. They are their own civilization.
But speaking
the
of
fact
which,
that you think that they are doing something to screw with you is giving yourself too much credit. They don't care about you at all.
China is called OFP, own fucking program.
Sure, I get it. They're so big, it's mostly their internal things that matter. But if it's not derailing too much, I was a little bit curious. Like, what do you Drew? You're Chinese, as far as I got it, in Singapore, right? So, like, why would you think that the Chinese Communist Party, or whatever you want to call it, they implemented the lockdowns and like because I'm pretty sure you don't believe it had something to do with the Omicron variant or some viral strain. So, what was the political motivation?
I believe. Okay, so China, as you know, is from my perspective, I'm sure a lot of people disagree. It's a government run by the people, so their focus would be for the benefit of people. And if your people are going to die, that's the worst thing that's going to happen to them. So they locked down. But the lockdown was it's extremely successful, and you have to understand that the problem people have in understanding China is that they don't understand its scope, the scale of how big China is. I'll give you one statistic. Like 300 million people in China experience at least 1 day of lockdown. That sounds horrible, right? 300 million people is like the population of the US. But in the entire 3 years of them having on and off lockdowns, 300 million people is less than 25% of their population, which means the bulk of their population, 75%, never experienced a single day of lockdown. The worst and then you get statistics like 10 cities are locking down, 10 major cities. But you have to understand that China has 100 cities with more than a million.
Like, I think it's a very important point you're making, that they are actually sectioning, unlike what we did in Europe and in the US, where it was a widespread thing, and there may be some. Right, I get what you're saying. It's
the lockdowns worked, and life in China was basically normal for most of the years. And now, and before this opening up, you saw China building huge temporary hospitals to prepare for this Omicron, to prepare for opening up. And then now they decided, okay, Omicron doesn't look like it's going to kill a lot of people. Let's just open up. And then they did it slowly. And then there were protests. And a lot of protests is not what the Western media is telling you. A lot of protests is the central government saying open up, right? And then the local governments being slow to open up. So the people protest saying, why are you guys not opening up? Beijing is saying open up. You guys are being too slow. Open up. So it's actually, ironically, pro-government protest. It's just that they're sick of their local guys.
That is a very interesting facet in and of by itself, but I'm a little bit perplexed because Omicron is quite indisputably a relatively harmless strain of the coronavirus.
Why didn't we launch
which is why they're opening up now
when the flu came out?
Sorry?
Okay, I can say something about the oil. There's not enough pipelines to go to China with the oil. And I'll just say a little bit about the oil. So Russia produces about 11 million barrels of oil. And the revenue, it's 123 billion.
Wait. How many barrels of oil does Russia produce? And what?
11 million.
Per
day.
Per day. Okay, good.
Yeah, US produces 19 million or something, but Russia is second. And what's happening now? Everybody has seen that the euro oil price is going down. That's because it's just India and China who are able to receive these large amounts. So the prices they're not getting paid what it costs them to keep these wells running. And what will happen because of all that the oil company has left, these valves will eventually shut if they don't have maintenance. So Russia has a problem with these things.
I don't think so. You have to understand how oil is traded and how commodity trades work. When, for example, Russia sells oil to China, it doesn't necessarily have to deliver the oil to China. You see,
but they have nowhere to store it. They have nowhere to store it.
So what happens is a guy in Russia sells 100 barrels to a guy in China. The guy doesn't take delivery. He holds on to what's called a futures contract that has a delivery for a later date. That guy
Yeah.
can then sell that same bunch of oil to a guy in India. That Indian guy could sell it to another bunch of guy in Africa, and that African guy sells it to somebody in Europe. The origin of the oil is already lost. They take delivery of the oil in Europe. The oil flows from the pipeline from Russia to Europe. All of this just increases cost to the buyers in Europe because it goes through so many middlemen.
Yeah,
The oil still goes from Russia.
But why is the Russian oil selling so low then? If you're with what you're saying is right, there should be no problem. But they're selling now at $37 a barrel.
No, it's not. Look at the price; it's 50 plus. It hasn't gone down that much. The 30 something thing was
Come on, just start talking.
It's 47 now.
I have a question about
40% discount. It's 47 now. Yeah.
What if they sell a tanker, let's say one tanker full of oil, 40% cheaper to China? Am I understand, like, before it even gets to China, they can go ahead and mark it up 20% and sell it to somebody else, so it leaves Russia to go to China, air quotes, but really it ends up going to maybe America because they bought it from India, and of course they pay the extra price, but like the boat never even has to touch the soil, like it could be sold at the point of origin, and then on the way to the destination it gets sold 2 or 3 times and ends up going somewhere else. Is that kind of what you're talking about, or is that something that they do?
Yeah,
they just don't take delivery of the oil.
I can give you a good answer on that. So they can transfer to another ship directly, and then they will change the papers, and they can even change the type of the oil. It happens in Singapore. Like, that's a very frequent thing happen. So when they will change the
Speaking of
papers,
Singapore,
they
where's
can
Wyatt?
ship it without having the embargo kind of things.
Yeah, I know they do this, but these amounts are so big that they can't. It's not possible to do like this pirates thing with all that oil. It's enormous amounts.
It's not a piracy.
But what I'm saying is they're not literally doing it on the sea. I'm just saying that they sell the oil at one point, and by the time it gets to wherever, it's been sold multiple times. I mean, whatever large amount. I mean, they just point A wants to sell the oil, point B wants the oil, and they don't give a shit what they got to do to get it, including breaking their own sanctions. So if they got to sell it to a couple people, they'll do that. I mean, it just seems like that would be what they're doing.
Because they're selling it through two mediaries, right? So
Yeah,
then
that
it's not
was
Russian
easy to
oil
do.
anymore.
Okay, this was really easy before, but when they stopped insuring the ships, because they're really watching the ships now. When they're leaving, they have to have insurance companies who are in mostly England have to have a proof and where they're from and where they're going to. So it was really easy before, but it's not so easy. There will be trouble. And also,
I like to.
I did hear a lot on the insurance.
Yeah, I like to answer Morton's question first before we go any further, because I think that's a big misconception that he has. If you look at the price trend of the Euros oil, and then you put it up side by side with the price trend of Brent crude, which is the stuff that comes up from elsewhere, the trend is the same. There's a spike in March, and then it is down from there. So
yeah, but normally the price was the same. The price was the same.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
So the oil price cap came on in sometime in December. The price before the oil price cap was about 55, and the price for the oil price cap today, so the price for the oil today is 55. The oil price cap has zero impact. The $38 that you're talking about is the Economist. I think it was Bloomberg. What they did was they took the 30 or 40% discount, which they think is what China is buying, but nobody actually knows the details of that contract between China and Russia. They think China is buying at a 30% discount from Russia, and they applied that to the $55, and that's how you got $38. but nobody really knows how much China is paying because that's not disclosed. So they make an assumption and then they add it on to the current market price. And the market trend is the same for both. Euros has always been cheaper than Brent crude. When Brent crude goes down, euros goes down.
I just want to mention one thing about that maintenance, because during COVID, when oil was down at $9 a barrel, Russia did a lot of maintenance work during that period because the oil was so cheap. So I just want to mention that came very convenient for maintenance of their drills and equipment.
Yeah, but they need to maintain them 2 times a year to keep them running. And they will not be able to do that because it's like Halliburton, Schlumberger, Baker. These are the companies that maintain the oil wells, especially in Russia, where there are permafrost.
Yeah, but they changed a lot of their old equipment during that period. I just want to mention that.
Yeah, but if it's new equipment, they still need maintenance.
Yeah, but not so much. It won't be that huge of a problem anymore.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, Euro oil was normally $2 below the Brent crude. And now it's...
the spread goes up and down depending on, But you're right, euros has dropped a lot more, but the drop didn't come after the oil price cap. The drop
came the week before.
Through the year. No, if you look at the chart, the drop came throughout the year. The week before, the price was, it wasn't that much different. It was about $50.
No. It came when the war started. If you look at all the years prior, the Brent.
The war. Yeah.
And after the 5th of December, it had a little more drop under 60.
No, it's plateaued. That's just market noise. It's plateaued about $55. Yeah.
But they also have a big problem with because they supply diesel to most of Europe from the refinery. They make 66 billion a year on that, and that's totally closed now. So they will have to shut down valves. It is.
And Europe will have to shut down their school buses. Where are you gonna get the diesel?
No, we're buying from USA. USA are emptying their reserves.
Yeah, USA is running out of diesel. They have already put a ban on exporting diesel. Where is Europe going to get diesel?
From the US.
The US isn't exporting. They've already put a ban. China has put a ban on diesel exports.
Yeah.
No one's going to sell it to you.
China's not selling any oil or diesel.
China is
keeping it for themselves.
It used to sell diesel, but they recently stopped the export. Because put a policy in to stop the export because they are prepping for their own opening up, so they know they're going to need a lot of it. So, yeah.
I also want to say a little bit about the Russian economy, because all you are so the Russian economy is the same as the Nordic countries. It's the same. It's $2 trillion. So if you look at the allies on the NATO side, their economy is 40 times bigger. And, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay. Let me explain that.
RL.
If you have a teacher in a poor country, maybe in dollars, the salary might be 100, maybe less, I don't know. And if you have a teacher in a very rich country, the salary can be more than $3,000. So, but they do the same job. They actually produce the same service, but in terms of money, the one in the West produces supposed to produce 30 times more this amount. But that's fake. Yes. That's irrelevant with the actual production of service, and that's what people cannot understand.
But the Nordic countries are 25 million people.
If I can add something about that discussion of economy, which is very important because economics is the nerve of every war. We in the West, I'm living in France, by the way. We're in the West, we are living in illusion. We are told that Russian economy is nothing. If you calculate the GDP of the economy of the whole Western world, and you take the GDP of Russia plus Belarus. Russia plus Belarus is about 3.3% of the Western GDP. All politicians here in Europe predicted in the beginning of the Russian intervention that the Russian economy will crumble. And what we are actually seeing today, it's exactly the opposite. We are paying the price with inflations, with the augmentation of price of goods, of everything. And when you see what happened in Russia, it's not the same case. They don't have that same problem as we have actually today. And that's very simple, because GDP is just an indication. It has nothing to do with reality. I give you an example. Normally, GDP is something that would show the added value you bring to your economy. You extract oil, you transform that oil to diesel. It's an added value. It's something that everybody can understand. And then when you analyze the GDP in Western countries, like the United States, you understand that more than 20% of the GDP of United States is about lawyers. I'm sorry, that's not an added value. Then you have about a quarter of the United States GDP, which is about medication, doctors, medicines. That's fraud, because those doctors are very well paid, so it's a huge amount of the GDP, and then the medicines which are sold to the patient are sold at a very high price that has nothing to do with the production cost. So all that GDP is just a fluff. It's just an illusion. And I've heard an analysis made by a scientist in anthropology, very interesting. He was talking about raw data from economics. Then, if you look at Russia, what is Russia? Russia is enormous amount of oil, enormous amount of gas, the first exporter of grain. It has huge landmass, woods, uranium, palladium, copper, everything. It has everything. You take the Mendeleev table, they have everything. So what is the real value? What is the real value of an economy? Especially if you are in a war economy. That means taking iron, changing it to tanks, to rifles, to ammunition. They have the scientists, they have the engineers, they have everything. And now they are backed by China. So there are some specific things where they don't have very well developed, like semiconductors, like chips. China is providing them. China is providing them. We in Europe, especially in France, I can tell you, more than it was about 3/4 of the energy of the electricity is produced by nuclear. Don't you know there is not a single uranium mine in France?
I know that. It's
not a single one.
Not a mine in whole of Europe. So
everything is coming from Africa, from Kazakhstan, from former French colonies, which are still colonies today because they are using a money which is printed in France.
I totally agree with what you're saying. And Russia is probably the country with the most natural resources in the whole world. But they're not managing it correctly. I think they could have been so much richer. They really could have been an economy really on the top, but they're just mismanaging everything. Probably because of corruption.
If you take another economic data, which is the power purchase parity (PPP), average Russians is richer than average French. Because with 100 euro in Russia and 100 euro in, let's say, Monaco, you can't do the same thing.
No, that's for sure. I agree with that.
I was going to say also.
So having here a salary of 3,000 euros or $3,000 means nothing. depending on what you can do with that money. And in Russia, trust me, with 3,000 equivalent of euro or US dollars, you are a rich, a wealthy person.
Yeah.
And that's the main difference. The cost of a Big Mac, it's a very interesting index, Big Mac index, because Big Macs from McDonald's are made with products locally found in a country. So the Big Mac made in France is made with, the beef is made with French beef, the salad is grown in France, and all the stuff to make the Big Mac is made in France. The cost is about $5 to $6. The same Big Mac in Russia costs less than $2. But it's the same, it's a Big Mac.
Yeah.
So you can see
Yeah, I
that
totally
the
understand
added
what you're
value we
saying.
have, the added value we have, it's an illusion. In fact, our money here in Europe, the euro money, is becoming more and more monkey money.
I was going to say the other thing too with the United States, as far as our GDP goes, is, you know, like you said, with Russia, they can base their economy or their GDP on like actual resources. We have massive amounts of resources, but we'll fight tooth and nail to utilize them, develop them, manage them, and use them to better the country or profit the country or benefit the country. So, I mean, we're even, you know, just the what you were talking about, 25%, and then whatever's left. It's like, it's probably even worse than that if you factor in the fact that we will fight. You know, we have factions in the United States that will fight to drill for oil or uranium or harvest wood or build a steel plants or mine for iron. So, I mean, we're probably even more disadvantaged economically in that sense than Russia or China, because they're willing to do what they got to do to get the job done right now. And that's not, you know, whereas we're just so factionalized. It's like, you know, you try to open a coal plant or a smelting plant. I mean, you might as well just not even bother. I mean, that's we retard our own potential.
Yeah, I would like to add a couple of points to what RL is saying. I mean, the GDP is just the wrong metric for comparing between countries. Even the creator of GDP said GDP is for measuring whether a company is whether a country is growing. So you use GDP to see whether it grows or it shrinks the economy. By itself, you can't use it to compare between countries. It's just nonsensical. Even GDP PPP, the power purchasing parity matrix, is still nonsensical. It's better, but it doesn't get you the whole way.
Slightly
the second
better.
thing I wanted to, yeah, slightly better. The second thing I want to bring about is to tie this back to the war, because this whole discussion is about war, right? It gets worse than that, because in the US, the MIC is actually not nationalized as a private company, whereas in Russia and China, the most of the MIC is actually nationalized. So what happens in a nationalized MIC is that all the technology that it has, sure, it might not be as much incentive to perform a lot of research for high-tech stuff, but all the technology that it has, once it gets it, is essentially then free. That's why a missile for the Russia might cost $20,000. The same missile in the US is going to cost $20 million every time you buy it, because you're paying for the technology over and over and over again. So the in terms of tech advancement, it's very, very good to have an MIC that's private, because it makes a lot more sense for private company to perform research, because that's the profitable path to take. But they hate making things like shells. They hate things like shells because that's not profitable.
So how do you think the U.S. arms industry is going to? Because you predicted the hyperinflation would be the thing before Russia actually makes a finishing blow, and like how would that? I would assume the defense industry will be suddenly quickly strapped. But I also had a question for both of you, Drew and RL. Like when the U.S. dollar stops being a reserve currency, I know it's not going to be like an immediate collapse or something like that, but it's definitely going to be much of a jolting going on. And I wonder, like, how do you think that's going to be affecting Europe or the global south, like Africa and Latin America?
First thing, US dollars will never lose its reserve currency status. You will see other reserve currency like Chinese yuan. But US dollars will never phase
No,
out.
no, I didn't
because
say dollar going away. I said dollar being like not the only option. And then like how do you guys perhaps see it panning out?
Europe will
Like
be
a-
fucked up.
Like
Europe will be
multipolar
fucked
currency,
up. Simple
like
as
it'd be a
that.
multipolar currency.
So, basically, when the US stops
Yeah.
being the only reserve currency, then we are fucked.
I think there was
Well,
there's a big analysis. I just if you allow in the
Because
National
Europe
Interest
has no autonomy.
Yeah,
It has no
on the
financial or
currency.
economic autonomies.
Yeah, on the currency
Simple
issue,
as
there's
that.
been a lot of study. Yeah, the Ukrainian war has actually brought a new, trend that they're going to be alternate currency like the Chinese renminbi and Russian ruble is already doing it. And then is the fall of dollar. Now, if you know it, that after the Bretton system and de-dollarization, and then later on, petrodollar, and now even the Arabs are, if you look at it, they are trying to get out of this petrodollar because they also know it doesn't have sufficient backing. At times, Putin would comment in a very derogatory way, what is the value of a dollar? He said, if you use a tissue paper, so the thing that you clean is actually expensive than the dollar. So unfortunately, that's how he said it. But the time is coming. But there is a study now that Ukraine war, because of a US approach, the Western approach of sanctions, and like they push India, that you want, let's say, buy oil and all that. So they went into alternate currencies. So actually, because of this war and the Western push of sanctions, have forced some of the developing world and the upcoming countries in the BRICS to trade in alternate currencies. So it is being concluded that this war is going to create a serious dent. While you have, like my friend said, that never leave the status of a reserve currency. I think in next decade, it's going to lose a lot. Just like the British pound after World War II and the dollar came up, I think it will be 2 or 3 alternate currencies. People are already buying gold. Of course, the Bitcoin was not allowed to, let's say, take off because the bigger banks were not very happy. But there is going to be alternate currency. So it's going to be a big jolt to the dollar.
Yes, I agree. It will be
Yeah.
a big
I
blow
would
for
just
the
like to
US
say
dollars.
that I would just like to say that no, the Chinese yuan will never be a reserve currency because China will never let the Chinese yuan float independently. So what's going to happen is what they've said is going to happen. The BRICS has already announced they're going to work on creating a reserve currency that's basically they haven't said what it's going to be pegged to, but based on the fact that everybody in BRICS is right now buying gold. I would assume they're going to set up a gold-backed BRICS reserve currency that's going to challenge the US dollar. And given that
Yuan
Saudi
can be backed by gold. That's what happened with rubles. Yuan could be backed by gold. Maybe the Chinese Communist Party don't have the guts to make it. Maybe. That's what I think. But the Russians have made it. Officially, 1 ounce of gold is equal to 5,000 rubles. That means the ruble is pegged with gold.
Yeah,
and
but
maybe the
again,
only currency in the world which is actually pegged to gold.
But do you see a huge rush to buy rubles anywhere? Because rubles are only useful in Russia. You can't buy. You can't. It's not.
Oh, you can ask
pegged
the
by-
Indians. You can ask the Indians start making business with Russia with rubles and rupee. You can ask the Chinese start making business with Russia in yuan and rubles. Everybody want to buy something to the Russians.
Can I
has
break in
to
real?
Only if you want to
with
buy
rubles.
something.
That's
Yes,
why
Mehdi.
their currency is that high. Whether or not all the economic sanction from the West and all the promise our politicians have made to crumble the Russian economy, and we see the result today. The rubles for the Russian is too high because they export too less. They want to diminish the value of the ruble a bit so they can export more. Come on.
I'd like to break in here on something about this because I just had a conversation about this with somebody that was actually on the Diaz and bringing themselves in. About a year within a year. Anyway, I asked him specifically, is your sector of the industry that you're in worried about BRICS coming online and pulling away, taking down the dollar? And he said, not really at this time. It's going to be multiple reserve currencies, but anything can happen. That's the thing. You know, even though they don't believe it will happen, doesn't mean there's not a possibility it could happen if the world turns into a shit show. So, and that was really revealing to me, because I thought they'd be wicked concerned about it. I mean, at that level, but they're not now, at least. They're not running with their hair on fire about it yet. So that's what I had to say.
Yeah,
exactly.
the reason but I agree with you, Midi. But the another reason I think no single existing currency is ever going to be the next reserve currency is because the other countries that are in this pseudo alliance of BRICS is never going to allow it. Like India is not going to be happy if the Chinese yuan or the ruble become the reserve currency. Russia is not going to be happy if the yuan or the rupee become reserve currency. China is not going to be happy if Russia or India's, you know. So they need something that they all have a.
I think you are missing the point. I think you are missing the point of multipolarism. That's what the BRICS want.
That's why they need one currency that represents all the BRICS currencies.
So
could
rupee,
BRICS make their own? Is
rubles,
that possible?
yuan can be all reserve currency. Maybe they won't be very happy with that, each others, but it's the way to go if they really want a multipolar world. That's why the
You can't
the
have
US
your
dollars
main
will never
currency
phase out.
tied to gold because you need a bit of inflation. If you have a bit of inflation, then you give the motivation for investments.
Yeah, but that's only for investments. And investment is the Western world.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you go
saying for
to
international
Russia,
investment.
which is now in a state of war economy. Investment in the sense of making money, you put money to make more money tomorrow has no meaning for them.
I'm not saying
in their
for
point of view.
international investments. I'm saying for investments in general. It's good for for the internal economy. For
yes, to have a bit of
for
inflation.
the citizens,
Yes.
not to keep their money in the banks. It's better if they investment. It creates more jobs. Investment in the sense of buying a house or something. If you have 100,000 euros in your bank and you know that there is inflation of 2%, like 1%, 2% annually, you understand that you have to spend your money because it's like you are losing your money. And by investing your money into something, then it creates more production, which means more jobs.
That's just theory. In reality, most of the people don't have $100,000 or euro in bank accounts.
Generally,
most of them, even if the inflation is at 10 or 20%, will try to minimize their cost, but stay that in bank accounts because tomorrow will be worse than today.
But hadn't the regarding currency?
That's for most of people. Of course, for investors who have millions or billions, yes, this is important to have inflation. But for average people, they will try to keep the very small amount of money they have in bank account and to spend it less possible because tomorrow will be worse than today. And that's most of people.
Rational thing, but
you understand what I mean?
Regarding the reserve currency,
and that's the big problem. That's why I'm saying we in Europe, especially in Europe, we are living in illusion of GDP, illusion of companies making a huge profit, of stock index rising. All that it has nothing to do with reality of most of people. What most of people see is price hike for gas, price hike for house, price hike for food. That's what they are actually living. And that brings social tensions that you don't see in Russia. in Russia you don't have that social tensions because
Yet,
people can't
because
afford
it's
to buy
just 1
food.
year left.
Yes,
It's
because
just
in
1
the
year
EU
of the sanctions.
they made one big mistake, and this is that there is unemployment. Keynes, the guy who was the pioneer of the Bretton Woods system, said that it's important for every person to have a job, and that's something that we don't see in Europe.
You
You really
know, in
need
Europe, I
to.
can tell you the number of unemployment are false. Especially
Okay,
in
I have a
France,
question.
especially in France, I can tell you the number they are giving you of unemployment are false. If
They're
you are
false
taking
all over.
yeah,
Yes,
if
well,
you are
Guys,
taking
we're flogging
the
a dead
people in
horse
age of
here.
working who has no activity, you can double that official number at minimum. And I think it's
Morton had a
almost
question.
the same in the rest of European countries and in United States. So
Okay, but I have another
we are
question.
already in crisis.
Let's go forward to the war.
Yeah, let's
I have a
move on.
question for you.
We're flogging a dead horse now. We're just going over the same shit. I don't really think everybody wants to listen to that. We've pounded the shit and beat the snot out of the horse.
You
He's
muted.
muted.
Maddie, you're muted. Maddie, you're muted.
Okay, I just want to say, you know, we've kicked the shit out of this horse now 3 ways to Sunday. Let's move on a little bit. I think.
Okay, I have a question for the group. So from my point of view, Russia is losing. Okay, and I think there will be another mobilization because they have mobilized the group they have now, but they're not achieving their goals. I can't see they have done anything positive for the last 6 months. Okay, they took Soledar and probably take Bachmut, but what then? I can't see the Russians achieving any combined armies attacks, and I think they're just a shadow of what we believed. So do you think there will be another mobilization, and what does that mean?
No, there won't be another mobilization. They haven't even used the ones they mobilized yet.
But they used half
when you
of them.
say they haven't, no, they haven't. I mean, if like what Vaughn said the other day, if there are fields and huge groups of Russians getting killed, where's the footage? All we see are dead Ukrainians in all the videos that we see.
Right.
But
even if you go to pro-Ukrainian,
sorry. All I see in my videos are dead Russians.
Yeah,
So
I follow some pro-Ukrainian ones.
We're watching totally different channels. I'm in the other universe that you were talking about earlier. That's why I'm asking.
Talking about war and only war. First of all, for me, that's my point of view. Russia has already won. I don't say the West has lost. I say Russia has already won. They captured Mariupol, a huge city, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, and now they are just grappling, going through what we called in French the Maginot Line. You know, to the reference of the defensive line the French have built against German, and the German just decided to pass in France through Belgium to avoid the line. So
I know.
They're just breaking that line that the Ukrainian have built since 2014.
RL, if you could please say, I was a little bit interested because Morten made a pretty good point here. Like he's on this other world, so to speak, of what information he gets available. So, I would like if Morten wouldn't mind, please elaborate a little bit because you were on to something before you got interrupted, and I would like you to complete, please.
Yeah. Okay. So my point of view is that Russia has lost because they tried to take Kiev. They tried to topple the regime. They would like to turn all of Ukraine into a pro-Ukrainian state like Belarus, but now that they failed in that. The West had support, and Ukraine are now being included in both EU and NATO, probably.
If Ukraine right now enters
let him finish.
European Union is fact.
Let him finish.
Because
All
that
right.
country is totally destroyed, and that country is totally corrupt.
How about we
It's
do
like,
this?
it's
Wait,
like a black hole where you put money in and you don't see where is the money. You know, you
But
can
if you
put
replace
infinite
your
amount of
rights,
money, it will
if
Guys,
you
disappear.
replace it with Russia,
give me a
it's
moment. Give
completely
me a
the
moment.
same.
Give me a moment. What I'd like to do is, instead of us bucking in on each other, let Morton make his point, and each one of us in line answer.
I second that.
So other people get to speak, and it's not
I
the
would like
same people overriding each other all the time,
fully agree.
including me. So
Yeah, okay. And so that's all first. They lost in Kiev. They had to pull back and lost a lot of equipment. And then they had to move back from Kharkiv and Kherson. And that they had to retreat the last time just proved that they can't even keep their supply lines to keep that side of the river. You're just talking about that Russia has a good supplies and everything, but they actually had to retreat without a fight because they couldn't support their military. Yes, now they're holding the line, but they aren't achieving anything. They mobilized 300,000 soldiers. 150,000 of them are at the front. 150,000 are still training. But the only thing they've achieved was to take Soledar. And Wagner was in Soledar, but now they have the VDV and also the Russian army joining in. And they haven't been able to take Bachmut. That's why they're trying to go all around now. But the Russian army, I can't see they're achieving anything. And now the West will supply weapons, what Ukraine need. There are Ukrainians in the US learning to fly F-16. They've done so since the summer. And they will get the weapon they need. They will get the tanks they need. And so do you guys think there will be a Russian offensive now? Or what do you think about what I said? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the larger question will be, if you allow me, just being a military officer, let me explain. There are 2 or 3 kinds of strategy that you adopt, One is that it's a land base, you want to grab the land. The other is you want to destroy the enemy forces. So it has different. Even the World War II, Hitler had different strategies. So in my opinion, humble opinion, because I've spent about 35 years in the military and retired as a 1-star general in Pakistan Army and seen a lot of combat. In my opinion,
Okay.
Oh man,
we lost him.
Okay, but do you think the Russian army is a good army? Are they actually okay?
Wakar, say that again.
Wakar, your connection is bad.
My connection?
No, Wakar.
No, Wakar. Okay. Anyone else want to go?
Yeah.
If not, I can take a shot at that.
I took some notes because it's really interesting as we can go over this kind of thing. The first thing you mentioned when you started asking your question was they went to Kiev and tried to topple the regime.
Yeah.
If they're going to topple the regime, why would they state that their goal is to demilitarize Ukraine? If they've stated their goal and are showing that their goal is to destroy as many Ukrainian military personnel as possible,
Alan, that came after. Their stated goal of demilitarizing Ukraine came after their initial push. I agree with Morton. When they first went into Ukraine, they did exactly what they did in Georgia in 2008. They amassed 200,000 troops at the border. They recognized 2 breakaway provinces, and then they made a beeline for the capital. And the only difference here in Ukraine versus Georgia is that in Georgia the guy ran, the president ran, but in Ukraine Zelensky was told not to run, so he didn't run. So he stayed put, and then the Russians were then caught behind enemy lines basically, and then they had to pull back, and then they had to regroup, and then they their stated goal changed to bring to demilitarization. What I'd like to push back on Morton on is that to see whether a military is achieving its goals. You have to look at the goals itself, like what Waka was saying before he lost his connection. The goal of Russia is not to take territory. That was the initial goal. In the first push, they already achieved half that goal. They got the bottom half of Ukraine. They failed in the Kyiv and Sumy side. So they got half of what they wanted. Then they changed their goals. Their goals now is to demilitarize. So when you say that they pulled out of, I mean, you said it yourself, they pulled out of Kherson without a fight. They pulled out of Kharkiv with a small fight, with barely enough, because they have barely enough people to hold the line. You said it yourself. So they didn't suffer a lot of people killed. Whereas what's happening now is they are forcing by pushing at one point. You see, Russia's main advantage is mass artillery, and beforehand they were at the start of this war they were firing 60,000 shells a day over a huge border. Right now they're just attacking one space and they are firing a third of that. They're firing a third of 15 to 20,000 shells a day in Bakhmut and its surrounds. So the amount of artillery bombardment there is going to be crazy, and they're forcing Ukraine to keep replenishing its people, keep rotating the dead out, the injured out, and while leaving the dead, and keep sending. They're sending people from Zaporozhye. That's why they can't do the offensive, which they have planned to do that. They keep sending people, and Russia keeps killing them, and that's what Russia is doing right now. It doesn't care to take territory. It's going to go as slow as is necessary. That's why the Dnieper bridges are still standing. It's easier to send people in to Bakhmut if there are bridges there. Why don't they just blow the bridges? They don't want to.
And
they want to kill
for the
Ukrainians.
And harder for
the
Ukrainians.
I think
you don't want to make it harder.
Proceed. They can't make any serious military achievements now. First of all, because it's too soft to ground, so they can't really use their BMPs and the tracked equipments. So they are on foot soldiers now. So the only achievements what they did in the past 2 months is like to take Soledar, which is a town
to kill a lot of Ukrainians.
But it works for both of the sides. And actually, if you accept the mathematics of the defenders and the offenders, then it's 3-1. So probably 3 times more Russian.
That's a myth.
But you don't know that.
That's a myth.
You don't know
No, that's a myth.
It's not
it's like telling that the Americans got 3 more casualties against Iraqis.
Okay, so
we all know that it was
exactly.
This is a baseline military. This is very much accepted in everywhere in the military.
No, it's a misconception. You misunderstand the saying. The doctrine is that you need 3 times more men to attack a defensive position to take it. It doesn't mean that you lose 3 times the net. Yes, it doesn't mean that you will lose 3 times more men. It means you need 3 times more men to take the position.
But they couldn't take it. They couldn't take it for months. That means that they lost it. They couldn't feed up the people.
They are not intending to take it. They're killing them
for months.
They are not intending to take it. They're killing them,
do you
pulling
think
back.
The Russians were just gathering up, piling up at the defense lines, and no one died?
No, the artillery is there, just
Maybe.
waiting for the
Maybe.
Ukrainians to come in.
It's not
microphone is cut.
No.
Yeah, Mehdi, your mic's muted. It's not 2 lines staring at each other.
Let me give you some operational reality right now. I just heard something that is completely false, that it's all muddy now, so the tanks don't have the advantage. What were tanks created for? Going over muddy terrain. That is their entire purpose originally. They are designed for this weather, almost any weather. It's not the way you think it is when it comes to that. The second thing about Kyiv and about this failure, there was no failure. They blocked Kyiv's forces from coming down south to be able to help them that were online going on the Donbass. The reason
it was a
why
win-win.
Hold on.
It was not a single reason. If
Let me finish. Let me finish. The reason why they did it when they did is because they saw that there was a gap between Kyiv and their operational forces in the south And the best thing they could do was to get between them as fast as they could. It wasn't about taking Kyiv. They were never going to take Kyiv with freaking 40,000 people. Even if they were stormtroopers, they would have never been able to do it. It's an impossible reality. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense when you think about urban combat. How would you successfully take over that city with 40,000, I don't care, best troops in the world? You would never do it.
No,
You'd be
but
lucky.
the reason they went in with 40,000, but they expected no one to fight them back because the intel they had told them that they would be met with open arms. This is what the soldiers on the ground said.
If I can add something about
They're not
Kyiv.
they're not that operationally naive, though. That's what I'm saying. It's there's plans in backup plans for things.
If I can add something about the Kyiv operation, you have to look at the end result. What was the end result? The Ukrainians were forced to station in Kyiv and in the surroundings tens of thousands of troops there permanently, instead of throwing them into Donbass. That was the end result of that Kyiv operation.
At the end,
so yes, the Russians lost people, lost soldiers, lost materials, but the end result was the Ukrainians were obliged to
where's
put
the Russian benefit
tens
from it?
of
Where's the
thousands of
Russian
people troops
benefit
there.
of that? But what's
The Russian lost half their first tank army. That's the best unit they have, and they also lost half of the Spetsnaz who took Hostomel. They died. They
did not lose half.
I don't know if they lost half of them. That's what the Ukrainians claims. But they lost people, they lost soldiers, but that's the price Russians are ready to pay. Because Russians do not Western.
Benefit from
oh, not half.
Okay, hold on.
There was no benefit
Carl,
of
you're
this
asking
whole
what the benefit
operation.
was. The benefit was they took all of southern Ukraine minus Odessa. That's the benefit. They lost a quarter of their country for sending in 40,000 men around Kyiv.
Yeah, and then they had to leave half of it because they couldn't hold it.
Okay, so what's going on right now in Kherson? Tell me right now, how triumphant are the Ukrainians in Kherson? No, they're getting bombarded by missiles and artillery every single day. The Russians know where their barracks are, so they just drop a missile on it. Then they move all their shit to another one. They drop another missile on it. You can. This goes back to the point. I'm sorry if I'm getting kind of riled up. No, I'm sorry. It goes back to the point. This is not a conflict about territory, right? It was at the beginning, as Drew said, and the Russians said, "Okay, that failed," and now their goal is to wipe out every single man in Ukraine who's holding a gun.
Okay, but they're failing there also because they're training more and more people. They're getting so demilitarization. Ukraine have never had more weapons than they have now. They're getting more weapon every month. There's a new aid package coming from the West, and
why are they asking for more tanks if they have? Why are they so desperate for more tanks if they still have their tanks?
I'm sorry to say, but
because Russia had a lot more tanks, they need a lot more tanks to match Russia.
They're not killing the military with those rockets and bombs and artillery. They're killing and bombarding the civilian population and the civilian householdings, you know.
And more Can I say something about the civilian casualties in Ukraine?
Russia was bombarding civilian what was that?
Yeah, Kherson, for example. Kherson, what you said.
The United Nations.
What is the military achievement in Kherson that they shoot in Kherson? Where's the military achievement there? What?
Let me tell you, this Ukraine war is one of the less inhuman in history. Officially, the United Nations just told that there were about 18,000 Ukrainian civilians who died. That's what they just said, about 18,000, which is nothing. If you look at First World War and Second World War, half of the casualties were civilians.
Relatives would be there.
Let us.
No, that's emotional. That's
Carl,
Let us just get to.
And none of
That's
them
pure
by
emotional
hands
bullshit.
behind
Just
gun
look at
and
the
kill them
statistics of war.
on their head.
Von der Leyen just said there were 100,000 of Ukrainian military dead. And there were
Yeah,
officially,
I
according
have
to
to
United
disagree with you
Nations,
there.
So
18,000,
10% of
which is
civilian
nothing.
casualties is acceptable for you. What are your standards? Seriously, what are
Excuse
your
me,
Okay,
my mom is
Carl.
Korean. Korean War, 75% of the casualties were civilians.
Korea
Vietnam
is
War,
not that
2 million
a middle
Vietnamese
age is
died.
something, man. It's a
Iraqi
21st
War,
century.
1 million
You should know
Iraqis
this.
died. Why? What's
You're
your
talking
problem? Because
nonsense.
they're not
You
white
are
like you?
inhuman. What you
That's
say
what
is
you are
inhuman
telling to
and
me?
totally
And that's the rest of the world is telling to us here in Western countries.
Can I take a middle
They
ground
don't
there?
give a
RL?
fuck about those poor Ukrainians.
RL, one thing.
One at a time.
Come on.
Oh, sorry, I don't have eardrops. Poor Ukrainians. Only 18,000, I'm sorry. There are more civilians than their NATO bombs during Belgrade.
RL. Let others speak and trying to have some form of,
Yes,
dignity.
of course. But don't be emotional, please.
Okay.
Don't be
embarrass
You are the one
emotional,
being emotional.
please.
You're just
RL, you are the one being emotional here.
Please, don't be emotional.
Sorry, but
You're telling me the story of that poor little
this war
girl
has nothing to
that
do with
just
the other
received a
wars
bomb
like
on
in
her
the
head.
Vietnam, when the Americans sprayed the Vietnamese, and like
guys,
people died for nothing. Like they mostly focus on killing people and peasants. What was that?
We're not
Of
one
course, we
civilian
will
is too
compare
much.
it with the
Let's just
18,000
stop
people that
comparing
died in
this.
Ukraine.
Let's just stop
No,
comparing civilian losses. It's just
Why
one
not?
civilian is too
Why
much.
not? Why not?
Well,
Why we should
let me
not
take the
compare
middle
it?
ground here. Okay, I strongly disagree with RL stance. Every person killed is one too many on either side, Ukraine or Russia. But the truth of the matter is, if you notice that when Russia first went in, they didn't shoot up anything. They just rolled their tanks right into Ukraine. They didn't fire their guns at civilians or anything. They have been trying their very best to keep the civilian casualties low. They only started shooting at buildings when the soldiers climbed into those buildings and shot RPGs at the tanks from the buildings. So it's like you can't expect the Russians not to shoot back if you start blowing up their tanks. Yeah,
I
it's
was
war.
just gonna say
But
too. How about how many of those civilian casualties are the idiots that, hey, here's a milk crate of Molotov cocktails, go take on T-90. I mean, we saw the videos before the war. They handed out guns like candy and RPGs and Molotov. I mean, they showed videos like, look, Babushka's making our Molotov cocktails for the local kids to go throw at the tanks. I mean, I saw videos of people laying in the woods, in civilian, winter clothing, shot late, I guess.
Okay, but we are talking about Bucha and Irpin here.
No,
I
I
think
mean,
this
what
is
I'm
what
saying
I'm
is
talking
how many of
about,
those.
like casualties. But
I have
our
information.
friend RL
Bucha
says
was
it's not
staged.
true.
I mean,
information. Bucha was
I'm not
staged.
trying to be rude or nothing, but I mean,
Okay,
it was
man, you
wintertime.
embrace yourself now. You embrace
I'm sorry, you're
yourself
still
now.
emotional, Carl Weiss.
I'm
still
not
emotional.
I'm not saying
The
something
UN
happened on
was
screen is
there
there's a
and
lot of
all
It's like
civilians
the
running
movie,
around.
the Schindler List, where you see the little girl with the red coat, where all the movie is in white and black, in black and white.
Such an
See, you are
idiot.
just emotional. That's Hollywood. Please stop it.
No, you
I
are
just
an
think-
idiot. You are misled by propaganda. I don't know which country you are sitting and what channels you are
In
watching.
France, I'm in
but
France, and I can
are
tell you
complete-
Bucha was staged.
Completely
And I can
brainwashed.
tell you Bucha was staged, and all those poor innocent people were shot by Ukrainians as of regiment.
You're totally brainwashed, man. I'm so
Carl, I have a
feel
question.
sorry
You
for
have your
you.
information, I have mine.
Carl, I've got a question
And
for you.
we will be disagreeing on it. That's it. That's it.
If
And that's
Bucha
the
was
reality
done by
of
the
today.
Russians,
We have people who are living in separate realities. You go to Russia, you go to China, you go to United States,
I
you go to
saw
Europe,
those videos
everybody,
as well, which
you go
tries
to
to prove
Africa, they
that why
don't think
Bucha was
as the
staged.
same as us. Simple
Can
as
you
that.
listen to me? Can you listen to me for a second? I was seeing those videos as well from the RT and from the Russian media channels, which were proving or tried to prove that these killings were staged, like the hands were moving for the bicycle, the people who were laying on the ground. This is what you're talking about, right? This is what you think it's a provement. But did you see the satellite images from days before that the
Nobody
scientists
saw
were
the satellite image like for MH17.
Okay, so what's your proof then?
Carl,
So what's your
there is
proof
a Dutch
instead you're
here.
watching RT?
I'm still waiting because I'm Belgian living in France. I'm still waiting for the satellite image of Bucha, but especially for MH17. I'm still waiting today. Man, show me
what
the image.
convinced
Show
me?
me a so-called satellite image that proves a satellite image that can prove a killing. It's incredible.
Yeah,
I want to
Okay,
see.
so
I want to see.
Zelensky with the cocaine, that's also true, right? Zelensky was snorting cocaine, which was on his desk.
No, I'm not talking about cocaine. I'm talking about Bucha. I'm talking about satellite imagery
It's the
that
same
should prove
nonsense.
Bucha or the MH17. I'm still waiting
just
for it.
stop this. You're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere.
RL's exactly right, though. When you think about the number of surveillance platforms available, all the satellite imaging, all these large events that are claimed to have happened on either side can be proven or disproven by showing the satellite imaging, the predator videos, the radio communications. So there really is no excuse for people not to have the answers. I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe, and it's justified because we don't have the answers because it can be cleared up real simple. All you got to do is show, it's just like in the beginning of the war when they said, we shot down an IL-76 full of paratroopers. No, you didn't. Bullshit. Because if you did, you'd show us the fucking satellite footage of the IL-76 splattered all over a fucking cornfield. And they don't. So that's why I don't believe it happened. And if it did happen, they could prove it. I mean, I'm sorry. You got J-STARS, AWACS, rivet bolts, predators, global hawks, fucking guys on the ground with cameras on stilts 100 feet tall. Drones, give me a break. If some shit happens, they could prove it, and that would be the end of it. They could embarrass Russia if it really happened, or Russia could embarrass Ukraine. Either way, you don't see either side doing that shit, and I blame the Western side more because they have way more fucking surveillance platforms to do that shit, and you never see shit. Just claims, no proof. All cattle, or all hat and no cattle every time.
You saw this, and there's a documentary for BBC and CNN of that, and New York Times.
Kill me,
You can
BBC.
see that.
Okay, guys. We talked about this in one of our previous discussions, right? How do you deal with mainstream media information, right? If you are listening to the West, mainstream media information, you got to assume everything positive they say about Ukraine is false or propaganda, and then you just take the bits that kind of don't follow their narrative.
I saw war
and if you
from
take
close,
and
and
if
I
you
know
take
how
let me
it
finish
works. And I
let me
was
finish
working in Bosnia and Herzegovina for 5 years. I know how it works, how the atrocities are working against the civilians.
let
And
me
it's
finish,
in
Carl.
every war.
Let me finish.
And it's in every war.
Let me finish, Carl. Let me finish.
So it's not a question.
If you look at the Russian side, okay, if there's pro-Russian, you should ignore it because it's pro-Russian propaganda. So if you're looking at RT showing you satellite images, you shouldn't give it any credit. But if they show something that's pro-Ukrainian, you should. The thing that got me to believe that Bucha was not staged, but mostly the fault of the Ukrainians, is that in the English West media, they were showing the bodies that had the white armbands on them. The white armbands were the ones that were in support of Russia. Those guys died because Ukraine shelled Bucha. They were showing in their own media. They didn't know what the white armbands meant. So that is the bit that convinced me. Because
I don't know what you're talking about. Show me this article where it's described. I don't know anything.
No, go
at all.
look at the videos.
Mayor
Go look at
of
all the
Bucha,
videos.
Show me
3 days.
All
something.
the guys
Put the link
lying.
here. I will check.
Yeah, we can't do that
Last
right now.
word about
Let's
Bucha.
just
The
stop
mayor
Go to your
of
friend.
Bucha.
I think we should generally get away from
Bucha
Bucha because
just
we won't get
tweeted
anywhere when we
when
talk
the
about it.
Russians
It will
leave
be
the
an endless
place and you
discussion
say
back and forth.
everything is
Yeah, just have to
okay.
stop
3
talking
days
about it.
later, we got all that mess with all those bodies well aligned, in line, with all their clothes, without any dust on it. Incredible. Incredible.
Just stop this. You won't agree anyway. It's just pointless
I
to
agree.
have to talk about this. Let me bring it back. Do you think another?
Emotional damage.
This is an important thing anyway. So at the end of the war, I mean, if there will be an end, probably you will not accept the results of this investigation too. But this is a key important thing. What happened there?
It's
Because
like
that
for the
one switched
investigation of
sides for a lot of.
MH17.
Can I
mean,
finish this? Can I finish this? Because then some politicians decided to continue and start the supporting of Ukraine. And this was, I saw a war from very close, man. I'm telling you, this is happening in every war. And I grew up in Hungary when we were close to we knew how the Russian military operates. The Russian military went through Hungary 2 times, once in 45, once in 56. They were stealing everything. They were raping even the old babushkas, the grandparents. They were stealing all the animals. They were killing all the available men.
Why are you saying Russia?
And that's
why
why
are you
all
saying
these
Russian?
countries,
Because it
can
was
I
Soviet
finish this?
Union.
Can I
And the
finish this
Soviet
and then
power
you can
decided
go?
to send people
Can
from
I finish
Kazakhstan.
this? Can I fucking
No,
finish this?
I don't trust you.
So
You are
that's
talking
why
about
all these
bullshit.
countries around Russia who were experienced the same, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Lithuania, has the same experience, and that's why we support this war against Russia, because we know how the Russian works. We know how.
Oh, you're just projecting, man.
We know where
Just
they are
say
coming
you.
from.
Just say you. Don't forget that in Lithuania, in Estonia, and in Latvia, you have about a quarter to 25% of the population who are ethnic Russians. Don't forget that.
No,
and
I
you don't have the same situation in Hungary. It's different.
Carl, you can't just say because they used to do it, they're doing it now. Different people are on the field. You need
Also.
evidence for this kind of thing. You
It's
can't
the same
convict.
military, man.
You
It's the same
you can't
military
convict.
style, the same
You can't
doctrine.
convict.
It's not the same military.
It's
it
not
isn't.
the same. That was a Soviet
Guys, we
Union.
really have
This
to get
is
away
Russia.
from this. Like, it won't lead anywhere. Like, no shit. We will have this back and forth 20 more times. What's going to happen? Nothing. Like, get back. I think Martin wanted to make a point about the strategic
That's kind of the issue, right? I brought this up earlier. Morton brought it up again.
You're talking
Two
about
universes,
someone you never
two
met
different
a
realities.
living Russian. You don't know how they work. They
Oh,
don't.
please,
they
Carl
don't know-
Weiss,
they
stop
don't
being
know
Wait,
emotional.
Aurel, stop.
Being
Aurel, stop.
imperialistic
Aurel, stop.
view.
Carl,
We are
say that again.
Europeans. We know this.
Carl, say
No,
that
no,
again.
you are Eastern
In
Europe.
Central Europe,
I am
East
Western
Europe,
Europe.
we
If you
know
want to
this
play that
because we
game.
live with them.
Yeah?
You don't know this, man. You're just
No,
talking
no. What we
nonsense.
know is thanks to Soviet Union, Europe was freed from Nazi Germany.
No, Aurel. Can anyone
Fuck
hear me?
yourself.
Yeah.
What do you
I hear
fucking
you.
talking about?
Carl.
They wouldn't do anything against
Oh.
if the United States wouldn't
Alan,
support
just-
them
We need
in the
Wyatt.
Second World War.
We need
Okay,
Wyatt.
They can't
Carl,
make a
I need you to
fucking
say that
stop.
again. Carl. Carl.
No, honestly, get away from this. It really won't lead anywhere. Like,
Yeah, this
I don't know.
is a different topic. This is something
Yeah.
he mentioned slightly and then moved on from. Carl, you said
Yeah.
something about the Russians. That was like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, I know a lot of Russians.
And they are what? Villains? Evil people? Scumbags who eat babies and rape women?
No, you're trying to put something in my mouth,
No.
which I didn't.
No,
didn't
you
say.
said we
I
know the
how
Russian-
the Russian military works. That's what I said. And I
So
know
you're
the
clarifying.
Russian
That is what you
way,
meant.
Imperialistic way of thinking. I know
Okay.
this.
Okay. So you're clarifying that that's what you said, not that Russians are that way.
No, I'm not saying like Russian people in general that, okay? You can relax. You can sit down.
But it cannot be in their
They don't
military
need your
doctrine that
protection.
they.
Okay.
There is nothing written in Russian military doctrine that says you should torture or rape anybody. That's what the soldiers do in case-by-case basis. The way you are thinking is the same way racist, sexist, ageist, nationalists think. It's like
No, it's
there's
the
one
thing that they
law
have
and
logic
they're all
Let me
bad.
put a comment. Let me put a
Oh,
comment.
Drew, you forgot
Carl
about
Weiss,
homophobic.
Carl Weiss is right, but is taking into consideration old time, like 50 years ago plus. But the thing is that this time ago, like the British done the same, the Germans, the French, everyone. That was the case long ago, but that's not the case in our days. We do not tolerate these things today. So Carl is both right and wrong, let's say.
Yeah, I think it shouldn't be tolerated, guys. And you're trying to put this under the carpet. That's the thing, and that's why I don't understand. Like, that's one thing. That's how you measure or how you judge the Russian military performance. Okay, that's one thing. But this is not military performance. This is war crimes, and war crimes.
No,
I think if we as military bloggers or you considered as military bloggers, you should accept that too. That's
Sorry, but
doesn't work.
No, we're just looking for
what
evidence,
do you
man.
mean? What do you mean?
Yes,
Sorry, Carl, but
evidence. We are looking for
I haven't
evidence.
seen any kind of crimes like rape. We don't have seen any evidence of that.
How you mean you don't
we have
see
seen.
that?
Well, to be honest, though, nobody would accept
Female
seen,
Ukrainian
from
prosecutor.
Ukrainian side,
anything is fake, and people will
war
make up new
crimes,
evidence.
like shooting
won't say
prisoners.
anything
No,
like that.
I mean, we
Yeah, okay,
all
from my
saw that
side,
Russian
I'm
guy
finished.
cut off
I
the
just
Ukrainian
wanted
guy's
to
dick.
tell you.
That's evidence. That's a war crime,
Just
right?
to point one information
But that's
about
one
those
Russian
rape
guy.
cases in Ukraine. Just to point one information about those rape cases in Ukraine. The female Ukrainian prosecutor opened many cases because they got information about rapings made by Russian soldiers. All of them were closed or not done because she has no information, because she has no proof.
Didn't she say that?
Yeah.
Yes.
She
Yeah,
said that on
the
video.
Ukrainian side.
I think she was
The
also
Ukrainian
fired.
lady came out and
I think
said
she
that
was
she lied
fired
about
to
being raped
Just for
because
public relations thingy.
I think she
So
was fired in
What
the
do I say?
news
She was
people
also.
say,
like,
"Oh, those Russians are horrible. Let's send money. Let's send weapons. Let's be."
Okay, but I have a
we
thing.
should not take these things for granted without having evidence. We do not work for the governments. We are just viewers. I can claim everything, yeah, right? But only evidence can, brought something.
But there is
can
one
be
thing there are
forward.
evidence for. That's the Russians have taken 150,000 or something. They claim, the Russians claim this. They have taken them out of the occupied areas and moved some of them to some schools in Chechnya or adopt them into Russian families.
Are these people like
These
you're talking about
children-
people being moved, right?
Let me explain.
Yeah.
These children
Yeah.
have
Okay.
family in Ukraine, but Russia won't let them go to Ukraine, so they adopt them into Russian families and send them.
That's not
to
150,000.
Chechnya.
Come on. But let me ask you something else, and you will make the conclusion. In which country most of the Ukrainian refugees have voluntary went?
Poland.
No,
No.
Russia.
Russia.
It was Russia.
Yeah, Russia, but that's the people who don't want that's the people who don't like the regime. But answer me this about the children, because this is very important. Children should be, that they're children. They should not be touched by this war at all. So why are Russia taking 150,000 children? And they're bragging about this. They're really bragging about this. This was one thing that was, let me finish. This was one thing that was stated in the UN also. And Russia made like a documentary on Russian television that they're adopting children into Russia instead of sending them to their relatives in Ukraine. And for me, this
their
is
parents dead?
just not okay.
Are their
First
parents
of all,
dead?
sending
Or
a
like
children
how did they come
in
along?
a war zone is a crime.
How did they come to get those
Our
children?
elder home became a war zone, though.
Oh, in the war zones, they take children out to get away from the war. If someone has just one parent or can't take care of the children, or if they don't have any parents, but they have family in Ukraine, but they still won't allow them to go to Ukraine. They are sending them to Chechnya on like these boarding schools kind of thing, probably to train them to be soldiers, or adopting them into Russian families.
That's
yeah,
such
but
like
they
a
are.
comic book villain excuse, though.
But there are movies. The Russians
That's
have
a-
made a documentary on this.
You keep taking it one step too far, Morten.
No,
It's like
there is actually you have to see this documentary. They are actually moving them into these boarding schools. It's totally true.
Yeah. I mean that to me sounds like a humanitarian thing to do. If the kids lost their parents.
We are talking.
Yeah,
we're
but they
talking
have
for
family in
children.
Ukraine. Why can't they send them to Ukraine?
Because it's a war zone.
It's a war zone.
Kiev and it's Kiev. It's not a war zone.
No electricity.
It's getting struck by missiles every single week. It is in a
Well,
war zone.
if you had a kid, would you rather send your kid to Russia than to
No
your
heating,
relatives?
no water, no electricity.
If I was dead, I wouldn't care. I want my kid
No
to be
water and
safe
electricity.
outside a war zone with water, with food, well taken care of. That's all I
Yeah.
want for my kid. If I was dead, I don't care where, as long as they are far away from a war zone. And that's what Russia is doing for these kids, from what I can tell from you.
Morten, do you
Point of view.
understand that in Ukraine the families have separate opinions about Russia and Ukraine? So it's not something
Yes,
that
I understand this.
we can give like a very specific answer. I understand your point.
I
but
understand.
We cannot
But-
something solid.
Yeah, but most of these family probably will send their children to Russia, since this is in Donbass. But some families won't like to have their children go to Russia. So the children that would like to go to Ukraine, why deny them to go to Ukraine? Why force them to go to Russia? That's just my. I suggest that you just take. I suggest that you take a look at this until next time, so we can have a discussion.
The only example that I have is that in the Greek Civil War, the communists make the same thing, and also the royalists make the same thing. If they find orphans, they just collect them and they put in their orphanage. You know, they build.
I mean, look
specific.
Look
But
at it from the other perspective. Look at it from the other perspective.
Hard to
As
answer
Russia,
these questions.
as Russia prevented parents from taking their kids over to Ukraine, I've seen like footage of parents bringing kids along, and they are driving towards the Ukrainian side, and the Russians don't stop them. So
Not anymore. Not anymore.
It sounds to
Not
me like
anymore.
it's a humanitarian exercise to help the kids that parents are killed.
Yeah, if the kids want to go, that's a humanitarian. But not everybody wants to go. But I suggest you take a look at this, and then we can have a discussion afterwards. Because
The problem
just
of
denying
Ukrainians today, their family, if you take Ukrainian family, they are divided, especially among generation. The youngster are more inclined to be toward West, and the older people generally are more inclined to be toward Russia.
Not anymore.
It's a rift of generation actually in Ukraine you have. Of course, you have some part of Ukraine who are pro-Western, like people from Lviv or Lvov of Ivano-Frankivsk, because they are Nazi. But people who are all over Novorossiya or from Sumy or from Kharkov or from Kherson region are divided.
My cousin is
you can have
married.
the parents who are pro-Russians, and you can have the children who are pro-Western.
The videos from Kupiansk, Berdyansk, and all the other cities in the east of the country after the Russian troops entered, when civilians stood in the way, like tons of civilians, and you can claim they're all Nazis. I think that's pretty dumb because Nazis are everywhere, obviously, not just in Ukraine.
No.
But these
I'm
people
not
in the way,
saying
tons
they're
of
all
civilians.
Nazis. I'm not saying that they are not Nazis.
Yes,
I mean, even in
all these
Kiev, you have
they didn't want
people
Russian
in
troops there. They
Ukraine.
weren't people with flowers. They were being resisted by civilians. So what do you make of that?
By some civilians, not all civilians.
No. Oh,
It's like in Kherson when the Russians came.
Let me give you an example.
It's like in Kherson when the
said.
Russians came to Kherson. You had some civilians who decide to go on strike and show the Ukrainian flag, but that wasn't all the people of Kherson.
Well, yes,
even
but
in
Kiev, all proportions are so radically different. Like when the Russians entered any place, when they came to Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, when they came to Kupiansk, after they obliterated Mariupol, walked in when 44,000 people were left, when they walked into Kherson, they always staged some amazing events where you had 10 people waiting in line for food, and then you had a second perspective with a camera filming how this was filmed, and was really cheap. But when the Ukrainians came back, that was true emotion. And like this is what really drives me nuts when people just be like, oh yes, they're probably half.
Again,
like, I think
the West is better in public relations.
When they would enter Lviv,
hang on.
The pro-Russian side of the country yet.
Hang on, you're looking at the Russian parades which are staged, and you're saying that these are Russian parades that are staged. And then you look at the Ukrainian parades that are staged, and you say the Ukrainian ones are real. I think your bias is showing there.
But
they are both staged.
In front of tanks were staged. I think that they simply stayed in front of tanks because they didn't want them to pass. I don't think that was
staged.
How about they're both staged and they just helping out people that are loyal to them that are nearby?
Simply as that.
That's not possible.
Guys,
that's not possible because the Ukrainians are sparkly, amazing heroes, and they would never stage anything bad.
They do stage things. When you're talking about simple civilian resistance, and you have such a stark difference, which, I think a lot of people here who try to be semi-objective, at least, try to have a foot in both information spaces. So they look at pro-Russian, Telegram groups, sometimes watch RT, and they try to look at what the West is saying. And simply comparing the sheer number and scale that you have seen of civil disobedience and people also welcoming one side, that is not comparable at all. Like, it simply isn't. There's no way. I don't know how anyone tries to justify by being like, oh yes,
it depends on the place on Ukraine. It depends on the place on Ukraine. If you look several Lysychansk takeover by the Russians, you will see the civilians who stayed there welcome the Russians. They were waiting for them, and all the
I don't mean to dismiss you. Then please, show me some of that. Honestly, because all I've seen is until now some things in Kherson where they went around. I mean, Kherson, big city with 300,000 people. You will find somebody who says yes, Russians come in. But it's always on a very small scale, and let's just say quite quickly. Second videos came out where people filmed it and fucking whistled from the side and were like, fuck off, don't do this.
Let me tell you something.
The Russians didn't kill them. And the Russians didn't kill them.
You don't see anything.
Because it's so subjective that you can't agree on that. So I would have a question to you guys. So how do you pro-Russian audience, I try to target it, how do you see the latest exchange in the military leadership in Russia? So Surovikin seems to be replaced by Gerasimov now.
Was not
after it's 3 months maybe of service, and before it was also a 3-month service when Surovikin replaced the other guy. I already forgot the name, and probably is the fourth in the row. Is this a kind of they think it's not the right tactic or concept what they're trying to follow, or it's retiring them because they were good enough and the better should come and it's just totally normal, or it's just they trying to admit that they are failing with these tactics? What do you think?
He was not changed.
You want me to start first?
They just put an extra army, and because they put an extra army, they need someone above.
Surovikin wasn't replaced.
He's still in charge of the airforce.
It just was put
okay.
in
So
his right
let me
place.
let me cut in, right? So the Surovikin is not removed. He's actually, the entire operation got promoted beyond his pay rank. So, his boss is now his boss. Basically, it's the same boss. The boss take over. And Surovikin is not in charge of the Air Force in this operation. He is a commander of the operation, one of the commanders. In the peacetime role, his normal role, he's the commander of all Air Force. He's joined by the commander of all ground forces and the deputy chief of staff, which is the deputy of the main guy now, Gerasimov, who is the chief of staff. So, the whole operation have promoted rather than say, Surovikin is replaced. He is replaced as the commander of the entire SMO, but he become a deputy. So he's still pretty much the same. He was brought in, from my understanding, because Russia was failing. There's too much fake information being sent up to the leadership. From my understanding, it's like, they're struggling, there are not enough men or whatever. And then he was brought in to stabilize the lines. The first thing he do is to order and prepare for the withdrawal of Kherson. It's not that they cannot hold Kherson, but it's not worth holding Kherson, in his opinion, because the bridges are all blown up. So, it makes life too difficult for them to just hold up there. If not, the Ukrainians actually struggled to break through the lines ever since the mobilization has begun. So they withdraw. And then he did a decent job. And then that's why he's not sacked entirely out of this entire SMO. So anyway, I'm going to let Waka in. I'm going to remove myself. Yeah, you guys can continue.
So I wanted to tell to Chakil that the Ukraine, like the pro-Ukrainian side, is overhyped. What I mean overhyped? Oh, let me tell you the example of Hitler. He was overhyped also. What example I have? Let me tell you one from my family. My cousin is married to an Ukrainian woman. She is from the Zaporozhye region, I think from Berdyansk. She's pro-Ukrainian, but her father, who lives in Ukraine, from the start of the war, as I have learned, he refused to take up arms. I'm not quite sure if he's pro-Russian. I assume that he's pro-Russian, but you see the contrast. Like, the guy who lives there is pro-Russian, and his daughter that lives in Greece is pro-Ukrainian. Why? Because perhaps that's what she have seen on the media, in the Western media, right?
Yeah, I would like to come on this a little bit quickly. We are all living in a post-truth era. Everybody understands it. We have all logic bubbles. We have actually precisely, we know which media to watch and hear. So somehow the bias is there. I think it's very difficult to become neutral. The only way to understand is that to be objective and see the things on the ground. Now, I don't think so that being pro-Ukrainian or pro-Russian would help, because one has to see the situation on ground. I'll just connect it. Somebody asked who's losing and who's winning. One is become very difficult to even define victory. In I think Fort Leavenworth and even in Camberley and in our staff call in Quetta, there was a lot of debate on how to define victory. Pakistan India went through a small clash in 2020, and we shot down one of their aircrafts, but they were proving it that no, we shot down one of the F-16. A lot of people in India believe it. So that's the post-truth environment. You can spend, a gazillion number of years and you will not be able to actually win the argument. So we are in that, I think, era, third decade of 21st century. Now come to the overall assessment of the situation quickly, and then I will leave. As far as the strategy is concerned, any military commander starting war will decide whether it's going to be force-oriented, you want to destroy the other side's forces, or you want to grab the land, or maybe you want to capture the capital. So there's a concept of center of gravity. I'm not going to detail. So I feel that probably Russians were going into force destruction. If you look at their phasing of operation, and there's always a deception.
Did we lose Waka again?
Probably.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Dang.
Okay, it's gone.
He's always right on the
I
verge
have
of like
another
a
question.
good.
What
good
about the
point.
Russian Air Force?
Yeah, he can't finish his point, unfortunately.
Okay, I have another question, please. I would like to talk about the Russian Air Force. So, the lack of the Russian Air Force. So, if their goal is to demilitarize or whatever, they should use the Air Force. That's the way to do it. But they're not able to do that. So why is that? Is it because of all the air defenses, or?
Yeah.
Then I will come to my point. Can anybody remember a war in the last, since the airplane was since Second World War, that an army has been able to have been able to win without an air force?
Vietnam, I guess.
Yeah, but
Russians
the Air
have
Force
an
is
Air
becoming
Force,
irrelevant
but they are
now.
not using it in the American-style Iraqi war. They have big, huge bombers. They can
Russian
bomb.
Air Force
They
is
can
a piece
carpet
of
bomb if they
crap.
want. They show it in Syria. Why they are not doing it? Because they know the Ukrainians have S-300s and S-200s book system from Soviet Union, which are perfectly able, especially with Western tweaks, to shoot down those big airplanes. It's very easy. That's why the Russians don't want to lose them. They prefer losing some Sukhoi 24, some Sukhoi 25, some
And on the drones.
and drones and Kamov 52. I prefer lose that than losing a big plane. I think.
And it's also
I
worth
think this is
Yeah, but it will be very difficult for them to do anything, a real offensive, or do anything real if they don't have an air force.
Well, the Ukrainians are
It
as
would
well.
be like
Okay, Morton, does
Yeah,
artillery
drones,
not
man.
count in this then? Where does artillery fall?
Well, I look into the artillery thing, and the West is, I think their plan is to match Russia until the spring, and they have a good plan on this. I just looked into a lot of regarding the artillery shells, and there will be a match on this, but artillery.
Wait, you
just
mean
level
match
cities.
in production or like fire?
Production.
In production.
In production.
Where?
So
they don't have enough capacity at the moment to build anything substantial.
Well, you're totally wrong there, because now Norway is producing a lot of artillery. There is a factory in all these countries that are now producing, and also
Define
France.
a lot.
I believe the French.
The scaling has begun, is what he means. The scaling has begun.
I believe the French. They are putting their war industry on war footing or something.
I also hear that they are buying from Pakistan as well.
Yeah, and they're also buying for Pakistan. They're getting 19 containers or something from
because
Pakistan.
Pakistan do build a lot of shells.
And they also have a lot of Iranian now. I don't know where they got this from, but
those were captured. Those were captured. They were supposedly on boats going to Yemen, and they were intercepted by the Navy and confiscated.
Yeah, they captured a tanker with artillery or something.
Yeah, there was like a bunch of small.
I was watching a video. I was watching a video about this from a YouTuber called Pirun. I think he's an Australian guy that does very deep analysis on, and he had a video on artillery shells, and he was mentioning that there was production for a lot of these 155mm all over the world, but he said it himself. All of these shells and production are all already earmarked and contracted to be sold to other parties. So the anything that needs to go to Ukraine just needs to wait. And I don't think Ukraine has much longer of patience, because I mean, they're getting shelled to heaven.
No, I think there's a plan. Their plan is to be equal with the Russians when the summer comes, and I think they will achieve this, because there is a lot of artillery production now in Europe that are going online, and also in Australia, and the US are also buying millions of shells from South Korea, so they can give more shells to Ukraine. But anyway,
just showing how Western are very short in weapon production, in fact, because the problem of Western military is technology. Example, the Caesar cannon sent by French, you need 2 years to build one. 2 years to build just one Caesar cannon, because it's high-tech and everything like that. It's not like Russian equipment, where they can build a lot of them very short period of time, because it's not that high-tech, maybe.
But you're totally wrong.
Because it's the amount of shells you can put to the enemy.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. When China and India buys equipment from Russia, they buy the license and they build. So India bought like 1,000 tanks from Russia, T-90 or something, and they're all built in India. And all the equipment that Russia are selling are mostly built in China and India. This is a fact. Just check it out. The Russians don't have. I just checked out with the IFVs.
Yes,
and they're able
Morten,
to produce
Morten,
250 a year.
those equipments, those Russian equipments, Indians can produce them.
Yeah,
India just bought French Rafale fighter jet, very potent.
Well, more than
nobody else than the French can build the Rafale because it's too technological.
Well, Morten, you just said it yourself. China and India are building Russians' weapons.
Yeah,
if you
but they're not
compare the
selling
industrial
anything
base,
to Russia. Before we see any new tanks,
they're not
from
telling
China,
anybody they're not selling.
we have to see it.
They don't have to announce
Where
these
are
things.
Where are they?
Whose industrial
are they?
capacity is stronger? China and India are both supporting Russia. Whose industrial capacity do you think trumps? China's industrial capacity trumps
China
the
is
entire
not
West.
supporting Russia.
Until we
India are very
see,
careful with that.
until we
No,
see
China has to
Chinese.
support Russia.
No,
because
they don't.
If Russia falls, China's next.
They will
North Korea.
buy up the Russians in the end, but they don't want to take a fall for them. No way.
Until we
Yeah,
see
exactly.
Russian
That's why
or Indian
they're
equipment.
supporting them very quietly, because they don't want to take the heat for it. But they know Russia cannot fall. If Russia is close to falling, China
the
will
US
step
has
in.
already said that any violation of the sanctions by India or China will hit secondary sanctions, and afterwards you have certain Chinese companies who are not even violating the sanctions, cutting ties with Russia, who are responsible for, I don't know, drone production or something. And there has not been
American sanctions are no more because they are not leading the world anymore.
It's entirely legal. But like, there has not been an instance where they actually break the sanctions. That's the thing.
Sorry, Chuckle, but that is
as far as you know.
Hello?
As far as we
Hello,
know,
sorry.
it hasn't happened. As far as you know, it hasn't happened.
As far as
Yeah,
we
no,
know,
Chuckle, that is quite
American
naive.
satellite
Okay,
has pointed at. I'm sorry.
I think they're
when I
probably
used to
breaking
work,
the sanctions
for example,
just in the oil market because of all the third, fourth, fifth, intermediaries. I think it's safe to assume everybody that's signed off on the sanctions is breaking the sanctions in just the energy department. Because I mean, why else are you selling China oil 40%?
Here in Europe,
I'll give you a
we
real
still
life
receive
example.
gas and oil from Russia, and it goes through Turkey.
I'll give you a real life
That is
example.
energy, though. I mean, this is
When I used to work as a business developer in Indonesia for renewable energy plants, in Indonesia, to get anything like a permit or whatever, you need to bribe. But we were working for an American company, so of course there's the KYC requirements, anti-bribery, and all those things. So what do? You hire a consultant that can get you the permits. You don't ask him how he gets you the permits. The price of the bribe is included in the amount you pay him, and you just say, okay, I need this permit. The consultant takes the money, goes away, comes back with the permit. That's how it's done. These companies, they are saying, we don't want to violate the US sanctions. They're just selling the stuff to another company that they just created, that's at the border of Russia, and then they're just shipping it in.
So why are Russia using BMP-1s now? Why are Russia using BMP-1s and not new
Because
equipment?
they have them.
Why are they using old tanks? Why are they using
Why
old
is NATO
tanks?
sending Ukraine old stuff? Because they have them.
Because
Yeah,
Russians
They-
like
they-
the suffering. That's the reason. That's why they don't use the modern technology.
Yeah,
They
maybe
love to
that as
suffer
well, bro.
and throw all the people and the
No,
rusty metal
it's
into
just
the wall.
come on. That's just
That's what you're
bullshit.
saying, right?
If you
It's
want
not
to be
wrong also.
emotional
shouldn't go
wise,
to that
I
again.
can tell
We
you
can
that
do that.
NATO is very cynical. Fight
Why
for
use
less
like a
Ukrainians.
tin can like a BMP-1 is if you can get better equipment? It's just letting your soldiers die. There's
I
no.
think
T-64, man.
I think the whole thing is
T-64,
it's
if they
been
can
made
get
clear repeatedly
9
that the older
million.
equipment is generally going to the militias and the reserve units. And by reserve units, I mean units in the rear. I mean, I'm not saying that stuff doesn't end up on the front line because, you know, the battlefield's fluid, and if there's a tank sitting around and you want a tank, you can probably just take it. But, you know, I don't think I'm being unreasonable by saying that it's generally agreed that the older equipment is going to the militias and not the frontline troops. So it's kind of a misrepresentation of that equipment being used in actual combat against the front lines when it's not. It's probably
Also
doing
the
checkpoints.
tactics, so it's going to the newly mobilized as
It's
well.
an
Like they
assumption.
do have a ton of
They
issues.
are
That's a more reasonable
encirclement
assumption.
tactics.
So I want to
So
cut in.
they-
You know, the usage of older equipments. One way to justify why they're doing that is because Russia is not looking at this as a war between them and Ukraine. To them, they never have any doubts about losing to Ukraine. It's not possible to lose to Ukraine in their mind. Okay, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. But what they are looking at is this is a war against NATO. So which is why they are not going to use their most modern weapons, their best weapons as much as they can. They definitely don't want to lose them. Like be it the latest T-90, which they did lose at Kharkiv. I'm quite sure someone have their head rolls for it.
So they reserve it for later. That's what you're saying.
Yes, because
for what?
everything
for what,
is
for where?
for
what?
with
What,
NATO.
what are they waiting for?
It's like
the
a
Russian-
They're waiting
match.
for, because Russia, you have to understand that you are looking it from the Western perspective. You're not looking at anything that is within Russia. Within Russia, they are justified. You know, they have their own politics. They have their own democratic, process that we do not
this
understand
is
because they have their own
nonsense.
process.
I understand
think
what
that
you're
is
saying,
nonsense?
but they're using their missiles in a fatal
Yeah.
attack, in a stupid attack to break the Ukrainian spirit. The only thing
Only.
the missiles are doing is to unite the Ukrainian people and to
Maybe.
make the West give them more weapon.
Maybe.
But you mean that
No, it's
you mean that
stopping their
after 9
trains.
months? Wait,
That's
wait,
fine.
stop.
That's
Yeah.
You
very
mean
juicy.
after 9 months the Ukrainians are still not united by now?
Yeah, they are
It's not-
united, but they're united.
It's impossible, right? You cannot say
Yeah.
that. Oh, I'm doing missile
But
strikes.
you know what I'm
in
meaning.
December.
This is just, but the only thing they're achieving is more support from the West with those attacks, and they're not achieving
No,
anything.
they are stopping their trains.
The support will always
No, they have
come.
diesel trains. And Steve,
yes,
they have
they
diesel
get
trains.
diesel trains.
Two from a museum.
No, but it
No,
doesn't
no,
matter.
You have
more
two
than
diesel
that.
trains from a
Frontline is well
museum.
supplied.
That's
We can
it.
agree on that.
But the power is
Regarding
on.
supply, nothing has
They're
really
only
changed for
they're
these
only
guys.
able to cut the
Regarding
power
that, they've been
for
highly ineffective.
they're only able
No,
to
we-
cut the power for a day or two, and then the power is back on.
Which is why-
Ukraine
yeah,
had
but that's
nuclear
the same point.
power. You can't.
Morton.
Ukraine
That's what
had
they need.
nuclear power, and they can't
Morton.
bomb the nuclear power. So
That's what.
so
That's why they come back to the same point. Because the Russians know that the supplies from the West will never stop. There's nothing. It doesn't matter what the Russians do. The supplies will never stop. That's why they're preparing for war with NATO, and eventually, now we're
No,
gonna see. We are seeing
they're
red
hoping
lists.
it stops. They're hoping for it.
It will not stop.
They hope
Russians
that
are-
the support will go out
No,
from Ukraine.
Russians are pragmatic
That's
people.
their only one hope. That's the only
Yeah.
one hope
They
have.
hope in the beginning, in the first month of war, Zelensky will run away, and then they
Still,
can actually take over.
That's why
Crimea
they
style-
wanted to
Crimea style.
negotiate.
Yeah, I
Still
agree.
wants is still
Today,
the hope,
right?
because that's why Putin wanted to negotiate in December as well, because that's why
They
they
always
hope
wanted to.
that Macron and the German chancellor will say, okay, let's negotiate then, because
The
this is the
negotiation
last
will
hope.
never. The negotiation will never work
Russia-
because, right?
Stop talking
Because
about
right, Russia's
They wanted to
negotiation-
negotiate at least 3 times during the autumn, at
More than
least
that.
3 times.
The
More.
thing is,
Every time they
Turkey-
talk, they say they want to negotiate.
When
The
people
Russia-
say
every time they
Communicated
talk.
it through
you need to
Erdogan,
understand the
then
opposite.
directly to the media.
negotiation, right, will
several
not
ways.
happen. 100% will not happen because Russia's bottom line for negotiation is that the 4 oblasts that they annex must be part of Russia. That's part of the negotiation. So there's no negotiation. Negotiation is nonsensical. They are not negotiating. They are just doing whatever they want. They're going to capture whatever they want. That's what Russia is doing. The war is coming.
For Ukraine, they need to recapture
Medvedev
Crimea.
announced it. Putin announced it too. So they said it. Why did they said it then? It was
But
just
I'm quite sure that
Zelensky said, "I will negotiate with Russia if they give up Crimea." So of course there is no negotiation possible.
That's because both sides want maximalist positions at the start. Of course, they won't say publicly what they actually want. I mean, simply taking from the public statements that this side says we want everything, the other side says we want everything. Of course, I mean, that's how you start off with. The Ukrainians themselves very much know that they can't take Crimea. And I mean, Western generals, whenever you hear the, what is his name, Mark Milley from the US or something? I mean, after the Kherson retreat, he was the first to say now the door is open for negotiations. And the Ukrainians were very fast to calm that down because you don't want to appear like the side that's giving in, just like the Russians. And I mean, it was a very rare example when Putin even mentioned negotiations. But what is happening in the back door, you can't really tell from the public statements.
Because I did do the videos on the generals, but I did the videos on the generals, explaining the hierarchy, that the change of Surovikin, and I also do additional posting to try to explain all these things. You have to understand that what the command structure is now for this special military operation is literally war. The apex leadership. There is no more higher ranking people other than these people anymore. The highest ranking military guy is Gerasimov. There is no more higher ranking guy. Basically, Russia is in war footing. The only thing that they shot off is just declaring war and then bring in all the conscripts and everything and then go into 100% war industry. This is the only thing that is lacking. Whatever they are doing now, this is a really is basically war. There's no more higher ranking. There's no more this is a special military operation. Okay, you go and settle this. No more. The war started like this. They pointed a few generals to them. Okay, settle this, and then they just start to ramp up. Then when Surovikin come in, he is the commander of all air force. That is a really very high ranking. So now the big boss has appeared. Shoigu will never take over because he's not a military guy. He cannot really command the army.
Okay, I have a last question before I have to leave.
Before you have a question, I'd like to cover two points. That I think I need to correct a misconception that Russia is asking for negotiations. They every time they speak, they say we are happy to negotiate. The fact that the Western media only reports when about it one or two times, you think that that's the only time that they ask for negotiations. That's not true. Every time you hear them talk, they ask for negotiations.
It's special when Putin himself says it, because usually it's not that
he
Putin
says it all the time.
in front of camera. He's like, again, I'm ready.
Like, he says it every time.
Diplomats on both sides saying something, but the highest ranking official, that is rare. That is what I meant with that. And
no, it's not rare. He says it every month.
Every single
my question. Hey, let me have my question now before I leave. Let me have my question. So in the beginning, I asked the whole group about new mobilization. My belief is that Russia is doing so poorly that they will have another mobilization soon. Okay, so if there is another this is my point of view. If there is a mobilization, what do you think will be the reason for that? Nobody believes there will be another mobilization. Okay, and I'm leaving, and we will talk again when the mobilization has become real.
Russia made another mobilization. Thank you. Because NATO entered the war.
See you.
Bye.
Yeah, see you.
Okay. Sorry, my second point on the negotiation bit is you have to listen to their language now. Before Merkel came out and said that that Minsk was actually a farce, right? She said that we never intended to implement it. Putin always called the Western politicians his partners. After that revelation, he has called the Western politicians, the Western leaders, his adversaries. They are not going to negotiate. They are intending to fight them now. The stance was totally changed when Merkel and Holland came out and said, we screwed the Russians. We put one over them. So trust is lost, and you can't negotiate with trust.
I want to hear Carl and Chocola's explanation for that. How do you justify that? Yeah, no, but that's the question. How do you justify that?
Okay, so Drew, you mentioned that
I put
Merkel
my
came out
eyes.
openly
I
and
put
said
my hand on
we want
my
to
eyes
use the
because
time and
you
arm
mentioned
Ukraine.
Poland.
That is. Who's talking now?
Don't overlap.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
or Chuckle,
No,
go ahead.
you said
Chuckle, go ahead.
that was Merkel's point, but what she actually said was the point of Minsk was to give Ukraine time to actually just find itself as a state and strengthen as a state to prevent a war later on. And the Russian media, of course, later on said she meant that it was time to arm Ukraine at that point. But that's not what she said. So I'll just disagree with you on that. And if you want to look up what she said, then do it.
What about Poroshenko?
With what with Poroshenko? That he's the corrupt
With what
guy
he
or-
said about Minsk. With what he said about Minsk.
He said the same thing.
I don't know what Poroshenko said.
No,
did he
Poroshenko
say?
stated that Minsk agreement was to build an Ukrainian army so they can crush the militia of Donbass.
That was
Well, that
on
makes
video.
sense for Poroshenko. Yeah. I mean, if he
And
said that, that's probably true.
François Hollande, which is maybe the worst president of France in history of France, just say the same thing.
Did he say what Merkel said, or did he say what Poroshenko said? I mean, I don't know what François
I
Hollande
don't
said.
know what I've heard about Merkel because her interview on Die Zeit was disappeared from internet. You can't find it anymore. Strange,
Well,
but
with Merkel, no, I just found an article because I wanted to check what Drew said, and there.
no, I'm talking about the video she made with Die Zeit, where she's talking about the Minsk agreement. It disappeared.
Which one?
The
Die Zeit.
me-
You
me-
can't
me-
find
right?
the video anymore. You can't find it. You only find the articles.
Well, I mean, basically,
but the
when
video
Merkel-
where she's talking
We're-
face to
we're-
face with the journalist, the interview she made, you can't find it anymore in Die Zeit. Die Zeit, that's the German journal. Now you
whoever-
only find articles.
Can we go back to the topic of the
Conspiracy,
mobilization?
conspiracy theory.
I mean, I think it's true. I mean, as soon as Merkel and those other guys made those comments, it's
Hold on,
like
bro.
they just took a big shit in the room, and you could see the tone changed. I mean, the attitude changed. I mean, to me, that was the stupidest thing they could have done, is like come out and say that. I mean, I don't know why they even thought that was a good idea.
But hold on, bro. You got no business saying, putting your hands up in the air saying conspiracy theory when we got conspiracy theories being proven over here left and right, especially in the States. So
Yeah,
for your idea, especially when
she said it, it was stupid to say it. I mean, it was idiotic to bring that up.
It's a conspiracy theory that they're deleting interviews off the internet and they're censoring this kind of information. That they got no business saying that, bro. But what we've learned over here in the States from the course of the past 2-3 months, all the
Twitter
conspiracies
files
about
alone proves that.
exactly.
Carl, are the Twitter files a conspiracy theory?
What is it?
Yeah, but see,
Are the
but
Twitter
you know
files
what?
a conspiracy theory?
It was actually because it was Trump who was saying beforehand that since social media was censoring his speech and censoring things not only going on with the elections, but also with how the government was operated. He was the one who said that the intelligence arm of our government was going to go after him. He called it out actually earlier on in his presidency. So for dude over here to say it's a conspiracy theory that they're taking out information that is detrimental towards the look of Ukraine, it's very ignorant to say. Honestly, it's very ill-informed given what we know how censorship is going on right now, and the fact that the U.S. is at the center of everything involving this geopolitical issue. They're at the
I
center.
suspect, right? Merkel, right, when she review all these things, right, I think she's protecting her own backside. You know, it's like she sees what's to come, and then he know that Germany is messed up. It's gonna like go to shit, and then she trying to protect herself before everything start to unravel. Because she already start to see all the signs that everything is cracking up. Poland is not friendly with Germany, but they cannot get their economy in order. They cannot get the gas. US is controlling everything. Then she's no longer in control. She's trying to pave a way out of the before that she get lynched for being one of the responsible parties. She's like, oh, it's not my responsibility. I did my best. Maybe
Well,
she's doing something like
pretty
this.
much what she said with like the gas pipeline and everything. Because I mean, she was most heavily criticized already when like Nord Stream 2 started. That there was an over reliance on Russian gas. It would kind of swing between 40 to 60%.
Well, irregardless of it,
and when
the fact that she said it has created more problems.
That's going to really hit her.
No, what you have to understand with Nord Stream and Russian gas to Germany and the over-reliance of German economy with the Russian gas is the German economic success is thanks to Russian gas, cheap and in a huge quantity. and nothing else. It's not
Of course,
Deutschland
it's the
over
same time you could
others.
have built
No,
weapons from Azerbaijan.
it's
They
because
would
they got
else? No,
advantage,
don't say that.
economical
Nothing
advantage.
else.
question of how you steer it. And she said it was okay to be strategically reliant just on Russia. And back then there was heavy criticism in parliament in like 2013, 2012, 2011. Those were kind of the very deciding years for that. But everyone was kind of in on it. It was the time before Crimea, and even afterwards, people stayed with the decision. People said, no, it's okay, we can rely on Russia. Nothing will happen. This won't escalate.
Can I
And this is what
quote
we're left with
Bismarck?
now. And I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised how well it went, because at the start they were like kind of very doomy pictures with what could have happened over the winter. But in the end, like, they finished one LNG terminal now. They're on the way to finish the second one. And I mean, gas is all over the world. You simply have to find a way to actually get it here. And this is where other people are not leveraging the position against Germany.
What price?
No,
That's
no,
why
LNG
German
terminals.
companies
They
are
finished-
moving to United States and
No,
China.
They finished 2 LNG terminals, right? In Germany.
I only know about one that is already in use. I think a second one is on their way to being finished. The first one took 7% of the total German gas supply. By the time the war started, we were having like 40% from Russia. So you can say like kind of a fourth of that is being served by that. The second one, I don't know how huge it is. And I mean, since the industry already was saving up 25% of the total gas use, and private households as well, gas consumption in total has gone down a long way. But to you, RL, that point with Russian gas, yes, in the end, the German economic success was built on it, but it was the choice to build it on that. Because back then there were talks about possible pipelines from Turkmenistan, from Azerbaijan, from all kinds of countries, even from Ukraine, because I mean, in the Kramatorsk direction, they also have huge gas fields to exploit from there. But in the end, they settled for Russia because the idea was that if Germany and Russia are economically very closely intertwined, that was kind of the general acceptance back then peace in Europe will pretty much be assured. That is how everyone.
Not only that, but Bismarck said that if you like to conquer the world, just ally Russia. Is that irrelevant?
He also said you can't trust the Russian, so I guess.
But I don't think that Russia has less magnitude than it has in the 19th century.
Shako, I have a question to you regarding the gas, because do you actually perceive, like, as you just mentioned, you know, the German government did at the time made the decision to join, and yes, sure, if they are tightly connected, they won't be fighting each other. But there is also this geographic reality, and that it's much more to send through pipelines than across the seas, because you have to compress it and uncompress it, and so like is put differently. Even if the LNG terminals come up and everything like that, and Germany doesn't actually have a shortage, they will always be able to get gas. They are still having to pay a whole lot more for it. And so, like, my question to you then is, like, do you actually then see this as a benefit for, like, when the U.S. is actually making bank off Germany, Germany getting involved in a war that actually doesn't really concern it? It's like, how do you see that, like, being a benefit?
It is hugely annoying, and I don't see it as a benefit. It's kind of the way out you have to choose now. But that is because, like, that is why I personally and a lot of other Germans were annoyed. Like, I mean, that was kind of the time back then when I started to kind of be interested in politics, and I was always when I saw how like the discussion was on over-reliance on Russia, and I didn't feel too good with it back then. A lot of people criticized it. And I mean, no matter what you think of Russia, it's just that most countries diversify their energy inputs, and saying that you don't take all your gas, well, I mean, third of the gas from Russia, but instead you say, well, we have Nord Stream 1, we can ship that. We can also get an LNG terminal and discuss 2 more pipelines from somewhere else. There were talks about that. It's just that they decided, I mean, we're talking pipelines now, so the cheapest of cheap gas. I mean, Russian gas is gas pipeline cheap, right? They were talking about cheap gas from other places as well. It's just that they decided to only do Russia. And that is what is being criticized.
It's not.
So, sorry. Sorry. Can I say some? Cut in. I need to leave in soon. So I just wanted to say, it's been a great time. Thank you guys. And those guys, they are not already on the Telegram group that Wyatt just set up last week. I think you should get on. We have quite a few good, nice chats over there. So we can continue these discussions over there. Yeah. So bye. Have a good one.
Come on, man, it's a secret. Why are you telling everyone?
Bye.
It's supposed to be a secret.
Emphasize that to Shako and Carl. Something tells me we might want to have like a Yeah, I was just saying, like, it will be actually just seconding what Drew just said. I think it will be very beneficial for everyone who gets on the panel that we have some place where we can perhaps arrange maybe a close live where we have our facts already presented beforehand, but we're discussing it live, and then more it becomes the, then we can leave it more for the audience, because they will see our ignorance blatantly out there and confronted, and whether we change our opinions or not doesn't really matter. Right, like, because we get slugfest very easily, like this thing with Bucha. Yeah, well, but we don't really know, so like it doesn't really help going back and forth.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. It would be great actually to for example, I posted someone, the other guys posted someone, to go through these articles together, and maybe we can pinpoint out where are maybe false information planted, or they want to mislead us, or something else.
or just where we have an impasse, and then we know already that we have agreed to disagree, but we are going to present it to the audience nonetheless. And one can then go with an epistemological approach, like what is actually a fact here. For those who are more.
I think you can have a live chat in one of the chat things, person to person, and you can add people in, and then you all can go over all that in depth.
You mean like a semi-closed?
Yeah,
initially?
I saw it's happened a few times on accident. It'll be like, I think Mehdi was in one time, and I'd be like, "Hey, can you hear me?" But nobody could ever hear me. I think I saw somebody else in one another time. I don't know how it works, but I'm just saying there are ways you can get together. Plus, we have the other thing going on too. So, we don't.
The Telegram boys, please.
Yeah. So you guys keep telling people, everyone, our secret. So there is a Telegram group for open mic speakers exclusively. So yeah. So it's a only exclusively for
it's just
speakers.
like the Discord.
Yeah. So but it helps to
like,
actually help me arrange people. Like, let's say I want to have a closed session. For example, I really want to do a pro-Ukrainian, pure pro-Ukrainian session. Then I know who to pick, because people who got on, I know their perspective, I know where they stand. Then we can really discuss in a very NATO pro-Ukrainian or anti-Russia way. Then we can actually have a very good session, rather than in the open mic session, everybody's just arguing. That it's not very productive. In the closed session method. So so it's a different thing. We did once already, right? So the closed session, which is actually a great success. Over 1,000 people was watching at once, 1,100. So that was very good.
Yeah, and like Wyatt said, with the pro-Ukrainian guys, you can come in like 2 hours, focus topics, and that way everybody can talk about what they're seeing and what they think, and exchange information and stuff like that. So it's really good. So if y'all want to get in on a closed mic sometime, it's a good place to keep things focused and just work through a couple issues. And it's
when is that, or it's a separate channel?
It's a Telegram chat.
It's tied with this.
It's on the Telegram. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a private group, so only by invite code. So I will only give it to the speakers. So basically, I did tell the speakers that please do not share this, because if you start to let anonymous people come in, then you're not going to have honest people talking. Like everyone that shows their face, even if we can disagree with each other, we actually respect each other for being able to stand by our words. Not like those people on Twitter, not like those people on Discord, or on those Telegram group that just talk rubbish, and then they have no guts. They are just cowards, not wanting to come up. So yeah, so I fully appreciate everyone that comes on.
They're called computer screen tough guys. That's what they are.
Yeah. So we are already 4 hours 50 minutes. It's yet another 5 hour session. Oh my god. So we can do a closing. So everyone can have their last word before we close. Who Coping start first, since it's beside me.
Last words. So I'm going to stand by my prediction, which was further validated by Drew, that the Russians are not going to try. They may try for decisive victories and offenses, but I don't think they will try to make anything conclusive, because there are many other factors outside of Ukraine that fall into play, such as the thing with hyperinflation and so forth. That being said, I would rather just point out, I'm actually very glad that we had, you know, more of the pro-NATO folks at the same time. That's, you know, that's nice. Or at least, you know, whether you're pro-NATO or not actually doesn't matter. It's just that you have a differing opinion. And it, yeah, I actually don't really have much to say. I figured I should actually booted myself out to leave other people to come in. That's really how I felt for this stream. So yeah, that's my last words.
Alan.
Yep. I share the same opinion. It's good that you guys came on here. Hopefully we can have more further conversations with you guys later on. This is, I mean, I think the war is just going to keep grinding on. Russia's got their goals they set out, and they got to destroy all the Ukrainian forces, and they're going to keep doing that. Other than that, I hope that you guys have a good day. Yeah, it's not much to say. It's a really good conversation today, and it sucks you guys weren't here like from the very beginning, because we could probably had a longer conversation about it.
Yeah, we can argue for 5 hours. That would be
oh my god,
the most epic. The Jojo's?
Yeah. So I believe that the NATO tried to make the war in Ukraine a Vietnam for Russia. However, I think it turned to be the other way around, and Russia is taking advantage of this. Regarding the mobilization, I don't think that it's a mobilization, because I don't believe that these people will be demobilized. I think that the Russian army will grow up in its size. Well, I think they actually said about 400,000 to grow, that the army will grow about 400,000, but perhaps it can be more. I think they will stay forever because of the Russian needs. I think they understood that they had quite few people to put in the field, because the problem with the war in Ukraine is not about the people that are like fighting the Ukrainians. It's about to man the borders, to have army all around the border. That's the problem of Russia right now. Well, from the beginning, of course. Like, it's hilarious to fight this war with 150,000. That was the initial manpower. You need at least, I don't know, 700,000. Have a safe a safe border. Like, imagine if Ukraine wanted to attack Russia, and if Ukraine had a successful mobilization of, I don't know, 3 million people, they would just march to Russian country land. So that's what I think about the mobilization. If they are going to attack from different sectors, I'm not quite sure, but as long as there is this threat, it's a big advance for Russia, because Ukrainians have to keep the military, spread around the country. That's what I had to tell for today. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you, everyone. I think that our discussion is, touches a lot of topics. Perhaps we should, put a list and make some rotations to be more efficient, and not to jump from one thing to the other. That's it. Thank you.
He is correct.
I cannot hear it weird.
Wyatt.
Hey, you're muted.
Your mic.
Holy shit! I'm talking to myself. So I was saying, NGS say, thank you all. Don't be angry, and one at a time. But that's not the point of the open mic. The whole point is to 10% all talk at the same time, so nobody can hear anything. So anyway, IL, you'll be next.
So that's why you went off, so you could just chill back and watch the shit show go loose.
Yeah, you all didn't see me eating tidbits actually.
But in the comments, Wyatt is going to be stoking like a lot more shit going on. And
come on, let IL talk.
Okay. I think we miss one participant in this war, which was the United States. We didn't talk enough about them, in my point of view. And if you want to understand the bigger picture, you need to understand what's happening in the United States. And I really advise your audience to research and listen to George Friedman. And he talks explicitly about Germany and what's the problem for United States point of view with Germany. And you may understand why Nord Stream pipelines goes boom, and why all that mess we already know about Ukraine today. And the real danger, in my point of view, about United States, we don't know who is in charge.
Wow, that's very sinister, the laugh. Very sinister laugh. Don't laugh like that. Very scary.
The world is cynical.
Okay, Jay. Sorry, Jay, you are here late. So
it's okay.
I've
been listening the whole time. I was listening the whole time. I just didn't want to jump in until there was an opening. Yeah, my man over here has got a really good point. Honestly, the United States is the linchpin to all the geopolitical muck that's been going on for, especially with Russia over the past 10 years. And if you, for those of you at least my stateside boys who are in the panel right now, I'm sure you guys have been paying attention to the fuckery that's been going on lately. So, if you guys only understood how deep the deep state runs in our country and how quiet the corruption is, man, it would make your head spin. So my guy over here, my guy over there in the corner, RL, he really understands what he's talking about. And we really don't know who's in charge of our country right now, especially with this administration. It's kind of scary because even if it was Biden in charge, and he gets the football and he could hover his hand over the big red button, I'd be even more scared actually. But as I've always said before, I'm pro peace, so there's no reason there couldn't be a deal. If Orange Man was president, a deal would have been made already. This shit would have been done in 3 months. But outside of that, Wyatt, another great show. I look forward to the next. I also look forward to the next panel member stream. I wanted to get it on that one. So whenever you decide to run that back,
Jay, are you in the Telegram chat?
The night of the first members only stream, I joined the Telegram chat. I didn't know about it beforehand, but I'm in it now. It's new actually. So you join. Yeah. You're one of the first to join actually. So yeah, I'm in there now. But I look forward to when you have the next. I wanted to do one session which is on American politics. With all these changes. So the whole stream will be all Americans. So that's my plan.
That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah. So
that way, all your foreign audience can be terrified at how our politics work.
Yeah. Vaughn.
Tell me when you're doing it. I'll start working on the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Whoa, PowerPoint. Vaughn.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I said, I think the best thing about it is people from different viewpoints and different backgrounds, experiences can come on here and talk. Yeah, it gets a little heated. I'd say that's probably one of the more heated ones we've had the whole time. But consider the topics. That's understandable. But you guys are both welcome to come back. I mean, nobody here is going to disrespect you and be hateful. I mean, yeah, it might get heated. It might be a little shit talking, but there's nothing wrong. Everybody can have their opinion and everybody can come talk. Everybody can express their viewpoint and what they think. And then like in the closed chat things, like I said, those are really good because like Wyatt said, I can do a topic with people just on that topic. And that way it stays real focused. And then he puts it up and people can watch it. And then you can decide for yourself. Everybody watching the stream could decide what everybody said and decide what they want to take away, what they want to believe, what they want to look up and see if what's true, what's not true, or ask questions that maybe you didn't think about asking before. That's all it's about. I mean, we're not here trying to save the world because nobody gives a shit what we think, but we can at least talk about it and try to work things out, maybe make our little area better, or at least get ideas out there that maybe over time people will start thinking about things and asking questions and something could happen good. It's idealistic and stuff like that. The pragmatist person in me says that's horse shit. You might as well just shit in one hand and wish in the other. But
see which one
I mean, there's good things that can come out of people talking, and it's better than us sitting in trenches shooting at each other. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens over the next few weeks. I'm sure it'll be bad for Ukraine.
Okay, then Charles or Charles.
Chuckle, okay.
Or that's Slavic, Slasler. Because C is an S, right?
But yeah, no, I think the exchange is very important, because the issue we have worldwide, and especially with this conflict, is that people drift into different information spaces, and like whenever they meet, there's pretty much zero they can kind of agree on, even when they get to the most basic of facts. And this is why kind of most people try to scare away from it. They won't engage. That's why I think it's important, and especially as kind of, you know, representing the minority, more of them should come on, even though chat usually doesn't like it. You should try to keep some sort of engagement there, because if there's only one guy who disagrees with the panel, then it's a pro-Russian circle jerk, and it won't end anywhere. So we kind of have to, you know, keep some engagement going. And well, regarding the war, I hope it stops as soon as possible. Yeah, and regarding the strategic situation, I stay by what I said last time. It can only escalate more and more, and if Russia really wants to win this, they will have to go total war, and what that means for the world and Ukraine and Russia is quite devastating. So I'm hoping it's going to end.
Chuckles is the hero that we all needed, you know, to make sure that it's not, you know, 8 versus 1, so it's become 7 versus 2. Okay, Carl, do you have any closing?
I think I'm also on the same side as Chuckle. I used to work for the US military and the NATO for a couple of years, so I'm really on that side, if you like that, if you would like to put me somewhere. But I still believe that I can see things objectively. I have enough information, and I can filter the information to make a conclusion on that. But I'm open for any additional inputs, maybe which I didn't consider. Regarding the war, I think it's going a very bad way. I think it will be escalated, and I think it most probably it will European countries will be involved in the war more and more. First of all, just like terrorist attacks from Russian side, also cyber attacks, and I think soon, maybe not this year, but a military conflict is very possible between European countries, NATO, and Russia, I think. But I really hope that only with conventional weapons. That's all.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for watching. I just want to also emphasize that no one is good or bad, among us. We just have different information diet. We read different things, so end up we have different understanding of things, especially the society around us, the media around us may repeat different things, so end up we have different understanding. For example, because I read so much pro-Russian Telegram, I know so much more about Russians than I was before the war. So before that I was like, Russians are not so nice. So that's just the diet that is affecting us. So anyway, that's why we need to talk. So we share information that we didn't know. Then maybe we can all learn together, and hopefully we can make things better. So a few hundreds, and then hopefully we get more audience. Then we can change more people. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for participating. It was a very emotional session.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and share.
Absolutely. Everybody right now watching, at least click that like button, man.
Yeah.
And Carl do contact
and
me.
Share it out. Share it out on other streams, the links.
Yeah, so those that haven't contacted me, do contact me, because we do have a private chat group that we can keep in contact with, and then we can actually arrange closed sessions that we can talk about specific topics, not like the open mic where we hop all over the place. So thank you everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Let's go 5-hour stream again.
Cheers, yo.
Bye guys. Bye RL. So thank you everyone for watching. This is yet another 5 hours. I didn't. Every time I always say I didn't want it to go 5 hours, but it still end up going 5 hours. So thank you for watching. Hopefully you guys learn something. I do learn something. from some of the new speakers, and also some of this quarreling is a bit headache for me also. But we that's why the open mic is beautiful in its way. I like to allow people to speak their mind, and everyone have a free and open opportunity to to share their views, and call the other guy, you don't know what you're talking about, so that rather than just talk in the chat, you come face to face, be responsible for your words. I think that's so much more beautiful in that way. So anyway, thank you for watching, and do press subscribe if you have not subscribed, especially those that hop over from the TPA main channel. Subscribe to this channel, and also do check out the sit reps and the other videos on the main channel. And so thank you guys for watching. Nice cope, everyone. Nice cope, and I'll see you in the next update. Okay, so how do I close? Wait, I'm not ready to close. Okay, where's the button? Okay, close. Oh, I'm still here. I always forgot to remove myself. Okay,